Well, hello, good afternoon, everybody. Welcome back. Jiu-Jitsu 2000 here today. I'm back. Got my dogs with me. I hope you guys are doing wonderful. I have an interesting video for you. Today, I'm gonna stay out here for 10 days on a $10 budget, and I'm only bringing a couple of items. Before I came here, I took the $10. I went to Walmart and I purchased some food and a couple other things that I'll show you here in a second. I just did my weigh-in in my shorts with my shirt off. I had my shoes off. I did have my socks on, and on day one, my official weigh-in weight was 198.8 pounds. So we'll see how that weight changes throughout this challenge. One of the big factors that I want to mention right off the bat is I did not bring that much gear to use. Now I got a whole bunch of gear in the vehicle, but the rule that I'm going to use on that is the same rule that I always use, and that is if I'm going to get anything out of that vehicle, I will share it with you. So my idea for this challenge is to be fairly primitive as far as tools. I don't have a knife. I don't have any cordage. I don't have much. So I did bring a 2-quart stainless steel Cuisinart pot with a lid. So I did bring that, and that's about it. So we'll see how this goes. But it feels good out here. The temperatures are good. My dogs are happy. I just got finished having some Wendy's. So I got a couple things. When I went to Wendy's, I got a couple little containers here, so you'll probably see these being used throughout this video as plate or bowl, right? I also have a fork that came from Wendy's and this cup. So I'm going to be using my trash throughout this 10 days. Now, another thing that I want to mention is anything that I see out here on the landscape, trash or anything like that, it's all fair game. In fact, right in front of the camera here, I'm looking at some cordage right now. So here is a little bit of string or something off of somebody's shorts. So this is a big score already. People leave trash all the time, and in a survival type scenario like what I'm trying to mimic, this stuff's gold. So I'll be definitely hanging on to that, because cordage is a hard thing to reproduce in the field without taking a lot of time and putting a lot of pressure on your hands, and it takes a lot of dexterity to make cordage. So this is really a gold mine. Very cool. That's going to help out tremendously, and I would say that's probably 5 feet of cordage. Now this challenge has a little bit of a twist on it, and you'll see this twist unfold as this video goes. I don't know how it's going to go, but I have a plan, an idea of what the direction I'd like it to go. Now, right now, I'm out, and there is fire restrictions. No campfires, no charcoal, but they do allow gas stoves. Now, if this was a survival situation, I would need to make fire so that I could purify water and cook my food. Now, to comply with the no fire rule that's going on with these fire restrictions, I've came up with a small twist, okay? Like I mentioned a second ago, they are allowing stoves. I'm going to treat this like a primitive survival situation. And in the event that I can get a friction, not fire, but a friction ember, and get that ember strong enough to make it a coal, at that point, that will unlock my stove. If I can't get fire or an ember or a coal, then I can't have the stove. I have the stove in the vehicle right there. The stove is basically not going to be counted as an item, because when I go out and do my stuff, I don't ever consider fire as an item. So why would I call my stove an item? This is something that I'm going to have to earn through friction fire. So I'm going to have to get that ember, and again, then I'll be able to use that stove. It'll be really nice. There's going to be unlimited supply of fuel. I can use the stove all I want to cook, boil water. It's going to be nice because I'll have flame control and stuff like that. It won't be as hardcore as cooking on fire, but I figure that that would be a good way of getting around their no campfire rule, but still treating this video like a survival situation. So my first order of business is to find some sort of cutting tool and maybe some cordage, because I'm gonna need that to get fire or an ember or a coal so I can unlock that stove. So right here we're taking a look at the items that I purchased for 10 bucks. So starting over here, we have about 8 plastic bags. I had them triple bag everything. We've got 2 pounds of beans, 1 pound of brown rice. I have a 98-cent piece of plastic. That might be shelter if needed. Got a Powerade. I think those were on sale for like 50 cents or something like that. Apple juice from concentrate. I was able to get some oatmeal packets. There's 10 of them in there, so that's cool. Some Spam. These were also on sale. There's some tuna here in water. I've got some corn muffin mix. Got some blueberry mix. Got some mac and cheese. And of course, 12 packs of beef ramen. So those are the items that I am going to use to survive out here for 10 days. Not much when you look at it like that. So now that you've seen the items that I'm going to use for my survivability as far as food and then my plastic, that could be shelter, I need a couple things. I need cordage and I need a cutting tool. And you notice that there's a lot of rock in this area where I'm at, and I'm looking at some of these rocks and some of them look really good. Like I could probably flake off a nice sharp cutting edge off of some of these rocks. So I'm gonna take a look and see if I can get that done, see if I can find a rock that is going to show good quality and that can be used as a cutting tool. I'm also noticing a lot of these rocks have natural holes in them, so in the event that I crank out a bow drill set, a bearing block is going to be pretty easy to find out here, because there's a lot of stuff that's kind of like this that has little divots in it. So a bearing block is not the hardest thing on my list right now. I need a cutting tool. So I'm just kind of looking, and I'm looking for something that has the right characteristics to make a good cutting tool. Something that's kind of glossy looking, not too sedimentary looking. Like these rocks right here by my foot, those are granite. I need something like, look at this material right here. This looks like it's flaked off before. So something like that would be probably a decent candidate. Seen a couple more back there a ways back that looked like they could be real interesting to get a flake off of. Okay, I think this piece right here might be a good candidate for getting a flake off of. And this stone is basically going to be a hammer stone, and I'm going to hit it right on the edge and hopefully it'll break off a flake that'll have a sharp edge. Okay, so we do have kind of a cutting implement now. One flake and it did a good job. I don't like this rock completely. This isn't exactly what I wanted, but this will be good enough, I think, to get me a friction fire set to cut my notch and things like that. Let me try to bust off another one maybe. Okay, got a couple more little fractures off of there. So yeah, I've got a few that I can use as cutting tools for the meantime. So this is going to be what I'm going to use for now. Next thing that I'm on to is cordage, natural cordage. And I noticed that there was some yucca in this area. Look at all that right there. That's excellent stuff for potential cordage. So this stuff is going to be really strong. I'm going to take my cutting edge that I made here and I'm going to cut a few of these shoots, and hopefully this will be the cordage that I can use for my friction fire. Boy, these are sharp. There's one. I'm gonna need a few of these. I've already cut my hand on these. These things are sharp. Look at that. Day one. I'm already cut. That's like a paper cut. It's not as sharp as my knife, but it's better than nothing. And these fibers are tough. These fibers are really tough. This cutting tool here that I have is almost like a serrated blade. The thing is sharp. It's working good. So a couple more and then we'll be set. So look at that. I got a few shoots. Boy, I cut myself a couple times on this. This stuff is sharp. This looks like it could be a nice work area for me to work on the cordage and stuff. I'm also noticing up here some of this driftwood here that's up off the ground. And I'm looking for friction fire candidates. So I'm looking for things that are soft. Break them apart a little bit so that I can weave them into cordage so that they'll be more pliable. Okay, so these are still sharp, but you can see they're a lot more pliable. And that's what I wanted. I wanted to get it nice and pliable. So it's just a matter of working these fibers in and out and getting them where, and being careful about it, because I've already cut my hand like what, 1, 2, 3, 4 cuts or something like that. They're not bad, but I can't afford to be doing that the whole time I'm out here. So funny thing about a scenario like this coming out and being primitive is in the very beginning it's always the most physical, and then after things start falling into place then it becomes more of a mental game. So right now, being day one, it's the physical part. It's the part where I'm working with my body. Okay, so now let's go ahead and start twisting some reverse wrap cordage. I'm going to set these guys right here next to me. Okay, so in the matter of about an hour from the time I cut these to having this cordage here, yeah, it's taken about an hour. So you can see these little rough spots right here where I splice in. So I'm going to take my knife and I'm going to cut those little rough spots off right there. And I have what I think is going to be plenty of cordage for a bow drill. Now I left the ends here undone, no particular reason, but I think this is going to work really well. I noticed that there was a piece of what looks like willow kind of close to where I'm at, and it looks like that piece of willow, I think it is, it looks like that piece could be a possible spindle for my set. So I'm gonna look into that. I'm not sure about a hearth yet, but by looking at this wood that I'm against, it's kind of scraping. So this wood, this bench that I'm sitting on, or table, or whatever you wish to call it, this piece could end up being a hearth. So I'm seeing this guy right here. I'm kind of thinking that that's long enough. See if I can get this piece. Yeah, it looks like it might work. Working with stone tools makes things a little bit tougher, but not impossible. So I'm gonna hit it right here, and hopefully that it'll break off right there. So I'm gonna give it a good hard whack. That's what I'm hoping for. Let's see, is that gonna be able to be used? Oh, it just feathered it all out. Might have to find a better method. That'll give me a little room for trimming and stuff like that, and by the time I'm done, it'll be about this big. Okay, just a quick change of plans here. I think I'm actually going to use this as a bow instead of my spindle, so I just think it'll be a better bow than a spindle. So I'm gonna, hopefully you guys are seeing what I'm doing here. I'm gonna try to baton this guy a little bit, not to split it like all the way down, but just to open it up a little bit so I can get my string in there. Something like that. That'll give me a chance to put my string in there and get my string wrapped. So this is gonna be my cordage here for my bow. Then I'll just wrap this around like this, and this will be my handle, and then this will be my bowing string. So hopefully that's gonna work out for me. So what is the story on these guys right here? I just noticed these and they look like they could be promising. That looks like a decent wood, and I think I can get my set out of this. Here's one that might work. It's a little heavy though, it's a little big, but if it works once, that's all I need. A little big for my taste, but I'm gonna pick it up and take it with me anyway. Just had a visit by a couple of dogs from the camp next door, I guess. So here is this piece. I'm gonna try to see if I can't get a spindle out of this maybe. Don't know how this is gonna work. I'm gonna give it a shot though. So we're gonna try to baton this bad boy down. See if I can get a spindle. Here's to hoping, because this is way too thick the way it is right now. But I like the characteristics of this wood here, so it might make a good one. Give it a shot. There we go. Ooh, let's take a look. Yeah, that's good wood there for friction fire. That thing's soft to my nail. Yeah, that's going to be good stuff. So if I can get this down to the right size, which is hard to do with these stone tools, as you can see, but really the name of the game out here is being patient, taking your time and things like that. And like we all know, I've got plenty of time. I'm going to be out here for 10 days. But that doesn't mean I need to drag my feet or drop anchor. I need to get this done, because the sooner I get this done, the sooner I have potential for hydration and things like that. So definitely need to get this into a spindle if I can. So I like this wood here. I like this material. I really do think that that's going to be good stuff. Look at how soft it is. So I think I'm on to something. It might take me some time, but like I said, that's all I got out here. Okay. So this piece, man, this could be a hearth and a spindle if I work it right. Right now I'm trying to burn in without damaging my cordage. Got a little bit of a burn in. I'm honestly nervous about my cordage breaking. Right there, it looks a little weak. But I'm gonna go ahead and keep at it. I made it long enough that if it does break there, I should have enough here to make up for that difference. So I'm gonna keep going. No promises here. I got a notch and I think that that notch is good enough. I'm not sure about that. I'm gonna give it a shot though and hope that that notch is good. I got a little catch underneath there. Hopefully you can see that. Got my terrible looking spindle. This is like the worst bow drill set I think I've ever made. And my cordage is not holding up very good. My spindle's got a big crack in it and it wants to break. Oh, this cordage just went right where I thought it would. But that's okay. That's quite okay. That's I have enough cordage, I think, to restring. So let's go ahead and untwist this bad boy. So my first objective is to go nice and easy and see about making dust. Get some dust in there. Okay, the dust is kind of falling, kind of not. So let me shave this off a little bit in hopes that it'll start falling in the right direction. This bearing block is terrible. This cordage is loose, but it is what it is. Things just aren't going too good for me right now. I'm gonna keep trying though. All right, here we go. Let's try it again. My spindle broke in half. Darn. and I was close. Had good dust, but I was afraid that that would happen. But the good thing is that I'm seeing here is I have a hearth that appears to be good. The notch is depositing the dust fairly well. My cordage is kind of holding up. I just need another spindle. So let's try that. Let's find another spindle, see if we can get this going before the sun goes down today. So I found this piece. This part here from my fingers down was in the dirt, so that part's wet. But from here up, I think is gonna be dry enough if I can get this and use this as a spindle. This might be a good candidate. I have no idea what kind of wood it is. It passes the soft test, so that's really all I'm concerned about. Now if I can get this cut, and it looks like it's the same size diameter wise as my hearth, my hole that I burned in, so this could work. I'm gonna get to working. Okay, I'm happy. I broke this off, and this is fairly dry, so it was pretty easy to work this. It only took me like a couple minutes, so I'm gonna give this a shot. I have no idea what it's gonna do, no idea what species of wood it is. I'm just trying, folks. So let's thread this bad boy up. I think it's gonna be much better than the last one that we had, because the last one was really crooked and just a pain in the butt. So let's give this a shot. Oh, this is a lot smoother, I can tell you that. My cordage is too loose, and it looks like I need to trim my notch again. Okay, I like this spindle so far. Hopefully it's gonna work, because I feel like I'm losing daylight. So if I don't get it here pretty soon, I probably won't have it, and that's okay if that happens. But I'm just hoping that I can get something here today. Okay, let's give this a shot. Oh, that's too tight. Cordage is too tight, and I don't want to break it. I know this might be a little boring for you guys, but I'm not trying to bore you. I promise. I'm not. I'm just trying to show what's really going on out here. Failure way to success, hopefully. Okay, wow, that's way loose. Ooh, it's either too tight or too loose. Let me get this right. So I just found out that one of my plies has broken, so I'm down to a 1-ply cordage. I'm down to 1 ply. It's not good, folks. Yep, that's it. So now we are back to making cordage. Now you're probably wondering, well, what about those trash bags? You could twist that up into cordage. That's true, but the trash bags, as far as cordage, it's not that strong. This stuff here is way better, so I'm gonna have to put out some more cordage, and looks like we'll be trying again tomorrow, because I don't think it's gonna happen today. So I'm looking at the sun, and it looks like I have about 2 more hours of daylight, and I saw some mullein when I came in, so I'm gonna go look at that mullein, maybe find a stalk and try a hand drill fire. In fact, there's one right there, but I'm looking for an old dead one that has a nice clean straight center stalk that's dry. So I struck out on my attempt to find a good straight piece of mullein. Just wasn't out there. Everything was green. But I did find this piece of wood. I don't know what it is. It looks like willow or something. It's straight enough. It does have a bow in the bottom, but I figured this is something that I can at least give a shot. Okay, let's see if I can get this burned in. I don't like this spindle, it wobbles too much. I don't like that. I've already got a callus on my hand, but that callus is from the other day when I was practicing hand drill. Yeah. I've got to get it to seat. I got a somewhat of a burn in, but not much. My hands are not holding up. Hand drill is one of those things that the more calluses you got on the hands, the better. But my hands just aren't there because I'm always doing bow drill. Yeah, it's starting to burn in. This one wobbles too much. Okay, let me go ahead and cut a notch. Then we'll try again. Save that dust. That's a lot straighter. Okay, yeah, I might be able to use something there, except this is starting to hurt. That guy, it does not like hand drill. Okay, let's cut a notch and then I'll be back. Okay, I am back with the bow drill. I made a repair in my cordage. It's right in the middle. Bad part about that is I'm gonna have to short stroke my bow in an effort to get an ember. So I'm not gonna be able to give those full length bows, but I figured while I still have daylight, might as well not give up, keep trying. I'm close, you know, I still have a little daylight. The hand drill's just tearing up my hands. I don't know if this is going to be successful or fail. It doesn't really matter, but what does matter to me is not quitting. So I'm not going to quit. I'm going to keep working, and hopefully with this short stroke, because this is about all I can do, about that much, hopefully that's going to be enough. Doing too much, is it? Let's try the front portion of the bow. Let's try that portion up there. I really need that middle, don't I? Yeah, darn. Striking out a little bit. Just not going too good for me right now. I need to get better cordage for sure. I made another little section of cordage here. This is a very quick reverse wrap 2-ply. I did it real quick and it's real loose. It's too short for this bow. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to come back just past like the halfway point so I can have a fairly long stroke. And I'm going to make a sheet bend, and I'm going to use that other cordage that I had to make this knot. And then what I'm hoping is maybe I can get success, maybe I can get a better burn in. You know, anything is progress at this point. And I'm not going to give up until I'm out of daylight. So there's my sheet bend and there's my bow. So let's go ahead and put it about maybe there. Oh boy, that's short. I'm gonna have to just hold it. I think I'm just gonna have to hold it. Another thing that I'm gonna do is I'm gonna use my hand drill as a socket so I can burn that in a little bit better on the top of the spindle here. And we'll see what happens. We'll see if it's gonna work, if it's not. Anyway, I'm trying. We're gonna give it a shot and see what happens here. So let's thread this bad boy. You know, anything is progress at this point. Anything is progress. See if I can get this to do anything. Boy, that hops around a lot. Okay, this is getting loose already. Don't really have a way to tie this. So I'm just kind of wrapping it up in there and just hoping that it holds. This is all kind of a trial and error situation right now. Hoping that it'll work. That bearing block felt good. So let's give it a shot again here. Oh, this cordage broke. But that was my brand new cordage too. Darn. Darn, 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 darn. Look at that. That was just a cheap 1-leaf loose 2-ply reverse wrap. And as we could see, it didn't hold up for nothing. So the tighter 2-ply reverse wrap definitely works better. So I think what I'll do, I'll go back to the leaves over there, to the yucca, and I'll pull off a bunch of leaves and I'll make a strong cordage, and that's what I'll do. But I think that's it for day one. I've failed and failed and failed. My hands tore up. I failed at the bow drill. But that's part of the process. That's what happens out here. I'm gonna go ahead and bust into my Powerade. I'm thirsty, and that's one of the reasons why I get all this stuff for day one, is because until I can purify water, I like having something to drink. So at least day one, day two, day three, you know, I can kind of stay hydrated and stay alive out here. That gives me time. And I think these were on sale for like 50 cents. So that ain't bad for 50 cents. Life is good in the hood. I'm happy. Got a little piece of wood that could be maybe a hearth or something. So here's the update. I went and got all these guys. So I got a total of 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12, 13 of these guys, and they are sharp. So I keep seeing these little shells, and I thought, well, maybe I can put a little shell up there in the top of my bearing block rock, and that'll create less friction. So that was an idea. So I picked up a shell, but while I was doing that, I looked down and I saw this big shell, and then I thought, wait, that's a fossil. Look at this. This is a fossil. It's not even a shell. That is super cool, ain't it? I found that and I'm all excited. And what else? So my rock is getting dull. My rock is definitely getting dull. I'm looking at this cordage and it's pretty good cordage. It's pretty strong even though it's been breaking. So I'm just trying to kind of get an idea of what I need to do with the cordage tomorrow. And another thing that I'm thinking about right now is I'm noticing that there's some ants and stuff, bugs and stuff on the ground crawling around, little biting ants, and I don't want to be getting bit up. So here I am busting my tail trying to work on primitive cordage, and it's failing, and I'm looking like a goofball, right? And I remembered that when I got here I found this. This isn't very strong, I'm gonna be straight with you on that, but I think that's long enough for me to probably get a bow drill fire going. I don't know, but I'm gonna give it a shot. Hopefully get something accomplished. I don't know. I am definitely losing daylight, so I'm kind of striking out a little bit, but we'll give this a shot. This cordage I know ain't gonna last long. It's very weak, but yeah, look at that, it broke already. One attempt and it broke. Dang, just striking out. Ah, I was doing so good. I was about to get it. My bearing block was working good, my thing was biting good, and then my spindle broke. Back to the drawing board, back to the drawing board. Dang it. What you doing? Well, day one is officially in the books. Day one is gonna go down as a failure. I didn't get friction fire, and that's kind of something I'm not used to. It was a challenge. I do have some new ideas for tomorrow, but I'm tired. It's time to call it a day. Blondie and I are gonna chill. Ranger's right there. I'm gonna drink a little bit of this grape stuff, huh? But that's about it. I'm gonna go get some more clothes on and get dressed a little better for the night, and I'll see you guys in the morning. Day one is in the books. Failure. Blondie. Here, baby. Blondie. Come here. Right here. Not you, buddy. I got a different spot for you. There you go. Lay down on your blanket. Lay down. Good girl. What do you got? Ranger, yours is right here, dude. Here, buddy. I'm gonna get you one too, dude. Ranger. Here. There you go, buddy. Lay down right there. Lay down. There you go. I will lay right here next to you guys. Right here. Because I don't think it's going to get too cold tonight. Get back. Back up. You got your own bed, bro. Dude. You got your own. Oh. This dog is something else. You give him a blanket and he goes and lays in the dirt. Oh my goodness. I guess that's more for you, right, Blondie? You know what to do with the blanket, huh, baby? See you guys in the morning. Pretty crazy. Well, good morning. It is day 2. So obviously on the agenda, I'm going to take this down. They got dry during the night, so I'm going to take these down to the water, let them moisten. I'm going to make more cordage today, and might even try to make a whole new set. I'm not sure, but definitely cordage, and definitely try to get that ember. I want that stove. I drank the whole 32 ounces of Powerade, so I'm dipping into the apple juice today already. I need water, and I need to be able to have that water boil. Okay, I just got back from a little hike, and I found this piece of, looks like driftwood, and what I really liked about this piece is when I take my stone, which I don't know where it is right now, and you mar this piece, it's a soft wood. So I thought that that could be a potential hearth. It's pretty flat. All I need is one burn-in to work. You know, this I have no idea what kind of wood it is, but it has the right characteristics. So that might be something that I look at. This right here could be a spindle. Fairly straight. The bark is falling off. The decomposition state is good. So that could be a spindle. I found these three. They're also fairly straight, around the right diameter. They were off the ground, so the bark is falling off. They are harder wood, but as long as my hearth is soft, I can use a hardwood spindle. So these are potential spindles that I might use. I'm not sure yet. And see if I can get anything to go here. This is day 2, friction fire attempt number 100. So I like this as a bearing for now. So as you can see, I've got a burn in, but I don't have any dust. So let's go ahead and see if I can get some dust going. There we go. Dust falling in the groove, or do I need to cut more? Okay, we're about half a pile of dust. Let's see if I can ignite that dust. Nope. Dang it. Close. I need to trim this cordage is a lot better. I like the cordage. This is drilling too much down, so I'm going to flatten the bottom so it doesn't drill. So let's see, I basically have dust. I just need to get an ignition. That rhythm right there feels good, so I'm going to try to keep that. Did I get it? I think I had it there for a second. Darn. I was close. Had it. But that's okay. That's what we do. I don't like that catch because I'm afraid I'm going to lose like all my dust. So let's flatten the bottom of this again. Put it in there for lubrication purposes. Just like that, right there where my thumb is. This cordage is holding up good, although it is getting tired. So I'm going to try to get some ignition out of this, hopefully. Ooh, move that out there. Let me get this thing started. Cordage is a little tight on the bow. It's making it hard to spin to get started. Let's see if I can get it going here. There we go. Let's get it going. There's the rhythm I'm looking for right there. Long strokes. Yes. Yes. Nope. It died. I had it and it died. Dang it. I had it and it died. Oh, don't you hate when that happens? You've got it and it dies. Dang, 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 dang. Oh, keep trying. Here we are 5 years later, still trying. Let's get after it again, see if we can get it. So I've got dust, I've got a notch. Obviously I've got my bow. My string is doing okay. It's starting to get worn. So I'm starting to get a little concerned because I know how much effort it takes to make string. Cordage, but let's give it a shot. Pack this in. I'm really hoping that I can get this because I'm so close. And like I said, if not, I do have another idea. I just need to focus on getting a smooth rhythm and not getting too crazy and not quitting too soon when I think I'm there. I need to push past when I think I'm there. A few extra strokes to make sure that they count. Okay, so let me lock my, making sure my technique is good, so let's get going. This rope is just, it's not spinning. So I think it's up top up here. Oh, dang it. Cordage broke. Okay, save my dust. I have a Powerade bottle from yesterday. I'm going to fill that Powerade bottle up with water, and I'm going to try to use the sun's rays to reflect that beam onto this dust and maybe ignite it with solar. So that's my idea. I do have another method that I've been kind of working on over here, and this was a method that I did in Hawaii. You can see I got a notch here and I got a bunch of dust. So you would basically take your piece and scrape it back and forth and it would create heat. And I tried that last night and I got a bunch of dust, got a bunch of smoke. This thing got hot, but I never got ignition. So now it's on the solar. Let's try that. Let's put our catch with our dust right there. I'm gonna sit down and get comfortable because I think this might take some time and I'm not sure how to angle this. I'm just trying to find the tightest focus that I can. Is this even working? Is it even getting hot? So I found it where the beam is the most intense. Ooh, and it's hot. And I propped the bottle on a rock so that it'll stay perfectly still, and hopefully I'll get ignition. So it's still kind of slow going. I'm trying to focus that beam to where it's the most intense. I think this needs to be like a little taller, a little higher. Right there, I think, is, if I can get that to balance. Ooh, that's a good area right there, if I can get it to just balance right there. I found this charcoal too, and charcoal works good for solar because the sun loves black material that's charred. So let me get a couple rocks and maybe prop this bad boy up, because I like that spot right there where it was. It's really powerful. Test it with my finger. Oh yeah. Let me try this charcoal under there and see if that'll get going, maybe. My neighbors they got these dogs, and these dogs keep coming over to my camp every time. They're nice dogs, but gosh, it's kind of frustrating when you're trying to film. When you're doing something so intricate like this. If I can set my camera down, hopefully you can see that. I've got a really nice hot spot there. Really nice focus. And I'm gonna place this right under that hot spot right there. And I'm just gonna let it sit and see what happens. Hopefully I can get something going. Nothing there. False alarm. False alarm. I'm gonna go back to the dust. Let's see if I can get the dust to... It's been sitting here about 10 minutes, and I think I got it. I see smoke. Ah, I might have gotten it. Oh, yes. Check that out. Oh my gosh. Day number 2. I get my stove. That is crazy. Look at that. Oh, don't kill it. Don't kill it. Don't kill it. Don't let it die. It died. Dang it. Back under the bottle. Oh, I got too excited. I got too excited. You can see where it charred it. So let's find the best spot. So I definitely have ignition again. You can see it's smoking, but I'm gonna make me a bird's nest, because just for the sake of this survival scenario, I want fire, and then I'll put it out immediately. So I'm gonna try to let that stay, and hopefully it'll get stronger. And I really want my stove. I'm thirsty. I need to drink water. If I can, look at that. That thing is just smoking really good. It's been sitting there probably 20 minutes. I don't want it to go out like it did a minute ago, because I got all excited and I thought I was home free, and I killed it. So I want to make sure that I got enough. Get a little air on it, hopefully. So yeah, I think that's probably ready to transfer. Let's see if it'll stay on its own. This is so delicate right now. Excuse me. Oh, I hope I can do this without messing it up. I'm gonna cuff this right over the top and then fold the whole thing over and hope it didn't die in the process. Oh yeah, I think it's still alive. Yeah, we're still smoking. How's that angle? Can you see me? This is the dust from those failed friction fire attempts. I think it went out. Dang it. Nope, it's still smoking. I'll just wait. Try not to do nothing drastic here. Dang it. I think it's out. And I'm out of dust. Darn. I've been sitting here for like 15 minutes holding this darn bottle right here. I'm afraid that if I take it away too soon, it'll die. Oh, let me refocus, come on. Yep, and that's what just happened. It died. Okay, let's try it again. So just in case you might be wondering what's in there, that's a piece of this bark rolled up in a tight ball. And when I got ignition, which took forever, I placed some small pieces of that charcoal in that ember. And I've been blowing on it really light, trying to bring it to life. I think I'm there, man. I can tell you that this bottle thing is a patient man's game, and I'm not very patient. But I think I'm gonna get my stove. I'm hoping so. Yeah, more smoke is always good. There's my flame. Look at that. Yes. Oh my goodness. Let's make sure that we see this, folks. Oh my gosh. That was one of the hardest fires I think I've ever made in my life. This is not easy. Gosh, I'm so thirsty. Now I get my stove. This is water that I had in the vehicle, just in case you're wondering. Life is good. Gosh, that was tough. I never felt like quitting or giving up. I knew that if I kept trying and kept trying and kept trying, that maybe I would get it. And if not, I would have kept trying. I would have never thought that a water bottle with some solar energy would have produced a flame. This is such a big deal for this survival challenge because now I have my stove that I can use with unlimited amount of fuel. Gosh, that's cool. Now I can cook. Now I can boil water. I can purify water. I can do a lot of things at night if it gets too cold. Not that it did, but I could fill this with warm water and go to bed with that and keep me warm. Ah, such a big accomplishment right now. Day 2. Success. Day 1 was failure. Day 2, success. Thank God. Oh my God, thank God. Look at that. I don't think I've ever been so excited about a fire in my life. And, you know, I totally could have came out here and done this video and just said, okay, 10 days, $10, 10 items or something like that. But I wanted to challenge myself. I wanted to do that within a controlled environment. I have everything in the vehicle: food, water, first aid. I've got knife, tools, all my 10 C's and more. But I wanted to do this old way, the old school way, primitively. And I know that this solar method is probably not so primitive because they didn't have water bottles back then, but I have them now. And it's something that I didn't bring into the landscape. Well, actually I did. But to be fair, I've found tin cans and stuff along this hike. Down here in the distance, I found a couple Bud Light cans, and you can do something similar with soda cans. So it just feels good to have ignition. I'm so happy right now. Life is so good. I'm gonna finish this water, get hydrated up, because it had been a while since I drank. In fact, this is the first water I've drank today. And the water's not even cold. My armpits are sweating. It's warm out. Probably 85 degrees or something like that. It's not hot, but it's warm. This completely changes the game from this moment forward. Oh, I'm so happy. So happy. As I'm drinking my water, enjoying this, I'm thinking about the methods of fire making that I tried. I tried hand drill, failed. I tried bow drill many times and failed. I tried the plow technique, failed. I was gonna try this and see if it worked, and if it didn't, I was gonna try the Rudiger roll using that tinder pile and hopefully some of the ash from the fire. I was gonna try that if this didn't work, but thank God this worked. Thank God, because the Rudiger roll's not easy either. But man, if you guys could just feel how I feel right now. If you've never came out, look at my hands from that hand drill. Look at my hands from the cuts from making all the cordage and stuff and using stone tools. I mean, I'm just beating my hands up. So I'm at the point in this challenge where beating my hands up, pretty much a thing of the past, because now I get fire. You know, it doesn't cost me nothing at this point. Oh man, look at this. Crazy. I'm gonna hang on to this cordage because I'm still gonna need it, probably to tie up maybe some sort of shelter or something, because last night under the stars was beautiful, but it did get a little chilly. And not chilly as in shivering cold, but chilly within just being out of your comfort level. So it was doable, and to be fair, I could have put on another layer. So it was okay. But I'm gonna hang on to this cordage, and yeah, I'm getting kind of hot now though, so I'm gonna take these pants off, get back down to my shorts, and I'll save these pants for later, for when it gets cooler. I'll put these bad boys back on, but for now, let's go back to the shorts. Back to the shorts, because life is so good now. I'll tell you what, just the boost of morale that I'm experiencing right now is just crazy. I'm just feeling like I just won the Olympic gold, you know? And some of you watching might be thinking, well, that's not that big a deal. I mean, I guess this just goes to show you the importance of carrying those necessities. Carrying a Bic lighter, carrying a ferro rod, carrying a knife, and probably the biggest one is, you know, you watch my videos where I review paracord, and I'll say, well, this paracord's trash, oh, that paracord's trash. But the fact of the matter is, all that trash is better than what I can produce out here. So I would have loved to have had some cheap, you know, commercial grade paracord out here, because it would have held up longer than primitive cordage. This was definitely a struggle. Stone cutting tools right down here, they get dull fast, so it makes, you know, the effort of making a set is terribly hard. Not necessarily hard, but time consuming, I guess is what I'm trying to say. But man, I mean, and then look at my hands. So you can see right there from the hand drill, there, I got all these little scrapes and stuff just from making that cordage. There, my hands are beat up. And could you imagine how hard this challenge could have been if I wouldn't have been successful today? I mean, it would have made the whole situation much more difficult. One thing that I would like to do while I'm out here on this journey for 10 days, and I didn't do it last night because I was kind of flustered, didn't get fire. I'm not used to not getting fire. I think I'm pretty good at that skill, and to be denied that, it's kind of a blow to your morale, to your ego a little bit if you're that kind of person. I'm not really that kind of a person, so it really hit the morale, because I would have loved to have made a pot of beans. That's the one item that I brought as a cheat item, was my 2-quart stainless steel Cuisinart pot with lid. I brought that because making that in the field with no tools, you pretty much have to have fire. You got to have a dead animal or something to make a container. It's not easy. So I cheated on that one, because that one, so I hope you guys are taking notes. That's an important item too. Very big of importance. If you know, there's a reason why the 5 C's are so important. They're necessary items. What I was trying to say before I got sidetracked though is before this journey is over, I want to get down to the water and see if there are any crawdads in the water. Maybe I can pick some of those guys out, and maybe, you know, I don't know, that would be cool if I could. I'm looking at the water during the day and there's nothing there, so I don't know. But day 2, man, what a huge success. Huge. Yes. Did you know I'm happy on day 2? Did anybody out there know that I'm excited? It's day 2 and I had fire. So I'm working on this cordage and I patched it up and made one piece, different thicknesses and stuff, but I made one piece of rope or cordage so that if I need to string up my shelter or whatever I need to do. There's no rain in the forecast, so I don't know if I'll even use a shelter, but in the event that I do need any kind of cordage, I've got a little bit here. That's just from failed bow drill attempts. Also, the blue one that I had from day 1 that I found, remember I tried that on the bow drill and it broke, so I put that together too. So right here I have all of my cordage ready to go. In case clouds roll in and I see rain coming or something like that, this stuff is ready to go. So I'm going to put that right up top there. I also, while I'm on the topic of cordage, I twisted those roots together and put a little bit more together too. So cordage is covered. I'm so happy about my stove and about my pot. So got the pot, I got a spork and a spoon. I earned this. Gave myself a reward, right? I've got a thing of ramen here, 370 calories that I'm getting ready to do. 370 calories. I could sure use that. The dogs just ate. I gave them their food. Oh man, this is so, I don't think I've ever been so happy to see my stove. This is just a really exciting moment for me. I don't think the camera really justifies how much work I put into that fire. I can promise you that I put the work in. So the Whisperlight Universal, man, that is cool. Shaker jet, boy, I'm happy to see this. So happy. I also have a ferro rod in here. Check that out. So this is part of my stove. This is an MSR product. So that's part of my stove kit. So I got fire making there. No more primitive stuff. Got a ferro rod. Got a piezo igniter for starting up the stove. And a pink lighter. Fire. Make fire, earn fire, right? There's also a little piece of orange paracord. I don't know what that's about. 6 or 8 inches of paracord. But if you count the inner strands, that gives you quite a bit of cordage if you break it down. So that was in my stove kit, so it's fair game. So that is that. Now, since I worked so hard on this fire, I got pretty dehydrated, so I awarded myself one more item. Let's go take a look at that. So this is kind of like the dog's food staging area. I have the dog food in here. I got a whole bag of dog food in the car, about half full. So there's some water for them. There's their food bowl. And this is what I rewarded myself with right here. My Sawyer squeeze water system. I'm telling you, the camera doesn't really justify how much work I put into earning that fire and the amount of dehydration. The container, you know, it's just to catch the water. And here's my Powerade bottle that made the fire for us. So I'm basically filtering some water and I'm ready to eat some ramen. Definitely ready for some ramen. When you limit yourself and you earn things, I think you appreciate them more. Oh yeah, that's just fabulous. That's awesome. I'm gonna be eating a lot of this out here. 12 times. Forget it. Is it recording? What's it doing? So let's taste this filtered water. See what it tastes like. Not bad. Sawyer did a good job. Yeah, that water's not bad at all. This is the Verde River, I think. Not bad. So I could do that for 10 days, no problem. Check that out. That is my ramen. I know, it's pretty impressive, huh? This gets a lot of people through college. Ramen. A lot of single people. They spend all their money on alcohol or books, one or the other. And they have to eat ramen. When I did my 5-day, I was reading the package on one of the ramen things, and it was kind of interesting, the history. I think I got different company of ramen though. I think the bottom of my pot came off because I used it over a fire so much. But it's still a great pot. This Cuisinart 2-quart pot, solid pot. That ramen hit the spot, and having good, fresh, clean drinking water is just doing a lot for me too. I could have dug like a seep well, but I just didn't have the energy, I guess. You know, a lot went into that fire, and this ramen is just hitting the spot. This might sound funny, but that salt tastes good right now. Who would have thought ramen tastes so good? I feel like I've got energy again. As I finished up drinking this water, I thought of sodas, another technique where you put your water in a clear container, set it out in the sun, and you let the sun, the ultraviolet light from the sun, purify your water. Let them sit out there all day, like 8 hours of direct sunlight, and you'd be amazed. It'll kill all the pathogens in that water, and it'll make it safe to drink. So that's another option if you're ever out and you need to hydrate. Think of sodas. It's effective. Kind of forget how nice it is to have a stove until you've gone without and cooked over fire. A little piece of something floating in there from the ramen left over. This rice is going to be good. Oh yeah, the dogs are liking the filtered water too. This flow rate is a lot better now. I went through 3 liters. I went through 1 bag, and when I went and filled the bag again for this second round of water treatment, the flow rate picked up. So I'm happy about that. I've been giving the dogs filtered water instead of making them drink that dirty creek water. I mean, they could drink that, it'd be no problem, but I didn't feel like making them have a hard time with water, so they're drinking just as good as I am. Now, some of you might be wondering, what was my thought behind choosing this Sawyer as a water system to award myself? And that really comes down to making the fire. Once I got that ember and I got that fire, it told me, you know, one, you get your stove, but it also told me that having a stove and having a pot, it freed those items up. It gave me the ability to purify water. So with that bonus of getting that ember, I now had the ability to cook and boil water. So purifying water is exactly what this is, so why not make it easier on myself? I've earned this water filter. So, and I mean, the Sawyer does a fabulous job. I mean, you could talk about the bee-free water filter, you could talk about the Life Straw or the Sawyer. All three of them are excellent. But I think the Sawyer is the best. I really do. But I would rely on any of those three. They're all fantastic. I like the Sawyers. The Life Straw, you have to have a container, so you would fill your container with dirty water and you would put your straw in there and then drink through the straw. I just like having the ability to have something that's going to work very well. The bee-free is fast in the beginning, but then they get gummed up quick and you can't backflush them like you can on these Sawyers. Sawyers are just a fabulous water filter. So this one's about topped off. I'm definitely up on my hydration now, so that's a good feeling. You know, I don't think I'm dehydrated anymore. I peed just a minute ago, and I think my dogs, I think they're hydrated too. So everybody's good to go. Life is good. I got to thinking about something, and that is my hydration level. I must have been pretty low on my hydration because I drank about 4 of these since I got this filter out. Now, generally speaking, for a 200-pound person, you should drink about 100 ounces per day. So that's half of your body weight in ounces. And my weigh-in weight was 198.8. So that would have been 3 of these, which would have been 96 ounces. But I know I was dehydrated because I drank 4 of these, just trying to get my body to where I can urinate again. That's how far behind I was. So it's nice to be back up to speed on my hydration. Very good feeling. I'm happy about that. Ooh, yeah, look at that. That is looking good. Ooh, yeah. It's nice having the ability to slowly cook your food. Having a stove really spoils you. That rice is done and it's fantastic. So thank goodness that I had this container here from Wendy's. We're gonna pour that rice, water, and everything in there. Might have to set this down to do it, but that rice looks fantastic. Oh man. I chose the brown rice over the white rice on this trip because when I was looking at it, it had a little bit more nutrients than, you know, per pound than the regular rice did. So that's why I chose brown rice. But really, can't quite tell a difference. I mean, it looks fabulous. So I'm gonna let that sit. I'll probably start soaking some beans here soon so that tomorrow I can have a nice pot of beans that have been soaked. I like soaking those beans overnight because it gives them the chance to get rid of the gases that give you gas. At least that's what I've been told. I bet you there's a bunch of crawdads in there. It's a pretty area. Really nice out here. Such a cool place, and I love getting out. Look at this rock right here. Wouldn't this be like a cool rock to sunbathe on, you know, like maybe you go swimming or something and then you get out of the water and you come relax right here. That'd be perfect. The sun will be beating down on the rock and it'll be radiating heat out. So it'll probably feel pretty good after getting out of that water. See. Got any better? Cleaner? There we go. Look at this rib that's in this rock. This is cool, man. Check that out. It is like quartz or something. So that's a fire rock. That's something that you could bang against a piece of steel and make fire, make a spark anyway. That's pretty cool how that was. This is the area that I came out to earlier this morning when I was trying to find more fire making materials, but I didn't bring the camera then. So I thought I would come out here and just kind of show you what it looks like. It's pretty cool. Pretty neat out here. That mullein plant is dead, and it would probably make a spindle. It's like last year's growth, I think. But yeah, it's pretty cool. It's nice to see mullein. This is an area that I was kind of looking at for possibly making a shelter. So first off, you got this nice beach area. So you have your access to the water is right there. You have some overhang over there, like a wooded canopy. And then this rock here, if I took a ridge pole and put it right down here, we could probably camp right under this rock. Sun goes down to the west, so the sun would come up in this area, and you have a lot of access to water. I'm taking a look and I saw this little area up here. So I thought there's like a nice wooded canopy area. Let me go see what it might look like for shelter. And I saw the trees, saw the canopy, pretty much daylight, daytime shade rather. And I thought, man, this looks cool. So I came a little closer to take a look. And I was looking at the canopy up here, looking around. And I looked down and found this. This is not planted, I promise. This is here. Holy smokes. Oh, look at that. What is the chances of finding a big lighter? That's crazy. If I would have found this yesterday off the land, I could have used it, because the rule is anything you find is fair game. Isn't it funny how I find this after I made fire? After killing myself for 2 days? Great find. I don't know how much fuel it has. I'm trying to look up into the sun. I don't know. I'll probably have to put a flashlight against it to see. But this is cool. This is a great find. I'm so happy about this. But this spot, gosh, between this tree here and then coming across to this tree, that'd be pretty good for like a hammock setup. This could be a good shelter. If I make enough cordage, which I almost have enough now, to go from this tree across to this tree as a ridge line, I can put my plastic over that and have like be underneath this canopy, and the sun comes up over this direction, so I would be shaded in the sun. I'd be shaded in the midday, and then of course shaded at the end of the day. This is a good find. This could be shelter. Definitely thinking about it. The footing is good. It just needs cleaned up a little bit, some of these broken branches and stuff, but that stuff can be used if I was to make a debris type shelter. So the possibilities are good here. So there's a couple things I'm working on right now. I have my cup here from Wendy's. I want to pour the beans in this cup temporarily because I want to make some oatmeal. Now on this challenge, I don't know what's going on with me, but I am super hungry this challenge. When I did the 5-day, I worked just as hard, and I never, during that whole 5-day, I never got hungry. But this one is totally different. All I can think about right now is eating and food. So I'm gonna have some oatmeal, and hopefully maybe it's all the energy that I burnt trying friction fire. You know, when I did the 5-day, I got friction fire right away on day 1. So it was a lot less then energy wise than it was here this time. So maybe that's what's going on. How much fuel this bad boy has. Hopefully you can see it down there. So this thing's pretty good. It's not even close to dead. It's about right down where my thumb is. So I moved all my food over here, and there's a big old wolf spider in there. I don't want to hurt him, but I want him to leave. No, not that way, bro. Oh my goodness. How come spiders never listen? I'm afraid that my victuals are gonna fall. Come on, bro. Let's get on out of there, dude. Come on, bro. Shit, it scared me. Boom. Jump. Jump, bugger. This way, away, away. No, that way, down. I don't want to kill him. I want him to be happy and go somewhere else. Did he go? I think he went down under the stove there. When I reached into that food pouch, it kind of startled me. Oh yeah, he took off. He's under my MSR bag. Okay, bro. Go find you a new spot, dude. There he goes. Go on down there. Make you a hole. I don't like spiders, man. Finally got the spider gone. It's kind of funny. So while I was messing around with that spider, I was kind of hearing the neighbor yell at his dog. It's kind of funny. The dog's like running off, I guess, and he didn't like that. I can tell you that the dog's name is Drew, and I forget what the other one's name is, but I've heard them yell the names of the dogs long enough and enough times that I know the one dog's name is Drew, and the neighbor's not afraid to use the F word when he calls his dog. Kind of reminds me of that song by Hank Williams Jr. In country music, you just can't say the F word. That's funny. So here's old Blondie. She's just chilling. Oh, the poor thing. She's not very camera savvy today. And Ranger's over there eating. Today was just a great day. I think I'm going to call this day number 2 a wrap. A lot of good things happened today. Tomorrow's going to be amazing. I ate that oatmeal. I ate 1 packet, and I feel so much better. So that hunger thing kind of went away. I noticed when I peed that my urine was still yellow. So I need to drink more, and I'm in the process of doing that. So yeah, I'm starting to fit into my groove here. When you go to a location, sometimes it takes you a bit to get settled in, or I don't know how to say that, but starting to feel like I know where I'm at here, so it's kind of cool. But with all that being said, I love y'all. Hope you guys are doing great. Hope you guys are enjoying this series. This is going to be a lot of fun, this journey that I'm on, 10 days out in the bush. I also had an idea that I wanted to ask you guys. Leave a comment down below and let me know what you think about this idea. Of course, by the time you see this video, I will have already decided what I was going to do, but I still want you to get involved and let me know what you think, because as this video gets released and everything, I want to see what you guys were thinking. Did I make a good call or not? So here's the deal. Every day that we go into this challenge, so tomorrow will be day 3, I'm thinking about introducing one item out of the vehicle, maybe a knife, maybe something. Oh, Drew still calling. Oh, he said, yeah, he's yelling at his dog. Goodness. They're like a football field away. That dude's got some lungs. So here's the deal. I'm thinking about giving myself one item every day. We'll see what happens tomorrow, if I still feel that way or not. Funniest thing happened today with Ranger. So the dogs that you hear the neighbor yelling at, they came over today to visit. And those dogs are both males, and they're both like horny as hell. It was funny. So they were trying to mount up on Blondie, and I wouldn't let them near her. She's an old dog, you know, she barely walks, you know. And then they went after Ranger, and it was funny. Ranger was getting attacked. It was funny. It was really funny. I'm having a hard time filming right now because I hear the neighbors screaming the F word and stuff and slamming stuff. They started a vehicle. I'm just trying to be aware of what's going on. The guy's kind of weird. He's yelling at his dog. That's probably why the dogs come over here, because I'm cool to him. Dropping the F word. He's lost his dog. Apparently he's mad and wants everybody to know. This guy is having a meltdown. Jesus effing Christ, he says. And I heard him like just going off. I think this guy's got some issues. I'm thinking a football field is good, but yeah, I hope he doesn't come over here. He came over yesterday because he was looking for his dogs. He seemed like a nice guy, but man, he is having a freaking meltdown right now. You gotta discipline your dogs, man. I got Blondie right here. She don't go far away from me. She never runs off. I've been strict with my dogs. Ranger, he's right there paying attention. He's kind of watching the circus over there. But man, you got to take care of your dogs. If Ranger gets 20 feet further than what I'm comfortable with, I call him back. And then I try to not get in the habit of constantly calling my dog. It's just crazy. Crazy. Can't believe the meltdown this guy's having. There's two men that are over there. They're probably in their 50s. And just this whole moment right now, I can tell that this guy's got some issues. Crazy. He better not come over here with those issues, because I'm not looking for no trouble. I'll leave. I'll go find a new place. This will be a 10-day new spot every day video. If it comes down to that, I'll go somewhere else. I'm not going to deal with crazy people. We'll see what happens. Crazy. They honk the horn when they want the dog to come. There's a pit bull, and the other dog looks like Lassie. I got some footage of them earlier. But they're nice. They're friendly dogs, but they like to hump everything. So Ranger, you know, his fantasy got fulfilled today. It just didn't go the way he thought it was going to go. Well, day 2's in the books. We'll see you guys tomorrow. I'm going to quit rambling. You guys are probably wondering what the hell are you talking about? Anyway, we'll see you tomorrow. Well, good morning. It's day 3. Last night I slept great. Didn't get near as cold as I did the night before. I think having that rice and that oatmeal right before bed helped keep me warm during the night. I used my chamois as a blanket, but it didn't get as cold. Woke up with a little bit of a headache this morning. Not a bad one, just a mild headache. I think it's lack of hydration. I still think that I'm not fully hydrated, because when I pee, it's still yellow. So I'm gonna really focus today on pumping in the water. And with the chamois, you know, the dog blankets, I got blankets for the dogs. They're those airline blankets. That's what they've been sleeping on. And I've been using my coat, and I'm sitting on them right now, but I've been using my pants and my coat as my blankets for the night, and it's been working good, but the chamois not really enough. But I got to clean the dog blankets. They're full of dog hair, and all three of us in the night when it gets a little cold, which it hasn't been cold yet, but when it gets a little bit cold, we all kind of huddle together, and on our body heat between the three of us keeps us all warm. So that's kind of what we've been doing the last 2 nights. Time to clean dog blankets in my chamois and get dog hair out of it. That rock that I was sitting on a second ago, that's where I'm throwing these. Temperatures are already warming up. So these are the doggy blankets that we've been using at night. A total of 5 blankets. Mainly for the dogs though. I've been using just my chamois and my clothing. I just believe in keeping a clean camp, you know. For my doggies and myself. Might try that new area tonight that I was looking at yesterday. Might give that a look, because we've been just sleeping on these. There's a spot over kind of where Blondie is. I don't know if you can see her in the shot, but there's a little sandy area and there's a rock, and the rock is like a lazy boy. I just lay against that and it's really comfortable actually, considering you're on the ground. Actually feels real good. And the rock absorbs the heat during the day, so it's got all that radiant heat built up. So at night I don't really get cold until the sun's about to come up. That's when it's the coldest, I think. So dogs will be happy that these are clean. This one's the worst one. Look at that. Dog hair everywhere. Wish the dogs would help out a little bit. Clean their blankets. Go get their own water. That's good enough. Cleaning up these doggy blankets. There. Happy dogs. Clean food and water. Take a look at these beans. Oh, yep, there's a bug in there too. Yeah, the beans look like they're ready to cook. But I'm gonna let them soak a little bit more, because I'm thinking about maybe trying that cornbread and seeing if I can get that. It says add egg and milk. I have neither egg or milk. I have water. So we're gonna give it a shot. And it says add them to your 400 degrees for 15 to 20 minutes. And it says use a grease muffin pan or use paper baking cups. I don't have any of that, but I do have, remember I went to Wendy's here before I came on this challenge. I do have this old cup from the Frosty. So yes, there's still chocolate in there. To prevent this from burning, I'm going to set a rock down in there. Hopefully that'll help, and then I'll set that in there and hopefully bake it without burning the crap out of them. So we'll give that a shot. I don't have a knife, so we'll cut this down and we have a baking cup, right? I don't know if this is gonna work. I don't know if you guys are gonna laugh at me and this is gonna be another fail. I don't know, but what I do know is I'm gonna try. We'll see what happens. Just try that. I don't know if I overdid it or not. This is gonna be fun. Ooh, I hope I made it. I hope it's gonna be moist enough. Had a bug in there. Yeah, that's starting to, it says in the directions that it'll be a little bit lumpy. So, yeah, that might be, yeah, that's starting to look all right. Hey, that don't look too bad. That doesn't look bad at all. So the rock is in there to prevent it from burning the bottom of the cup. And the reason for that is because I'm hoping I can use this cup again and again, because I got muffins too, blueberry muffins. So let's just put this bad boy right there on a low heat, and we'll come back in a little bit and check. I'm just going to put all this food in this bag here and hang it in a tree so that nothing really messes with it. It doesn't get knocked over. I don't have rice spilling out on the ground or the dirt, things like that. Same thing with this corn muffin mix. I just want that up out of the way where it's not going to be messed with. So those Sawyer water filters do such a good job. Okay. Now I have a wash rag and a pot holder and all that other stuff. Well, let's take a look. That looks interesting. Looks like it could be done. How do we tell? Let's stick a toothpick down in there. Yeah, it's a little doughy on the bottom, but I think it's done. Is it hot? Ooh, yeah, it's a little bit hot, but not too bad. I'm gonna set it right here and let it cool. So it spilled out a little bit onto my rock and burnt a little bit. Sweet. Not too bad. Good. I think that's good. Now the question is, am I gonna be able to eat this and then use the muffin tin again? Sweet. That's pretty darn good. Come here, Ranger. Okay. Blondie, come here. You want a cookie? Come here. Try that. Man, that is fabulous. Who would have thought a cornbread tastes so good? That was cooked perfect. You want more? Here. Let me set it down first. Watch out. Back up. Back up. There you go. There, Ranger. You want a bite? There you go, buddy. These dogs are excellent helpers when it comes to the food chore. They never leave me behind on that one. But man, this is cooked very well. Fabulous. Good flavor, sweet. No, 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 back up. You're gonna hit my camera. Good girl. Come here, I'll give you more. Over here. Come on. I know you like it. Ranger, you want more? So since we've been out here, these dogs have ate rice. They've ate their dog food, and now cornbread. Man, this is fantastic. It didn't burn the cup or nothing. Man, wonderful. And I'm really enjoying this. These dogs are too. That was a good decision buying that cornbread mix. And it was actually my mom's idea. I was talking to her on the phone, her and my pop, and they said, you should do, you guys meaning you and the dogs, you should do like muffins or cornbread or something. Thank you for the idea. This is absolutely fantastic. Look at this.
This guy approves. He's got the best work ethic when it comes to the food chore. Yeah, he does. He's a champion. And like this one over here. What's this one doing? She pays real close attention. She won't try to steal it from me though. Silly dog. Life is good. This is the new spot that I'm kind of looking at. Kind of scoping it out to see what it's gonna look like. Is it gonna be shaded most of the time? I think it is. So I think this will be a good spot to set up our camp. Not that we have much of a camp. Pretty much just sleeping under the stars. Temperatures are warm, so it's been really nice. Right there where Blondie is, that's where we sleep at night. I put a couple blankets down on top of that sand there, and they stay comfortable. And I lay right here. It's very comfortable. It's like a lazy boy. A heated lazy boy, and I'll show you how. I sit here and I look at the sun, and when the sun peaks out to about this area right here, it stays out for the rest of the afternoon, and that sun radiates heat into these rocks that we're laying on. So when we go to bed for the night, these rocks are radiating that heat out all night long until probably 5 in the morning. So it's amazing. It's warm, the dogs are comfortable, I'm comfortable. Couldn't ask for a better lazy bed from nature. It's crazy. Lazy boy, right? Now this I find very comfortable. It's either that or I'm finding comfort in the uncomfortable. But I like it. Those bad boys are almost done, so I'm gonna add a little bit of rice. Just a little bit. And that'll be a nice little meal. Let those continue to simmer. And basically when the rice is done, it's time to eat. That's gonna be fabulous. He must have been thirsty. Poor boy. He likes that filtered water. I do too. Good flow rate for gravity. So my rice and beans they're almost done. They're ready to go pretty much, but I want to try the blueberry muffins. It says the same thing, add egg and milk, as the cornbread did, and on the cornbread I just added water and it was fantastic. So I'm gonna go ahead and try the blueberry muffins and see, can I pull that off, because I know the cornbread was awesome. I make a smaller one this time because when I did the cornbread I made it too big, and that leaves me plenty of mix. Can't put it in the pot until I get those rice and beans out of there though.
Try that. Stay still, don't spill. Let's stir that bad boy in. Tastes good. So we'll set that up there, put this mix away. I'm gonna get out my rice and my beans and start munching down on that. And thank goodness for Wendy's, for when I went through the drive-thru, all I did to get this bowl, and I didn't even know that this was gonna happen, was I didn't want French fries. I didn't want like the regular French fries, so I asked if they had any substitutes, and they said yes. You can get the bacon fries or whatever. And I said, okay, yeah, let me try those. And when you get those, you get this container. I did not know that going into this. So super cool, something that I learned. Looks like it's gonna fit, barely. Let's get the rest of that rice out there, and now we're gonna start baking here in a minute. It seems like cooking is probably the biggest thing that I do when I come out, cook. This rice isn't fully done, but it's close enough. We'll let those cool down a little bit. Put that there. There is our baking rock. I cleaned it, took it over to the creek and washed it off. Set our muffin mix in there, and hopefully it'll all work out and we'll have muffins. Right there, rice and beans. Check that out. What would be really nice, because there's no seasoning in this, get just the right amount of water that you can have rice, beans, and ramen all in one whack, and then you can steal some of the flavor from that ramen packet, that beef bouillon. This is my favorite part of the beans, this juice. I love that part. Okay, guys. Fresh food and water. Clean out your bowl because you guys are a mess, and the ants are gonna love that rice. There's more supper for you. You guys spill more water than you drink. Don't drink it out of the cup. Drink it out of your bowl, bro. There you go. Get it out of there. There you go. Good boy. What's this dog doing? Yeah. Just laying around, being lazy. My hydration levels are finally up to par. I've been peeing clear. So here's my tester stick. Pull this bad boy off. Put that test stick down in there. Yeah, it's dry. Looks like a muffin to me. So I'm gonna turn the stove off. Let everything cool in there so that no bugs get in there. We'll come back and give it a shot and see what it tastes like. While I'm waiting on this muffin to cool, I got to thinking, and I think it would be cool if a person could bring about maybe 4 of those silicone molds for your muffins. I think you could do a whole batch of muffins in one shot, you know, instead of just doing one at a time like I am here. So you could get 1, 2, 3. I bet you could get probably 5 muffins out of one batch. Well, let's take a look at this. I left the lid on it to cool, and I think the condensation moistened it back up from the rock. The rock was radiating heat. It's kind of stuck on the rock here. Kind of cooked on there. Almost like a blueberry pancake. It's not burnt too bad. So let's take a look and see what this tastes like. Ranger. Bondi.
You want a cookie? Here. Blondie, up here. There you go. Oh, you dropped half of it. Right there. You guys are silly. Hang on. Hang on a minute. You guys don't know how to eat. Alright. Let's give this a shot. Looks like that was cooked fairly well. Okay, let's give one to Ranger. He didn't get one. There you go, buddy. That's good. Good flavor. Nice and sweet. Yeah, Blondie means business. Look at her. She knows she's a professional. So is Ranger. Okay, guys. Hang on. Back up just a little bit. There you go. You like that, huh? There's more right there. Don't throw dirt on this. Alright, let's give Ranger more. Here, buddy. Here. Wait till I put it down. There you go. And the rest is mine, guys. Right there, you didn't even eat it all, dude. Picky, picky, picky dogs. I'm just really enjoying my time out here. Some of you might be watching, you might be wondering, why aren't you building shelter? I'm not, because I don't feel like that's something I need right now. The forecast is going to be fabulous. Temperatures are amazing. And it's not something I need. I have that plastic. In the event that something comes up, I'll be ready to go then. So I'm just enjoying nature in its purest form right now. Last night I went out, took my headlamp, and it was dark, and I looked all over the place and I saw one crawdad, and it was a little guy. Never seen any fish, so I don't know. I'm gonna keep looking, but that's the status of the fish right now. I thought about making a fish trap, possibly, and throwing it out there maybe for some crawdads or something. Don't know if I need to, though. I have this food, but just to practice the survival aspect of this 10-day challenge, I'm kind of thinking about that. Don't know if I will, don't know if I won't. These noisy things. Crazy. So I'm back here at this spot, and I can tell you, I love this spot right here. The dogs, they really like it. This spot is fantastic. This is definitely going to be my new spot where I'm going to be staying the night. I don't know how the ground is going to feel, though, compared to that rock, because that rock, like I mentioned earlier, it radiates heat all night into your body. I'm going to try it here tonight, and I'll let you know in the morning how it goes. It's crazy, though, but I like this spot. So I'm looking right here, and I found some old fishing line. There's some kind of dental floss or string or something. And what I'm really looking for is a hook. Is there any kind of hook? So check this out. I found a hook with a fake fish. It's a big hook and some fishing line. So, wow. Just finding a hook, that's a huge deal. Crazy. Looks like I might be able to try my hand at fishing now.
So now I have the chore of untangling this mess and try to find something workable. He's right there. Let's see, I gotta get right through here. I gotta move quick when I go. Yeah, I got him. Yeah. Alright. Alright, Mr. Grasshopper. I feel him moving around in there. I just don't want to lose him. And I got all this fish line and grab those back legs. Alright, bud. So here we have some real live bait. And the funny thing is, the bait came to me. Crazy. I haven't fished in a long time, so it's been a while. I guess I'll go from the back end. Sorry, dude. I know. Sorry, bro. Okay, there we got it. That's going in the water. All right. Let's see what we can do here. Hopefully, I should have put a float on it, but I'm thinking the scent might attract other fish. I don't know. Hope it doesn't snag. I definitely need a stick or something to use as a float because I don't want to snag this guy. Got it out there a little bit, so I have like a bobber. I'm not much of a fisherman, as you can see. I can see the bait underwater, but I want to get it out there further. Ooh, something bit at it. Something went after it. I saw it. It looks like a little bluegill or something. So I had a couple bites and it looked like a bluegill. That's crazy. That's what's left of him. Boy, I didn't think I'd even be fishing today. Golly, it's crazy. So this kind of opens up some new possibilities. I just got to think about how I'm gonna go about this. I didn't know that there was crawdads in here, because last night I went and looked and there was just one little tiny one, but just when I was pulling this out, I had a pretty decent sized crawdad, went after it pretty good. So that kind of raises some ideas for catching some crawdads, maybe fish. I have a Cornish game hen here, but this rock is too thick, so I went and found a thinner rock, and I'll set that bad boy in there. Hopefully that'll be enough to keep it down, and we'll let that bad boy cook. So Cornish game hen, this ought to be good. Let's take a look. That's what we got going on right there. So I'm sure that there's somebody out there wondering about, how did you get a Cornish game hen on your $10 budget? I didn't. Blondie brought this. Shame on her. It wasn't included in my budget. It was a freebie that I brought. And this is the only freebie that I brought from the house. So bear with me. I think it's going to be good. She's making a bed. There she is. You got a bed now. Look at you, all famous with your bed. And then you got this guy. He'll lay anywhere. He don't care. There's no shame in his game. How you guys doing on food and water? It was a bee! It was a bee! Hey, funny girl. Where you going? Where you going, you funny girl? Yes. You're so vocal. Are you like a Chewbacca dog or something? Look at all that fur, all that hair coming off of you. Oh, yeah. You must like that. You get to lose all that hair? Yeah, you get to lose all that hair? Huh? All right, let's go ahead and test this bad boy. See what it looks like. And so far, what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this little stick, and I'm going to pop a hole down in there, and I'm just going to wait and see what color liquid comes up. Is it bloody colored? Is it clear? This is kind of the first line of defense that I use to check these guys. It's been in there for about an hour, so there's a good chance that it's done. We can do the same thing here with the leg. This thing's thin. I think this guy's done. I'm not seeing any blood or anything coming out of the meat. Yeah, I think we're ready to eat. So what I'll do here is I'll take my spork and I'll bust off this leg. This little quarter of it back here. Get this on the serving platform. Yeah, that chicken's done. So good deal. I'm looking at the colors coming out of it, and it's good to go. And this broth, this is going to be good stuff too. So I'm going to just let that continue to cook, because when it comes to water, cooking this technique using water, there's never really I mean, it's not like it's gonna overcook it. So let's take a look at this guy. I'm pretty excited about this. Ooh yeah, Cornish game hens out here. Smells good. I looked in the car a minute ago to see if I could find maybe a salt and pepper packet or something to put on it. Couldn't find nothing, so I'm gonna eat this bad boy raw, or not raw, unseasoned. That's what I'm trying to say. Oh yeah, that's cooked really well. Look at that, bone popped right off. Absolutely delicious. And my helpers are waiting. They're like waiting. They're right behind the camera. Look at that. Oh my gosh. Even with no spices, this smells and tastes delicious. Hot though. That meat is just literally like falling off the bone. So definitely a good sign that it's completely done. Everything is good to go. This bad boy is ready. That broth will be good broth for the ramen too. Careful disposing of these bones. I don't want my dogs to get them. I have a trash bag hanging over there by the water filter. Go on, bug. There's a bee. Man, that's amazing. Got a couple bees here. Go on, guys. Let me eat in peace. They didn't show up till I got this guy out. Well, absolutely delicious. Let's see what the dogs think. You want a cookie? Come on. Yeah. Yeah. Oh yeah. Ranger. Don't bite my fingers. Good boy. How was that? Did you like that? Was that worth an hour? Ow! Hey, you better be a little nicer on how you take it, or you're not gonna get none. Don't bite my fingers. There you go. That was much better. Don't bite my fingers. Careful. Good boy. Look at that. Man, this is delicious. You guys are probably wondering, why did you wait till day 3? Simple. When I left the house, it was completely frozen solid. And I thought, well, whenever it's thawed, that's when I'll do it. I had it wrapped in a chamois, and the chamois was wrapped in a blanket, and it made it to day 3 just like that. So this is fabulous. Be nice to put some rub or something on it. I'm gonna get more. This is delicious. I'm gonna enjoy this. And while I'm here, I'm just gonna call day 3, close day 3 in the books. Yeah, day 3 was fabulous. Got a lot done today. Had a good time catching that grasshopper and finding that fishing stuff and being able to fish and actually getting a bite. That was crazy. Today was a good day. I love y'all. We'll see you guys tomorrow. The dogs and I are, we're gonna have a feast. See you tomorrow. Look at this breast meat. Oh man, look at that. That is just fantastic. Oh my gosh. That turned out delicious. The bees settle down. This is too hot right now, baby. Okay, this is hot. Take it pretty. Don't bite. I don't know how you can eat it that hot. I guess it ain't that bad. This is amazing. Ranger, good boy. Look at that. That is done perfect. Ranger. All right. That is wonderful. It's like feeling your battery just get charged right back up. Oh, good morning. What are you doing in there? Hello, it's day 4. Time to feed these dogs. Happy dogs. So what's on the agenda for today? Well, the first thing I have to do today is charge batteries. I'm getting a low battery indicator as I speak. So charge batteries, that's the number one thing. I might do like some laundry, clean my laundry, relax, keep pumping in the food. But right off the bat, I want to take the bones and all this stuff that we had from yesterday. See all that? I put it in the car for the night. What I want to do is I want to boil this up into a really good broth. I want to let it cook for a while. And I want to filter it through a bandana, and then that'll go into the dog food. They'll get a nice treat today. They'll get the fats from this. They'll be happy dogs today. So that's the idea of this. But yeah, day 4. Let's get started. It's going to be a good day. But I'm going to make quite a bit of broth. Really get my dogs' energy back up. If I was out here by myself, I would be eating this broth. But today I'm going to let the dogs have it. They'll be happy. So water filtration, staying hydrated, more food, charge batteries, possibly laundry, and then just pump in the calories. That's what I got on the plan for today. The bones, after I get this stuff boiled up and everything, I'm going to use this dog food container with this little bandana that I have, and I'm going to pour the liquid through here, and the bones are going to be left behind. The bones I'm going to hang on to because they're still going to have little remnant pieces of meat on them, and just in case I decide to make a fish trap or a crawdad trap today. I don't know if I will or not. Right now I'm kind of leaning towards not, but just in case I do, I'm gonna save those bones, probably put them in a trash bag and hang them up in a tree, so that if I make a trap somewhere during this journey, I have something to bait that trap with. Crawdads love picking meat off of bones and stuff like that. Another thing to tell you guys, kind of funny, woke up this morning, I heard, not heard, but smelled the smell of a skunk. And I looked up, the dogs were both passed out, and there was a skunk. He came by, he smelt that chicken broth. I think he was looking for it. But I was smart yesterday and I put this in the floorboard of the passenger seat of the car. So didn't have no problems with the skunk. But these dogs crack me up. They're not very good watchdogs. They used to be when they were younger, but now they're just all about sleep and being lazy. So that's what I got on the agenda for today. Again, it's day 4. I'm really happy. Feel good. I don't have a headache. I feel great. Dogs are in a good mood. They got fresh food and water over there, and they're gonna get a treat. They don't know it yet, but they're gonna be happy. Well, good morning there, Sawyer. Hope you had a good night. Can you please do me a solid today? Oh yes. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Gosh, you make life so much better. I appreciate you. Life is good when you have a Sawyer with you. Man, it's amazing. And this Seanock bag is good too. I love this thing. Good setup. Gravity feed, that's a pretty good rate of flow for a gravity feed. Oh yeah. My beef friends came back. They're cruising around. They must like chicken. You can see the fatty oils that are coming off the top of that. I'm just gonna let that boil for a while, and that'll be really good dog treat. If it didn't have dogs, I would filter it through and I would use that for my ramen. So I'm gonna take these bones. Sure makes a good broth. Boy, they're gonna love this. Blondie's over there sleeping, but she's starting to wake up. I think she knows something's going on with chicken. She wakes up right on time whenever she knows that her services are needed. She shows up. Okay. Oh, this is just dog heaven right here. They're gonna love it. Yeah, they're gonna really enjoy that. Things you do for your dogs. It's hot. There we go. And then of course, set it right down there, put the stove away and let it just do its thing. Got a couple extra bones here. Yeah, they are gonna absolutely love this. Straight nutrients going right to the dog food. They're gonna really love it. I should have just kept the stove running because I'm gonna make some of my ramen for breakfast. So I should have just kept it going. Got a little bit of chicken stuff in there. I'll have a little bit of meat in there. Nothing too significant, but I'll have some. And the dogs are going to be really happy with this little treat. Just trying to help it filter through. There's some little bones and stuff. I don't want them getting it. Yeah, this is going to be good stuff. Hey, you just wait a minute. This is kind of hot, okay? No, not yet. Ah, not yet. This is hot. Look at all that chicken grease. No, not yet. Soon. Okay, this is hot. You'll burn your face. This is gonna go all over your dog food. You're gonna have a nice gravy train mix today. Let it cool down. Too hot right now. Ooh, doesn't that look delicious? That's like chicken dog food. Look at that. Look at that, Ranger. Isn't that awesome? Where's that camera at? Nah, I did not say to go yet. Look at that. What do you think, Ranger? Huh? What do you think? Huh? Can you help yourself? What about you? Are you ready? This is hot though. You can try it. Go try it, but try it slow. Yeah. Hot. Go get it, Ranger. Get it. He's waiting. He knows what hot is. Yeah, you can have it. Yes, you can have it. It's hot though. Let it cool. Goober, let it cool down a little bit. Ooh, hot. Silly dogs. Time to go clean this cup and spoon at the water. Well, I found a couple of things. So this was my original bearing block that I used. Pretty thick, pretty heavy, and the divot wasn't really that deep. But I found this one. It's a lot thinner, a lot lighter. It has a big grip, and that divot's deep. So that'd be cool. I'm pretty excited about that. Also found a little bit more fishing line, probably 6 to 8 feet. No hooks though. But this fishing line looks like it's like damaged in a couple spots. Right there. But it's better than nothing. So I might work on fixing this up. The beans are cooking and they're doing well. They're getting close. They've been cooking for a while. I put a little more water in them this time because I plan on putting ramen in with them. I want to take advantage of that beef bouillon packet that's in the ramen. So I'm on my recon and I found a grape bush right here full of grapes. Pretty cool. Take a look at these guys. Look at those. So this is pretty cool. It's not every day that you go out and find grapes. They got seeds in them. Oh, sweet. Man, some of these are like ripe. Look at that one. You want grape? Don't eat the seeds though.
Take you a little thing of grapes here. And then spit out the seeds. Mmm. Mmm. I haven't had anything sweet in a while. That's good flavor. Man, I got that apple juice, but kind of saving it so I can enjoy it towards the end. A lot of seeds in these, but man, they taste delicious. Mmm, that's delicious. Like a quick, kind of a quick pick-me-up right there. After being, that one's got something in it. This is definitely a nice change. The natural flavor of that is just delicious. Good stuff. It's laundry and bath time. Water's cold, but it feels good. It takes a minute to get used to it. Hi, Blondie. Want to take a bath, baby? Want to take a bath? Take you a bath? Slippery. Gotta wash, especially those armpits. They were reeking, that's for sure. Moss on it. Doesn't really look any cleaner, but I tell you what, it probably smells a lot better. I'm gonna go right here where it's a little deeper, where I got a little bit deeper water right here. Oh yeah. That worked out pretty good there. That's what it's all about. And now it's time for the shorts. Nothing in my pockets. Don't laugh and don't tell nobody. I don't want anybody to know that I love Batman, okay? This can be our little secret. Sitting in the dirt, sitting on everything else. Probably a lot cleaner. Okay, now time for Batman. Just kidding, ladies. Water's cold, but feels good.
armpit time. Whew. I feel alive again, even though I only did my armpits and my face and my head. I'll do the rest off camera. Life is good. Oh, I feel like energized right now. Yeah, Blondie's even laying in it. Yeah, got to get some good stable footing there. Oh, so much better. Whew. That felt good. Now I'll finish the rest. So I got everything else cleaned. Shorts are back on. Let's get dressed. Get out of here. I'm all cleaned up and I feel good. Slippery though. Yeah. Ooh, it's like being reborn. I feel like I'm reborn. It's cold at first, but after getting in it a little bit, it gets better. There we go. Ha! It's cold. It's like evaporative cooling. Like it is. Oh. Good. Now let me not forget my EDC, paracord, earplugs, Bic lighter, and a lid for my water filter bag. Whew. Out of the water, now it's time to dry. Man, that felt really good. I feel alive. Oh, the sun in this rock is warm. Oh, got Blondie and Ranger right there. Oh, I feel so good. Didn't get behind my ears too good. Felt oily or something. I can lay here for an hour. Today is definitely R&R. Man, fun. Looks like these guys are happy. And that makes me feel good. They're just enjoying it just as much as I am. That's what it's all about. There's those wonderful grapes again. What a gift from God. Man. I had some yesterday too. They were fantastic, just like they were today, but you know, after having just salty flavors and real plain flavors, and those taste good, when you try these grapes, it's like a head explosion of sweetness. It's amazing. Makes you appreciate the simple things when you go without them for a little while. Well, that was a fun adventure. I really enjoyed that. I felt good getting in that water. I brought some of this moss back. I want to let it dry. And I'm curious if it'll take a ferro rod. So I'm going to let it dry. Probably on this stump right here. And in a day or two, I'll see if it'll take a spark from a ferro rod. Kind of curious. I think it will. It's just like kind of the reverse of old man's beard, I guess. Yeah, today's a good day. Man, beautiful day. Cooking beans. The stove's working fabulous. Everything's good. Dogs are happy. I'm happy. Life is good. Couldn't be any better. And there's no place that I'd rather be than out here right now with these dogs. So I'm working on this fishing line, and I noticed these two bad spots are within a foot of the end. So I'm just gonna cut it off right there and call this good. And that gives me about a foot, 16 inches or something to tie something up, or just for something around camp if needed. If I was building traps or snares or something like that, this would be good for that. Working on these beans, they're just about done. I'm going to add some beef bouillon from one of the top ramen packets, and I'm going to get this flavor boiling in, and then at the very end I'm going to put the ramen itself in. So we'll have beef flavored ramen with beans. Might even throw some rice in there too. And that's why I made it extra saucy, just for that reason. So we're gonna add a little beef bouillon flavor and see how that goes. I think that might be the ticket, actually. I like using this cup as a unit of measure. It kind of lets me know how much rice I'm putting in there per batch. That way I can kind of stay consistent on my quantities of foods that I'm producing out here. This Wendy's cup is fabulous. I basically fill it up to here with beans and then the rest with water. I let it sit overnight and I dump all that in there. And then I add a little bit more water if I want it soupy like this, so that it allows for the absorption of the rice and then eventually the ramen. So I think this is going to be a pretty good method. I really do. I think this is going to work out pretty good. Right here is where we've been sleeping, and it's amazing. I haven't had any rattlesnakes or black widow spiders or any scorpions slither or crawl over me here, so that's a good thing. But this is a nice area. I like it because behind me there's like a bunch of cover. Nothing's going to come in from that direction or this direction that we're looking at right now. There's a bunch of flowers over there, and there's all kinds of different bees and horseflies and stuff, they come and pollinate those flowers all day. It's kind of cool. And then right here where Blondie is, that's actually where I sleep, right there. But the view, it's amazing. Such a cool place. Excellent place to camp. Excellent place to bed down. I really like it. It's so comfortable because there's no rocks or anything here. It's all sand. Oh, afternoon feast. Rice, beans, and ramen. There's mine. We got Blondie's and Rangers. There's fresh water for them. Rice and beans don't hurt a dog at all. They can totally eat this stuff, no problems. If it's good enough for me, it's good enough for them. Okay, cornbread with the water. It's about a ½ inch from the top. I'm gonna give this a shot and see if it stays inside. Yeah, we'll find out soon. Well, let's take a look. Yep, that guy is done. Turn it off. And this time I'm gonna set it out here and let it cool out here. Looks like I finally got the thing right without it boiling over. Boy, that's hot. Set it on a stone here. Finally got it right. So about a ½ inch from the top. Seems to have done it. Now this baby's gonna cool. And you know what time it is. Cornbread, we've seen this before. I guess the only reason I repeat myself out here is because when you're out here for so long, you only have so many things you can do. So there's things that you do over and over, and this is one of them. And I love this cornbread, man. This stuff is delicious. Got a little bite here. It's still hot. I mean, I barely took it out. Look at that. Look at that texture. Oh, man. Yeah, if you had a pot of beans with ground beef and stuff like cowboy beans, not the kind I'm having, but like real beans, cornbread would be good with that. That's fabulous. Oh, it's sweet. I'm still trying to decide if I like the muffins or the cornbread better. Don't know. They're both good and they're both easy to cook out here. Okay, let's try this again with the blueberry muffins and see if we have as much success as we just did with the cornbread. I hope so. Doesn't take much water for these. Takes a lot less water than you would think. Okay, so that's about an inch from the bottom, or from the top, excuse me. Let's get over here. Let's put this bad boy in the oven. So take a look at these guys. These guys have been in business since 1930. I buy these all the time when I go camping and stuff, and I use them around the house quite a bit too. If you look at the one here on the right, the blueberry muffins, they have slightly more calories and slightly more nutrients out of the blueberry muffins than you get out of the cornbread on most things. The cornbread's higher on sodium and it's higher on, what was it, fiber. Now this is the part that cracks me up right here. Fill the muffin cups 2/3 full. Maybe I should read directions more often. They call for milk, 1/4 cup here on the blueberry muffins and 1/3 cup on the corn muffins. And they both call for an egg, and using the whole package says that you can make between 2 to 6 muffins out of this whole package depending on how big the muffins are. And 3 to 8 cornbread muffins. There's more mix in the cornbread container, 8.5 ounces, where the blueberry muffins only has 7 ounces. That was pretty neat. Kind of neat reading that stuff and kind of getting caught up on that. Thought I'd share that with you while I'm cooking these blueberry muffins. Does make good pancakes too. All right, it's the moment of truth with these muffins. Absolutely, we are done. Stove off. Take that bad boy out and let it cool. So you can see here, this one rose a little bit more than the cornbread did. That looks delicious. Who would have thought that I would have been out here getting all excited over some cornbread and some blueberry muffins? You know, when you're out like this and you're out here for so long, these little things make a big deal, you know, to boosting your morale and making you feel good about being out and about yourself. So it's kind of nice to have something like that to look forward to, you know, day after day. I could only imagine what a person would feel like if they don't have something like this, you know, like the stove, for example, to make all this stuff possible. It's crazy. You know, I'm out here roughing it, but I'm actually not. Shaking this guy. I went through 2 of these today. A lot of cooking today. So I was letting my beans simmer on a real low heat for several hours. Cooking that rice, the ramen, everything I did with the chicken this morning, that Cornish hen for the dogs, boiling that up. Making the muffins, experiment with the muffins. So yeah, I went through 2 of these 8-ounce canisters today alone. But again, I don't normally put this much use on my stove, but I did today. So yeah, I went through 2 of these. Crazy, 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 crazy. But it's so nice having the ability to have a stove. You know, there's still some left in there. You can hear it bouncing around. It'd probably cook for the rest of the day if I had to cook maybe 1 or 2 more meals. But I'm gonna go ahead and get a new one, call it good. So let's go back to the topic of these fuel canisters and the fact that I used 2 of them today. I don't want you guys to think that this stove is not fuel efficient, because it is. This stove has been running literally all day. I mean, there's not a moment in the day that it wasn't heating up beans or something. So to go through 2 fuel canisters with that much cooking time, that's very good actually. Now, most of my cooking and stuff was on a low heat, very low simmer kind of stuff, but no joke, that stove ran all day and there's still fuel left. Experimenting with these muffins and things like that. Let's try. Let's take a look. I'm so excited. Oh my gosh, look at that. That looks fabulous. Look at that. I'm loving life. These are fantastic. No doubt about it. I mean, I could have been a lot more fuel efficient if I had silicone muffin tins. I could have put maybe 4 or 5 muffins in there at one time, and instead of burning it 5 times that amount, I could have done it once and made 5 muffins. You want to try some of this, Ranger? Come here, Ranger. Hi, buddy. Over here. Come here. Ranger. Over here. You're the silliest dog. Here. Try that. Here. muffin. Oh yeah, how's that? Tell the camera how it was. How was it? Was that good? Yeah? Come over here. Let's try it again. Oh yeah. Was that delicious? Is that the best muffin you ever had in your life? Well, tell them. They're the ones listening, not me. So like cooking that cornbread and that blueberry muffin just now, if you think about it, that's about 15 minutes each. So I got 2 products for 30 minutes of cooking time. If I would have been able to put multiples in there, I could have got much more stuff done cooking wise with only 15 minutes. And that right there would have saved me a lot of fuel. So if you're curious in total how much fuel consumption I've used on this experience, this 10-day survival experience, stay tuned to the final episode where I'll reflect back on my experience here and I'll talk about how much fuel I used at that point. Okay. Ooh, yeah. That bad boy is done. Let's pull that one out. Ooh, hot, hot, hot. Very hot. So I have an experiment that I want to try. I cut this box down and I want to see if that'll work for a muffin mold. Pretty sure it will. So let's get that bad boy mixed up. Looks like it'll be pretty good. And into the oven. Well, while I went for a walk, I was looking around and I found this rock. Thought it was pretty cool. If you chip away at that divot a little bit more, you might get a good bearing block kind of rock. And that stone fits your hand real good. You'd have to do a little bit of work, but it's not that much work to make a divot. Another rock that I found was this one, and I was hoping that it would be a good trivet to put down in that's bigger in diameter so I could put more stuff in, but it's just too thick. The last rock that I found that I really like is this one. Look at how smooth that is. See that? That could be a knife sharpening stone. It's very fine. So once you get a rough, coarse edge on your knife, I think you could use something like this to really fine tune that blade. That'd be super cool. Very cool. So those are my finds today. I'm going to leave this one. I don't really want it. But I am going to take this one. This is a little large, but and this one too. I'm going to take these 2 rocks with me. All right, let's take a look. Yep, that bad boy is done. Turn the stove off. Pretty crazy, it's all done. And I was able to bake it right there in that box. Ooh, hot, hot, hot. I still haven't learned about that yet. Man, that is cool though. Look at that. Bake it right in the box. It's a little bit moist, but it's close enough for me. Super cool. I left the paper in, I just cut the box. So in the meantime, I got this one. I just love eating these muffins out here. Delicious. I'm not gonna bore you too much with this. Look at that. Well, like Ranger, that's how he eats. That's how he eats. I have officially became one with nature. Wait. Okay, folks. Day 4. It was a lot of fun. You like my hat? So what's up with this 98.7% of my viewers are women? Where you at, guys? Where's the guys at? I need more guys watching. I know that my hat just makes me look irresistible, ladies. I know, and I'm sorry that it's just hard work being this good. But where's the guys at? With all jokes aside though, folks, day 4 is in the books. Today was a good day. It was a lot of fun. Did a lot of things. Tomorrow's going to be day 5. Tomorrow's going to be the halfway point, and we are only getting started. This challenge, the best is yet to come. We'll see you tomorrow. I love you all. I'm going to get ready to get down to bed. I got my fabulous little hat on. How's that look? Is it irresistible? Is it amazing? Do I pull it off well? We'll see you tomorrow. Well, hello, good morning, everybody. It's day 5. Last night was chilly. In fact, last night was the coldest night since we've been out here. It wasn't chilly or cold to the point where we were shivering all night, but it was chilly to the point where we had to change what our normal strategy was. So normally what we were doing is I would lay this blanket down and I would lay on it, and I would take my shema and I would put my shema like over my face, over my chest, and to just kind of keep the wind off of me. The dogs would have their own independent spots where they would hunker down. But last night was different. Temperatures dropped a little bit. So last night what I did was I took my shema down, laid it on the ground, and I put this over me. And I noticed that the dogs were real cuddly last night. They kept getting close and they wanted to stay together. So the 3 of us hunkered down underneath this small, thin blanket, and we exchanged body heat all night. So we didn't shiver or nothing like that. Everybody was fine. But it was cold enough that we had to make that change. I get up this morning and I look and I see the leaves have changed. Look off in the distance at that tree there. Yellow leaves, way across the way, yellow leaves. And that's so interesting to me. Every direction that I look, I'm seeing colors change. I'm seeing autumn here. Fall is here. You know, it's just starting, but it's here. And this is so cool for me because I've never been in that close to nature where I've experienced that from day to day. It's crazy. Like I've drove by one day and seen leaves green, and then drive by the next day and see leaves yellow, things like that. But I've never been out there in it as that happened. It's crazy. It's crazy, crazy, crazy. So today's agenda is pack up our things, which isn't that much. We have a couple food bags, a trash bag, a stove, a couple cooking things, the rest of the dog blankets. So we're going to pack up camp and go to town. Today's day is phone home. Phone home day. I've been out here with no cell coverage. And even though I do these overnighters all the time, and I'm constantly out, Miss Bella gets concerned. She just wants to know that I'm doing okay, that the dogs are okay, everything's fine. So that's the objective of today. Pack up, drive to town, make contact, maybe listen to some music, because I haven't heard music in a week. I haven't had my phone in a week. And that's the plan for today. Now I'm a little bit concerned about vacating this spot because there's a road close here, and this morning a vehicle pulled in, saw us walking around, and realized that this was actually a camp. So they turned around, and I've seen several ATVs, several vehicles go by. It's Saturday, so people are out looking around probably for places to camp. So hopefully this spot will not be taken
after I make contact. But so I'm gonna go ahead and get packed up and we'll get going. It's too early right now for me to go to town right now and make contact right now. Miss Bella's probably still sleeping. She works through the week, and on Saturday she likes to sleep in. So I'll probably try to reach out to her 11, 12 o'clock maybe, something like that. Make sure she has plenty of time to sleep in, have her coffee and all that, and then I'll reach out. But man, just seeing the fall colors change right in front of my eyes just blows me away. It's crazy. What a beautiful thing to witness. So here's the stump where I was doing all my cooking and stuff. Look at these colors. And then look up above, all the yellows right here. Look at all these colors. Wow, isn't that amazing? That is just crazy to be able to see that happen right in front of your eyes. Leaves are actually starting to hit the ground. That's nuts. So crazy. What a beautiful thing to experience. Man, life is full of joy. Life is amazing. God is good. Life is so good. Temperatures are coming up. It's warming up. Well, this one had a lot of dog hair on it. I'm not trying to clean them too much because we still have 5 more days out here. So I'm just trying to get the majority of it off. I'm not going to shake them like crazy. Just get the heavy stuff off. Want to bore you guys shaking blankets. These blue ones, I like a little more. They're a little heavier duty, I think, than those gray ones. I think the blue ones were from United Airlines. That's where you get the blue ones. Fly United to Hawaii. These gray ones are nice too. These are American Airlines. These are like a gray fleece. And the blue ones are more like a wool or something. I don't know. I like the blue ones better. These fleece ones are nice too, these American Airlines. Look at the material. So these blue ones, these gray ones are kind of like a fleece, where these blue ones are more like a, I don't know, like a wool or something. Pretty crazy. I'm done here. Time to go to town. They're playing some really good music on the radio today. I've heard Johnny Cash, Tennessee Flat Top Box, I think from 1961, and then they played Willie Nelson, On the Road Again, and then some Jody Messina, Vince Gill. Man, just good music. It just it's funny because after the last 5 days I haven't had no music or no sound other than nature, and music, like they say, music soothes the soul. You know, it's true. Very true. Look at these fall colors over here. This is such beautiful country where I'm at. This road is kind of rickety, but such pretty country out here. You can see the fall colors. But yeah, music, it's amazing. Just another thing to be thankful for. Music. Look at those colors there. Golly, ain't that pretty? So I had to turn the radio off. Here we go again with all the political propaganda. Like, can't they just leave the radio alone without playing political stuff? I mean, I know it's election year and I know that it's important. I'm gonna go vote and I encourage everybody out there to do so, but I don't want to hear it on the radio. That's one thing that I'm not thankful for. Political propaganda on the radio. Just play music. Talk about the yard sales coming up. Talk about, you know, whatever, but I don't want to hear political stuff. Come on, guys. Give it a break, man. Whoop. Phone's blowing up. Let me roll down these windows for the dogs. Go. Stop. I got all kinds of calls coming through and missed call from who? Good morning, sweetheart. How you doing?
Hi. Good. How are you?
Good. Did you hear me trying to call?
Yeah, it only rang like an insta-second, and then it went off. So I checked to see who called, and I seen it was you. So.
Oh, cool. I didn't know if you were up yet or still sleeping, being Saturday.
Oh no, we're like almost to Flagstaff. We're heading down to Phoenix. Remember I told you for the weekend?
Yeah, that's cool. Nice. That's cool.
Yeah. Did you get my little updates?
I just barely turned my phone on just now, and it's like blowing up.
Okay. All right. Well, every night before I went to bed, I did like a date update for you.
For where at? On where?
On text.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've got.
Yeah.
Oh, my phone is blowing up like still, and it's been on for 5 minutes.
Right. Well, that's what happens after 5 days. How's everything going out there?
It's good. The beginning was a pain in the butt, a failure on day 1, but I picked it up on day 2 and got into my groove.
Good deal.
Yeah.
Right
But
on.
how are you guys? You gonna go see? Good.
See what the day brings us. I don't know. I want to do a couple little stores for like vintage shop.
I just wanted to call and say hi.
All right, babe. Well, so I should expect you home, what, like Tuesday, Wednesday?
I don't even know what day it is. It's Saturday.
5. Today's day 5, I think.
Yeah, day 5. So in 5 days, yeah. Whatever that is. Saturday, so Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday.
Oh, okay.
Right? Thursday, Friday, something like that.
I don't know.
Yeah,
Too long.
yeah, the day I've already lost almost 10 pounds.
Oh, I'm sure you're gonna come back looking all skinny, coming back to a chubby girl.
Shit. The first day was an epic fail. I mean, royal fail. Like, I tried friction fire and I could not get it. Because I made primitive cordage and I didn't have no tools, no knife, nothing. And I epic fail on day one. And then day two, I tried again, fail. And then I tried a different technique using the sun. I filled a water bottle full of water, and then I used the sun as a magnifying glass, and I got an ember.
Oh, good.
So that was day two, and that was important because I wasn't gonna use my stove until I earned it. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's pretty crazy, but it was fun. But I miss you guys.
It's gonna be a good video. I miss you too.
Yeah, the dogs. I miss you. I love you. The dogs are doing good.
Good.
Ranger really came around this time. Like not running off. I mean, he kind of gets it now, I guess.
You're making him into a camping dog. It just takes some time. He didn't grow up like that.
Yep, he doesn't.
You know, so.
I mean, he'll still wander off a little bit, but I haven't even had a shelter yet.
Geez.
I've just been under the stars. It got cold last night though, and I woke up this morning and all the fall colors, all the leaves are yellow.
Dang.
And the dogs were wanting to cuddle last night, so.
Aw, well, I'm glad you brought him with you. So I come through the door and I don't have any dogs, you know,
To say.
coming up to me to say hi. You know, it's just been empty.
Yep.
I miss that.
No. Well, I'll bring them back when I come home.
I know.
Hope you guys have fun in Phoenix and be safe, and please tell everybody hi and I love them.
I will.
And
Yeah, we get the puppy on Wednesday, so.
nice. Oh yeah, so I'll come home to a new puppy with the dogs, huh?
Yeah. It'll give Pinguis a little bit of time to get comfortable with the house before we bring the other dogs in.
Yeah, we're gonna have to change his name.
Why?
What's his name?
Pingus.
Oh, Pingus.
Or you can call him Pinguis, but it sounds like peanut.
I'll just call him Peanuts.
You can call him Peanuts, whatever you want. But his name's Pinguis.
Peanut.
Pinguis. Yeah. Luce named him, and I like it. It like fits him. And when I call him, like he actually comes to me with that name. So.
Dang, I'll probably call him
Yeah.
Peanut or something.
Yeah, but you're safe. You're good.
I'm good.
All right.
I got
All
more.
right. You're reminding me of it.
I haven't even went through half the food yet, and I'm on day 5 already. So I have more than half. I got plenty of
All
food.
right, babe.
Okay.
Good. Good.
Have fun. Love you.
I love you too. We'll talk to you when you get back. Let me know when you're coming home.
Okay, I will. That way you
All right, love you.
can
All right,
you can run Sancho off or what?
There ain't nothing like that. Nobody else wants me. So don't worry about it.
All right, baby. I'll talk to you
All
later.
right. All right. Love you.
Love you. Bye. Taking a look at my phone here on comments and stuff. Gosh, I have a lot of emails and a lot of messages. I have on my text messages, I had over 25 text messages that I missed. So that's crazy. And then my email, I'm afraid to look at my email. Oh my gosh. Come on, 156 emails. Still loading. That's crazy. 156 emails. Ugh. And YouTube comments, they're probably through the roof. This is, hey, I made 144,700. Wow. So, thank you guys for that. I'm going to release a video today. See my comments that came through. Yeah, there's tons of comments. Page after page after page. I'll have to go through and read these when I get back, because I have no cell coverage when I'm out there. The last video, sorry I got sidetracked, the last video that I posted was about the Royal Gourmet Griddle. So yeah, I still have comments coming through from 2 days ago, and I'm barely getting started. So yeah, there's tons of comments. Let me see if I have any private messages or anything on Facebook and see what that looks like. Oh, it's overwhelming sometimes. 99 plus on the private, on the things on the, and I got 9+ messages on Facebook. That's not even my Jiu-Jitsu 2000 page. That's my personal Facebook. Oh, and then they're still blowing away. Bing, 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 bing. Oh my gosh. It must have got a signal or something. Okay, let's look at Jiu-Jitsu 2000. Do I have any messages or anything there? My phone is just trying to load, I guess. It's overwhelmed. So my Jiu-Jitsu 2000 page, I have one message there, so I'll look at that real quick. Just crazy. YouTube comments through the roof, emails through the roof. Crazy. So please bear with me. I got a flashlight company trying to ask if I will review a light, a tactical outdoor flashlight, something called a Sikorsky GD12. I don't know. I get a lot of flashlight review requests, and I try to keep it with Olight, Sofern, Wowtac, and what's the other one? I can't even think of it right now. How come I can't think of it? Through Night. Sorry. Sikorsky. They want me to review this light, but it doesn't have a picture yet. It's still loading. So it's going to take me some time when I get home after this challenge to get not only the video editing done, but caught up on comments. And I hope you guys understand. I do the best I can. I love you all. Please don't think that I don't. I do. It's just overwhelming at times. So I'm gonna let you go for now, and I'll get back with you. We're halfway through this challenge. I'm on my way back, and somebody's at my spot. That's what I was afraid of. Well, I guess I'll go find a new spot. Hope they enjoy it. It's a good spot. So I'm looking way down there, and I see white. So there's some kind of waterfall way down there. I don't know how to get down there, but that would be a cool place. I might end up backpacking down there. Who knows? That's cool looking though. So I'm running out of options to go. I went back, and I've actually turned around. There was a road right here in front of us, but there's some people down there. There's people down there, so I couldn't go there. There's another road right up here. So that road didn't look too bad. Now this Xterra that I'm in is 2-wheel drive. I tried going down there and almost got stuck. So I turned around. I should have walked at first, but it didn't look that bad. I thought, well, you know, let me go ahead and try it real slow. And I was real careful. I didn't get too committed, but yeah, it got kind of sketchy coming out of there. So then I went back the way I'm coming from, which I've already turned around and heading back this way towards where my camp was. And I ran into one of those Polaris things, and I asked the guy, like, how much farther
do I have to go on this road before I see water again? He said, oh, it's at least 30 minutes. So I've turned around and I'm heading back towards my original camp, but I'm kind of striking out on places to go if I want to be near this water. Now, I'm not quitting the 10-day challenge. No, I'm not quitting. But I might end up having to find a new location to finish out the second half. I'm just striking out here. It's Saturday. Everybody's out here and everybody wants to be by the water. It's hot outside, so I mean, you can't blame them. But just, I really wanted to be down there where all that beautiful water is. But it just ain't working out for me. So bear with me. We'll find a spot and it'll be fun when we do. See you soon. Well, I'm back with an update. I spent quite a bit of time trying to find some real estate near the water on the Verde River, and I could not find it. Everybody and their brother is out for the weekend. It's Saturday. Everybody's out camping for the weekend. Those spots are just not available. I had prime real estate, waterfront, site right on the edge of the water. But the second that I vacated that to go make that call to make sure, everybody knows I'm okay, I lost that spot. I'm not upset because I had to make that call. I'm upset because I lost the spot. I'm thankful that I have people in my life that care and want that phone call. So I'm not upset about that one bit. But there was just nothing left on the Verde River. Nothing. So I was like, dang. So I haven't ate today. I'm hungry. I'm dehydrated. I'm angry because I lost my spot. I feel like I've been uprooted. I took care of the dogs though. They've been watered. They've been fed. They're happy. But now I'm searching for another spot where I can finish the last 5 days of this 10-day challenge. I went to Walmart in hopes of finding some of those silicone baking muffin tins, or whatever you call it. The little, not the paper ones, but the silicone ones. Walmart didn't have none of those. I checked over by the pots and pans. I checked over by the baking section in the grocery aisle. I checked over by the party stuff. None. No silicone muffin molds. And I didn't want to get the paper ones because I thought, why? They're just going to fall apart in there. Those are for putting into a muffin tin, as far as I understand anyway. So I thought, well, I'll go to Dollar General. I'll see if Dollar General has any of those things. They did not have them either. But they did have these cups. 6 cups. I picked those up for $1. So hopefully that'll work out. Knowing that I'm not going to be camped out anymore on waterfront property where water's abundant and all I have to do is filter it, I decided to pick up some water. So I picked up 10 gallons of water. 5 gallons of natural spring water and 5 gallons of drinking water. So I have a total of 10 gallons with me, plus the 10-liter bladder that I have in the back and the 6-liter bladder up here in the front. So I got plenty of water. So I'm out relocating, trying to find a new spot. It's already 4 o'clock, so I'm running out of daylight. But the good news is, heading north out of where I was at, I was actually in Payson, Arizona. Heading north out of that, heading back towards my hometown of Winslow, there's a lot of woods and trees and tons of places. I'm just not going to have the water. So I'm hungry, I'm dehydrated, and I'm coming into a place right now called Strawberry. And I was listening to the radio, and there was a motorcycle accident here on Highway 87 just outside of Strawberry, right about where I'm at. Pretty crazy. So yes, I'm focused on hydrating now, and when I get to a spot I'm gonna eat. And I did pick up myself something while I was at the store for dealing with all this nonsense. Bam. Fudge. Brownies. $1.12. I'm gonna add this to the challenge. It's worth it. Man, so I got this is spring water here. So that's my update. And the next time you see me, it'll probably be day 6 at the new location, because I'm gonna have a lot to do, and I don't want to be trying to film and set up and everything else. So next time you see me, we'll be at the new location, and it'll probably be day 6. But I'm gonna call this episode 5, day 5, Uprooted. I'll see you guys later. I love y'all. Hope you guys are enjoying the series. And man, some of those trails and roads that I went on today over there trying to find a spot on the Verde River, ridiculous. I think I left half of my clutch back there. This thing's 2-wheel drive. Anyway, we'll see you later. Love y'all. Bye. Okay, right now I'm driving on my way to a new spot, and there's a local radio station that I want you guys to hear where they play traditional Native American powwow music. So let me turn that on and let you listen for a minute. Navajo music. That must be the end of that song. Pretty cool. Good morning. It is day number 6. Wow. Yesterday was something else, as you guys saw. And there was more that happened that you didn't see. So as you can see, we're in a new location. And we have a tent. So it's crazy. Struck out yesterday trying to find a waterfront property after making contact. So when I went back to Payson to kind of figure out what I was going to do, I was back in cell coverage, and I stopped to let the dogs get a food break, a water break, let them take a potty break. And while they were doing their thing, I was kind of skimming through my phone, looking at some of the emails to make sure I didn't miss anything important. And I noticed that there was 3 packages delivered while I was in Payson. All this hit yesterday. Crazy. I had a Coleman 3-burner stove that I won a bid on eBay. It was a Coleman 426, I think is what it was. And then the second item was a package from Olight, because there's an upcoming flash sale that will end the last day, or the flash sale starts the last day of this series. And then there was a package from my daughter. So knowing that Miss Bella and the girls were out of town for the weekend, I needed to run home to make sure that those packages got taken into the house so that nobody would find them. So I picked up the Olights, brought them with me so I can film my Olight stuff while I'm out here doing this video. So it was kind of a long day.
Didn't eat much. So coming back, trying to find a location to finish out this next 5 days, I mean, everybody's out camping. And it's funny because while I was looking around, I mean, the daylight was just dwindling down. I was looking around in the dark, basically. And even though there's all these fire restrictions in effect, I saw at least 4 different campfires, you know, from people that when I was looking for a new area to go. So I kind of had to pull a feather out of my hat and come check a spot that's kind of secluded that a lot of people don't really know about. And it's kind of not too far from the main road, actually. I'm only about 500 yards from the main road, the main highway. And I got my tent set up. It's a little colder, higher altitude where I'm at. And the vehicle is literally like 10 feet from this tent. So, man, I'm excited for today and the rest of this challenge. It's going to be a blast. I got a lot of stuff to do, a lot of stuff to show you, and I'm just so excited. I'm so excited about this location. I think you guys are going to love it. The dogs love it already. But look at these guys. Look at Ranger. Chewing on his foot. Poor guy. Blondie. She likes to put her paw over her nose. She doesn't like her nose cold. Oh, the poor boy. He'll cry if you rub him good. Oh, the poor guy. Oh, the poor boy. He's just crying the blues because it's so terrible. The back rub feels so good. I gotta cry. It feels so good. Yes, I gotta cry. It feels so good. Got Miss Jealous over here. Got Miss Jealous over here. Look at you guys are getting dog hair all over the dang place. You guys are getting dog hair all over the tent. Look at this. My bedroll's full of dog hair already. You guys are ridiculous. I'm not going to know what to do with you guys. Huh? You don't know? I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do with you guys. How you like this new location? Huh? How do you like this new location? Oh, sorry. Pushed a little hard, huh? You grouchy. Are you grouchy this morning? Huh? Are you grouchy this morning? Are you grouchy? That hurt. Are you grouchy? If I yipe, she'll think she hurt me and she'll get all back off. It's funny. So here we are. Check out this location. Ain't this pretty? Look at this. So there's one hill and then there's another hill, and the highway's just past that second hill way off in the distance over there. And my car right here. Got the guys' food and water. You guys got enough water this morning? Yep, you sure do. But they spilled their food last night. They got so excited. Look at all these ferns. And then another thing I noticed is there is yarrow everywhere. Look at that. This is great. Everywhere. Such a beautiful location. I'm excited to see what the next 5 days holds. I mean, I'm looking right now and I see an oak tree right there. Crazy. Got my scale ready. So when this challenge is over, I can weigh in and see what my weight looks like. But man, beautiful place. One of the coolest things about me having to go home yesterday was I found these in the cupboard. I was able to pick these up, and I couldn't find these nowhere. I went to Walmart. I went to Dollar General. Couldn't find these. So I'm not going to need this no more, which this raises quite a bit of excitement because I'm curious how many I'm going to be able to fit in my pot. And you can see that I got several rocks from that previous location. I'm going to lay some cups down in here just out of curiosity and see how many muffins I can make in one whack. 3, 4, looks like probably 6, maybe 5, 6, 5 comfortably. Look at that. 5 muffins. That's crazy. So 5 muffins taking 15 minutes of fuel instead of 1 muffin taking 15 minutes of fuel. So I'm very, very excited about that. I'm also excited because, like I said, I don't need this no more. This worked out good though, but I'm glad that I have these because I can make a whole bunch of muffins and then set them aside and eat them as I want. So that's super cool. Very, very happy about that. I'm also happy about the amount of food that I have left. Remember, I picked this up yesterday as a bonus. So I got these, and that's a whole box. It says that I need vegetable oil and eggs and everything, but just like the muffin mix and stuff and the cornbread that I did without milk, I think I can do the same here. It needed oil, or not oil, but it needed eggs too. So I'll try the same thing with this, and I'll try to make some fudge muffins. So another thing I'm very excited about on this challenge, being day 6, is the amount of food that I still have left. I didn't eat a lot when I was out there. I still have my plastic, which was just in case I needed shelter and I didn't want to use my tent. I had this, so I haven't even touched the plastic, so that's cool. I still have muffin mix. I've got the cornbread and the blueberry in here. They're both stuffed down in there. So I got both muffins left. Both of those are about half full. I have, this was 1 pound of rice. I have probably more than half of that left. And 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 5 days, 3/4 of a pound, I'm guessing, of rice. That's pretty cool. Beans. What do we got on beans? This is a 2-pound bag. So I have about 1 pound left. And remember that cup from Wendy's on day 1 that I put the beans in and the water? Those beans that I had are still soaking. So there's a batch of beans that's ready to cook that I won't have to take out of this. So that's cool. I'm happy about that. I still have a can of Spam. I still have a can of tuna. Crazy. I still have 2 things of mac and cheese. 420 calories. Plenty of dog food for the dogs. I still have, what is this? Ramen. So there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I still have 8 packages of ramen. 8. I've got 5 days left, so that means multiple ramen. I didn't even touch the apple juice yet. So over 5 days, I've got 64 ounces of apple juice. 8 times 8 is 64, right? 8 ounces a day for 8 days. 8 times 8. 8 times 5 is 40. 8 times 6, what is that? 8 times 7. 8 times 8 is 64, I think, if my math is right. It's been a long time since I've been in school. But 8 ounces for 8 days. So 64 ounces divided by 5, what is that? 10, 12 ounces or something like that? What are you doing, snoring? And my oatmeal. I only ate like 1 or 2 packs of oatmeal. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 packages of oatmeal. 8 packages of oatmeal. So I've got plenty of food going into this next 5 days. It's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. plenty of water. I'm good to go. I'm very, very excited, very happy. I feel good. Life is just amazing. I couldn't be in a better spot than I am right now. So I'm gonna get started with some oatmeal. I'm so excited. I'm gonna do 2 packages of oatmeal. There's my rag. I've been looking for that. 2 packs of oatmeal. Got plenty of fuel for the stove still. Give that shaker a shake. Just this next sequence of things I think is going to be really fantastic. I really do. I think it's going to be good. Can't wait. You know, the next 5 days are going to be outstanding. This is going to be the fun part of the journey, I believe. Not that the first part wasn't. The first part was fun too, but this part has the makings of being real fun. You know, having plenty of food, that's a big deal. I don't know how much water I'm gonna need, so I'm just kind of guessing. It'll either be runny or it'll be thick. Let's see. How much water? 2/3 of a cup. So this is 16 ounces. That would be, let's go about there. Call that good. We'll throw 1 pack in, and if it's too thin, we'll put more oatmeal in. If it's too thick, we'll put more water in. How about that? So I'm filling underneath the stove, and it's not hot to the shema, so that's fine. That'll be perfect. These rocks aren't even hot. They're warm, but they're not hot. So that's what I was hoping for. Good deal. Look at that. That's just about right. Perfect. So I'm gonna enjoy this. This is gonna be fantastic. After eating beans and rice, I'm probably gonna shift my diet a little bit and have some of this other food and save the rice and beans for the last in case I run out. But you know, the ramen tastes pretty good though. But oatmeal, stuff like that, I'm gonna eat some of this other stuff. This is really delicious after eating rice and beans. And yesterday, because I was so busy, I didn't eat much yesterday. Hardly at all. As you can see by the amount of food that I have left. I just can't get over how beautiful this area is. They love to explore. And then right off in the distance, that's where my camp is. Man, it's pretty out here. And just in case you were wondering about this water, this is the water that I purified via the sun. Remember? It was like day 2 or something like that. I put the water from the creek in this bottle, and it sat in the sun for a few days. Didn't have no problems with it. Everything is so green out here, and yarrow everywhere, dandelions everywhere, clover, dandelions, yarrow. Where's the yarrow? I saw it just a second ago. There's a bunch of it out here. There's some yarrow. Look at that little outcropping there. That could be kind of a neat little shelter. Have to move some rocks and stuff, but it'd be kind of cool. And then right here, this is neat, like a natural ridge pole. So if you wanted to build some sort of debris shelter, you got half of your work already done. Pretty cool. So last night when I got here, I tried to go up this hill right here and I didn't want to push the Xterra. I felt that the car had done enough work for one day. Look at all this punk wood right here. Pretty crazy. Pretty neat. Walking around barefoot and it feels good on the feet. The grass everywhere. There's no stickers or nothing. Just a really cool place. It's amazing. This little flower here. Just like a perfect little flower. And then all these ferns, and really a beautiful area. Found all these guys. I'll take those back and roast them bad boys. Those would be delicious. Nice wild edible treat there. And they're pretty abundant in this area where I'm at on the top of this hill. Like there's another one. That's a small one, but yeah, that's gonna be cool. They're everywhere. So this is cool. Good food source. Some of them are already cracked open, but when I roast them, man, just a short amount of time. Just that short amount of time, and I picked up all these guys. Yeah. Of course, there's not a lot of meat in each of them, but when you combine them and count many of them, it's actually a lot. Quite a bit. So that'll be a good little treat. So just in case you might be wondering where these come from, these come from oak trees. So find yourself a good oak tree like this guy right here, and you can hear them falling right now as I speak about it. I mean, they're everywhere. This is autumn and they're coming off the tree naturally, so it's time to roast these bad boys before the squirrels get them, because squirrels love these things. And so do I. It's going to be a good treat. See, they're everywhere. Look at all the pine cones. Oh, there's a poor bee that died. Look at that guy. Right there, poor guy. But I've got one pocket full. Look at all these. This is going to be delicious. But these little pine cone areas right here, this is kind of hard on the footing. That's why I'm walking kind of tender in here, because this spot isn't very good on the feet with all these pine cones and stuff that the squirrels ate up. Isn't that crazy? The way they just eat everything off of the pine cone. That's funny. I can hear the squirrels. They're getting mad because we're taking their food. We're not going to take too much. There's plenty to go around this whole forest. I just found one tree, so I'm trying to find one close. Okay, here we go. So just in case you guys might have been wondering what is inside, what I'm so excited about, let's crack this open. The shells are kind of soft right now. Once I roast them, they'll be hardened. Okay, so you peel this shell off. And then you have 2 parts of nut. So this is what you got. 2 little nuts there, right there. Plenty of meat. I mean, you gather a pretty good amount of these, and you're gonna have a pretty good meal. Now you don't want to eat them too much right now. You could. It's not gonna hurt you, but they're kind of sour. You got to roast them, cook them, get rid of that sour, that bitter. Kind of like a walnut, or I don't know. It's just a nut. survival food. Yeah, these are bitter. They definitely need roasted. But the squirrels, they eat these things like there's nothing else. Good enough for a squirrel. It's gonna be good enough for me. Ranger, come here. Look. Back up. Back up. Look. Look, Ranger. Ranger, come here. Ranger. Look at this. Cookie. Try it. Don't be scared, homie. Try it. He spit it out. Probably still because it's sour. Blondie, you want to try a cookie? Try it. Try it. It's a cookie. Oh my goodness, you guys are bougie. Look at these guys. Now off camera, they're eating them. Just don't film me when I do it. He's trying to crack one open. These guys are funny. They just don't want to be filmed doing it, I guess. Look at this. Just this little spot right here in front of the camera, I got a whole handful. Pretty crazy. And then this is what they look like before they're ripened up. Crazy, crazy, crazy. This one's a little overdue, but it'll probably still roast well. Oh my goodness. This dog is funny. I think old Ranger actually likes them. You like those cookies, buddy? He's getting after them. They taste better when you roast them there, dude. Blondie, you want a cookie? That's funny. Oh, look at that one. Ain't that cute? That's pretty cute. This is kind of an older one. Shriveling up. So don't get these confused with these. These other ones are a lot softer, but they don't taste as good. These are forest berries. There's a beautiful mushroom there. A couple of those guys. Now that's one thing that I don't know a lot about. I need to learn a lot more about mushrooms because I'm always seeing them all the time, but I don't mess with them. I don't touch them because I simply just don't know, and I don't want to accidentally get onto something I shouldn't. So definitely more research in that department from me. So there's our haul. Not a bad haul for a day. That's a lot of food. I blow on them as I put them in this bucket. Get rid of any dust or hair or anything. Dang. Just over half full. That's quite a bit. Nice. So I can roast them over a fire, or I can set them out in the sun. I'm gonna choose the stove. So I'm just gonna put them away for now, and I'll roast them later. It's nap time. So a little update on the shelter, on the tent here. I'm not really digging this location. If it was cold outside, this would be perfect. But looking at the position of the sun and the way the sun's going to travel, this shelter is going to be in the heat the majority of the day. So I've been looking over here, and I found a better location that I think is going to provide shade for the majority of the day, because the forecast calls for hot temperatures. And I mean, just stepping over into this area right now, just to show you, I can feel a big difference just in the temperature. So I've cleared a spot. It's right over here by these two big trees. So I'm going to relocate the tent right here. Now the ferns, that's actually a blessing in disguise. I've already cleaned out this area, took a lot of the branches and pine cones and stuff for the most part out of here. The ferns are a good thing.
I can lay those down and just put my tent right down on top of them, and that creates a lot more conduction barrier, and it's going to keep us cooler in the day and warmer at night. So this is just a win-win situation. It's not that far from where it is right now, but it's just a matter of putting the work in, uprooting that thing and bringing it over here. I think I'll be a lot happier here in the shade. So I'm gonna do that and see how that goes. Well, there we have it. I've got the shelter moved. Took a little bit of work. I think it's going to be worth it though. Being out here for 5 days, I want to be comfortable. And here in Arizona, when it gets hot, you don't want to be sitting in the sun all day. All it's going to do is dehydrate you. I like this spot because there's a large tree. Oh, let me show you. There's a large tree here and a large tree there. I can run a ridge line between those two and hang a tarp over this way, over the shelter, if it decides to rain, which it doesn't show any rain on the forecast or anything like that. Also, I can run a hammock, so that's pretty cool. Pretty cool setup. So a hammock there behind the shelter, maybe a tarp over the top if needed. Very nice change. I moved the car up, changed the location of the dog food. One thing, look at this right here. Another mushroom right there got stepped on. I don't know what kind that is, but that's kind of cool. And then another thing I noticed is these heart-shaped leaves. These guys right here. Those guys. I'm not sure, but I think that's wood sorrel. Can't remember what the name of that was. But these heart-shaped leaves. All I remember is that's a wild edible, I believe. Can't remember. I wish I had my Peterson guide with me, but I don't. And then right here, horsehoof fungus. So that's pretty cool. Check that out. Pretty cool little horsehoof fungus. So all in all, I think the move was a good choice, because looking at where we were, that spot is still in the sun. Still in the sun. That would have been so uncomfortable. Sitting there in the sun the whole time. It was a nice and flat spot. You know, it was good for picking a spot at night, but this spot here, I mean, we're gonna get some sun, but nothing like what that old spot had. So I'm happy. Life is good here on day 6. So I basically have all my food over here, all my drinks over here, and then a nice little mat, welcome mat to clean our feet and take our shoes off, and you know, let the dogs, that way they're not tracking into the tent. I don't like a bunch of junk in the tent. I'm real funny about that. I like keeping my living space clean as possible. So yeah, life is good. Oh yeah. Time for ramen and apple juice. Yes. So this is the first crack at the apple juice. 16 ounces, 2 packages of ramen. That's gonna be delicious, because I'm hungry after moving this and working and stuff, camera angles, and it takes its toll. You got to remember, I'm only working on about 3 or 4, maybe 500 calories a day. So let's try this apple juice.
That is a fresh flavor. Very nice to have a change. These ramen noodles. Who would have thought that I like these so much? You know, most people are like, oh, ramen, yuck. I actually like them. And that apple juice ain't bad. You concentrate, but it's good. Definitely beats drinking water for a week. Ooh, too hot. Getting a little excited there. The dogs haven't even touched their food today. And I haven't given them no treats because they were kind of ornery last night when I got here. Blondie kept looking at me, and Ranger, they were like, when's our bed gonna be ready? When's our bed? We're tired. They slept all day, slept all the way in the car, got to the house, and I was working on the packages and some YouTube stuff. They slept the whole time, slept all the way back out here, and then they were crying because the shelter was taking too long for their beds to be ready. So they're not getting a lot of treats today. Maybe even tomorrow. Maybe even for the rest of this challenge. They need to eat dog food. I spoiled them too much, I think.
Oh my gosh, I'm scared. There's a spider. I'm trying to get some water and there's a big old spider right there. Oh my gosh, look at the guy. He's huge. Oh my God. Help me. Get him out of here. He's growling at me and showing me his teeth. Oh my God. Oh, I made it alive. Oh, I made it out of there alive without getting him.
Now I wait for my fudge brownies. This is a new thing for me. I don't know how it's gonna go. We're gonna find out though together. So it looks like the three that were on the thinnest rocks are cooking faster than the ones that are on the thicker rocks. So they'll be done sooner, but they're still kind of doughy. And fudge brownies are supposed to be that way. They're supposed to be a little doughy, I think. Even in the picture on the package, it shows them a little bit doughy. All right, let's pull off these three. There's one. Set it on the wood here. This is like my little cooking table. Keeps my stove from getting my chamois all hot. So those three are done. Let's put this one over here on a thinner rock so it'll cook a little better. This one in the middle is doing all right too, so we'll let those go a little more. And in the meantime, these guys are pretty much done, I believe. Alrighty, let's take a look. Been a few minutes. Yeah, look at that. These two look like they're done. They look good. These silicone cups are nice. I learned something. Looking at these guys here, you can fill them all the way up with the brownie mix. This one here that's still going, I don't know, I must have made that mix too thin or something. Because that's the same batch as everything else, but it's just not cooking as good. Because everything else is ready. But look at these guys. Turned out okay. But the important part is the taste test. How do they taste? Let's find out. Not bad. Tastes like a brownie. I don't think I've ever had a bad brownie. I mean, you can cook, you can burn them. Not too bad. You want to try a piece? Blondie? Hot. Be careful. Looks like Blondie approves. Not bad. But you're not going to eat nothing but brownies. You got a dog food down there and water. And last time I looked, I was a person and you're a dog. That means dog food. Not bad. Well, I can honestly say that the silicone molds work very good, but I like the muffins and the cornbread better than the fudge brownies. Just my personal opinion. These are good, but they're not as good as the muffins and cornbread. Definitely a good treat though. I mean, they turned out good. Everything's moist like it should be, but the flavor don't hit as hard as the muffins and the cornbread does. Day 6 is pretty much in the books. The dogs and I went back up to the tree. We got some more nuts. So we have almost a full container. This thing is pretty much full. So that was fun. I got a crack out of Ranger. I kind of giggled because he went and was eating the forest berries. And he thought that they were softer. You don't have to roast them. They taste a little funnier, but they're easier to chew. It was just funny. So I hope you guys are doing good. I hope you guys are enjoying this series. I really appreciate you guys tuning in and watching this video. And we'll see you tomorrow. Good night, everybody. Love y'all. See you tomorrow. It'll be day 7. Crazy. More than halfway through it. It's nuts. And I was full today. Like full. Couldn't eat no more. And I think that's going to continue on all the way to the end. So I'm really curious what my way out weight is going to be in reference to my way in weight. When I did my 5-day, I wasn't eating a lot. I didn't feel hungry. This time, I kind of felt hungry in the beginning, and now I really don't. But I'm continuing to eat even though I'm not hungry, and I'm getting full. So we'll see what happens on the way out. Bye. Well, good morning, everybody. It's day 7. Wow. Crazy. Day 7. I'm so excited. I feel great. It was a little bit colder last night. Not bad though. I heard elk bugling all night long. Kind of a cool thing to hear. And they were close. Very cool. I'm so happy to be out here. I made some muffins last night. Some cornbread muffins. I made 6 of them. And the cool thing about that was it was in one batch. And it took, 15 minutes to make 6 muffins? Instead of 15 minutes to make 1, an hour and a half to make 6. You know, I was able to make 6 in 15 minutes. So it saved quite a bit of fuel. I'm happy about that. Those silicone cups are working great. Yeah, but today's day 7. Let's get this party started. How are we doing on water? Top you guys off. Give you guys some more water here. Here, Ranger. Come here, buddy. There's fresh water, dude. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Right here. Good boy. There you go. Yeah, there you go, buddy. Oh, yeah. This is gonna be delicious. Oh. Check that out. Good morning oatmeal. Yeah. I am full. I actually had 3 packs of oatmeal because I had too much water. So I just threw another pack in there. I'm full. It's like some clouds in the sky. It's pretty cool. I'm enjoying that. Be nice if some rain rolled in. I'm ready for it. Well, I figure I would give you guys an update. You can see I have my power station, the Bluetti Max Oak EB150. This thing's fabulous. I've got my laptop, I've got a keyboard, pair of headphones for editing, and a camcorder battery. You're probably wondering what's going on. I thought you were out shooting a 10-day survival video on a $10 budget. Yes, I am. Remember on day 5 when I told you that I went home and there was packages at the house? One of those packages was from Olight. Here's that package. Olight is having 3 brand new model lights released, and they're doing the flash sale the same day that I'll be getting home from this trip. So there wouldn't have been any time for me to film, edit, and get those videos uploaded in time for the flash sale. So I brought the lights with me, and I plan on dedicating a lot of today to getting these lights filmed and edited so that when I get home I can just upload them and be on time and give you guys the content that you guys are gonna want to see. These lights are awesome, and I want to get this information out to you guys. There's something, oh my gosh, I feel like I need to be hush-hush about these, but actually, by the time you see this video, this flash sale will have already happened, and you will have already seen these lights in those videos. So let me show you what they are. The first one that's super cool, the Warrior Mini. Just like the S2R Baton 2, but it's got a telcap switch. And it has 2 modes of operation, standard mode and tactical mode. That light is going to be a big hit. But the next one, take a look at this. A bicycle light, something brand new from Olight, RN 1500. 1500 lumens with a maximum throw of 164 meters. This thing is cool too. I did some night shots actually last night after I wrapped up the video yesterday, and this thing is awesome. It's got a good beam pattern, and it mounts to a bicycle. It's got low, medium, high, and then it has 2 flashing modes. Super cool. Very nice light. IPX7. That's cool. The next one is the CME 30. This mounts on your seat post, and this thing has 8 different operations under 3 modes. Super cool. It's not that expensive either, and this thing, at first I was like, oh, it's a red light that flashes. No, it's got a lot going on, and it's super cool. So I got to film those videos. They're offering the Perrin Mini now in Desert Tan, so that's cool. And the last one, the i3T EOS in red with a copper colored pocket clip. So this is the work that I brought with me. I'm obligated to this company because I told them I would have these videos done. So I got to stand up to my responsibilities and get these videos done. So my apologies if day 7 in this series doesn't have a lot going on. I want you guys to know that this is why. Because I'm just as busy working. It's not like I'm coming out here in day 7. Oh, let me just be lazy for the day. No, I'm doing a lot of work. I'm telling you, the Warrior Mini, this thing's awesome. Awesome. So I hope you appreciate that update, and I hope you guys understand my responsibilities and that I need to fulfill them. I am an Olight affiliate. I do put out content of information that people are waiting to see, and I don't want to let anybody down. So please understand that. I love you guys. I really hope you understand that. I do have more content actually planned for this video, this 10-day survival for day 7. I got more stuff lined up for today. I just need to get this done too. So I only want to have these flashlights affect 1 day out here, not 2 or 3 days. So I'm going to really dedicate and push hard today to get that stuff done. So I heard some thunder just a minute ago, so I decided to put this tarp up. Just ran a little ridge line over there. I put this corner a little bit lower than that corner. I put this one a little higher because I want the water to come off to this edge here where my finger is. So hopefully it'll work that way. In case you're curious about these tarps, I was out with Justin one time and he had one, and I told him, man, that's a nice lightweight thin tarp. Where'd you get that? And he said, well, you can have it. You're so nice to me, I'll just give it to you. Well, that's actually not what he said. He said, go take your butt over to Walmart and buy your own. That's what he told me. Rude, just like that too. Go to Walmart, he said. These are actually from Walmart. They're 5x7s, and I bought 2 of them. And I took some dental floss. My terrible stitching here. But I took some dental floss and I sewed them together. So I've got this so that if it rains, the rain will roll down. I had it backwards a minute ago and the rain would have went right down in that hole. So I had to switch it around so that rain will go down the right way. But this should be good for some rain coverage in case we get rain. I got a bunch of paracord down there that I got to sort out. The good news is I got all my videos shot so far, so didn't do any editing yet. I might wait till later, you know, maybe tonight after I do my good night speech thing, and might start doing some editing then when it's dark anyway. So got the dogs' beds cleaned up. There's my other camera there. But yeah, I got the dog's bed cleaned up and everything. Got all the dog hair out. My bed. But life is good. Just waiting on rain. I would like some rain. That would be cool. I'm prepared, ready to go. Ready for the rain. Who'll stop the rain? Thinking about roasting up these nuts. Maybe here in a few minutes. I might get these nuts going and see how that goes. Yeah, I'll fire up that stove. The thing when it comes to roasting nuts is you're not cooking them. You don't want to burn them, because all you want to do is dry the nut out inside the shell. Okay, so I use like a low to medium heat, and I got a bunch of nuts here. Boy, Boy, that's a lot. So I'm just gonna coat like one coating like that. I'll let that heat kind of warm up and I'll roast them. Like I was saying though, be careful not to burn the shells. And a lot of people probably think, well, why wouldn't you burn the shell? It doesn't matter. You're going to take that shell off and get to the nut inside. But honestly, if you burn the shell, it'll burn the nut inside too. It'll be black inside. So low to medium heat, you're basically just trying to dry out the meat that is inside the nut, if that makes sense. That's really, I want to make sure I got a few inches away from my tent there. So you're basically drying these guys out, and it's kind of like mimicking them ripening, because the nuts, they taste good right now, but once they're roasted, they taste a lot better. So it's just a slow process. Turn them every so often, don't burn them, and then you'll be good to go. So I'm gonna let those go for a while I'm waiting on rain. I might fire up the computer and do some editing. Don't know yet, but I'll keep you posted. That's something that I do know. These are smelling very good. Smells delicious. Oh, there's a worm. A little inchworm or something. Maybe that's what smells so delicious. Look at that guy right there. Look at that. Maybe it's not the nuts. Maybe it's them worms. Those bad boys probably taste pretty good, huh? Man, those smell good. And I'll roast these for quite a while on a low heat. Some of them are starting to crack open. That's good. Means they're getting a good roast. And you see they're kind of lightening up in color. We want them to where they're all light and dry. We want them dry and light. They smell delicious. It's reminding me of Christmas, that song, Chestnuts Roasting on an Open Fire. Jack Frost. Okay, enough singing. Let's take a look at these guys. Oh yeah, they're getting a little bit lighter. I've got these on low heat, just trying to dry the nut out inside. I'm barely starting to get a little bit of sprinkles of rain. I can hear it barely hitting the tarp. Just started. I just let the dogs come in the tent. Very light sprinkle. But those are looking good. I'm just going to keep up the process and keep drying them out. I'm really happy right now. It started to rain. I love the rain. I'm in here doing some video editing. The dogs are sleeping. And it just started to rain. What a blessing. Roasting some nuts. Let's take a look and see how those are doing, by the way. Yep. Still getting lighter. Just got to keep them moving. And shrinking a little bit, and you can see some of the shells. A lot of the shells are cracking, and after you roast these things, it makes them a lot easier to peel. But yes, Rain is in the forecast. I'm so glad I got my tarp up. Ah, what a good day. This is so cool. I've got my S2R Baton 2 and my new Warrior Mini on moonlight mode. I love that new light. It's cool. Taking a break, enjoying this rain, and I love the smell of the rain. Plus the smell of the nuts roasting and the smell of the rain. Life is good. Now I'm sure that there's probably somebody out there thinking, why is this guy so excited about a little rain? To me, it's because of the location that I live. I live in northern Arizona, and we don't get rain hardly ever. You know, I mean, we get it once in a while, but some years we have a good monsoon season, and some years we don't. It's kind of like the people that live in Washington State that is overcast all the time. They pray for a bright, sunny day. They want to see the clouds. They want to see the sun. We're no different. We just want rain once in a while. So it's a big deal for us in northern Arizona where I live. We love the rain. We welcome it. We can't wait for it. It's amazing. And of course, it is more ramen. Who would have thought? I dumped the nuts out for a little bit because I got hungry and I wanted ramen. So I'm cooking up some ramen. You know, this ramen is so easy to prepare. Such an easy thing to make. I think that's why it's so popular. Very, very simple, very easy. And it tastes pretty good when you're out like this. It beats some other things. Just bring those bad boys up to a boil. Get the noodles nice and soft and call it good. That beef bouillon and that salt and stuff that's in that packet, sometimes that's all you need, you know, when you're out. Sometimes that's what you're missing. I'm gonna let that bad boy cook a little bit. Okay, let's get these back to roasting. I had my ramen, and it was funny because Ranger and Blondie were both asleep, and I put some noodles in front of Ranger's nose while he was asleep, and I was wondering how long it would take for him to realize that there was food there. About 2 seconds, and he woke up and was eating those noodles. It was funny. All right, let's check these nuts and see if there's any that are cracked open. There's one right there. That's a sign that they're pretty well done. I'll set that down, let it cool. Once they're cracked open, they're a lot easier to peel. In fact, after they're roasted, they're a lot easier to peel. They're pretty hot when they first come out. So, use my rag here. So what we'll do is we'll just split the housing, or the shell rather, and the nut will basically fall out. See that? Almost lost it there. Slippery little suckers, like they say in that movie Pretty Woman. Throw the shell away. Sometimes you'll find the membrane is still around the nut. That's okay. Just, you can eat that or you can throw that away. Crack the nut in half and then check it and make sure you don't have any worms or anything in the nut. And then from here, this one looks good to go. I can give half to Blondie and I'll take the other half. They're really good. You want one? You want a cookie? She loves them. I do too. They have a real woody flavor. To me, all nuts taste woody though. Pecans, walnuts, macadamia, they all taste woody to me. These ones have a different kind of a woody flavor. It's hard to explain. See if there's any more that are ready to go. This one's kind of, well, not really. No, I gotta wait. Gotta roast them a little longer. Sorry, baby, we gotta cook them a little more. They're not ready yet. But they're just delicious. Good natural survival food. And when I came out here, I didn't expect to find them. Kind of stumbled upon them, to be honest with you. And that was a good discovery. A very positive thing. And sometimes when you roast them, some of them will still be soft and nutty, and some of them will be hard. We gotta wait, baby. We gotta cook more. Yeah, we gotta cook more nuts. Yeah, we gotta cook more nuts. And you're probably wondering, why did you use the blue tarp? How come you didn't use your plastic that you bought? To be honest with you, when I heard the thunder, I just thought get a tarp up. I didn't even think about use the plastic. I was just thinking get a tarp up, get the dogs in the tent. But I could have done the same thing with that plastic because the plastic is 9 foot by 12 foot. What I normally do with those is I normally fold them in half so they get twice as thick. Then they'll be 6 by 6 or 6 by 9, excuse me. 6 by 9, and these are 5 by 7, so I've got 10 by 7 basically. So that tarp would have gave me a little more coverage, I think. I should have gotten crafty and put my muffins on top of these and used those as a trivet while they were roasting, and I could have made muffins too. I might do that. Who knows? Take a look at these. Oh yeah, those guys are done. So let's pour them out right here. Let them cool. Stove goes off. That batch is done. Don't those look fabulous? I'll tell you what, they are delicious. Yeah, those are perfect. Took a little time, but I could have easily put like a whole bunch more, but it's been a while since I roasted them, so I wanted to start with a smaller batch, make sure I'm roasting them right. But yeah, those look fabulous. Oh, I'm so happy. That's good eating right there. Fantastic. I figured it's time for an update. You can see that I'm still video editing. Just started rendering another one. That's crazy. I ate a couple things of ramen. I ate some nuts, played with the dogs, came in, rested a little bit, listened to the rain come down. The rain got a little heavier. I was smelling the rain in the air and just enjoying the moment. Got into a little bit of video editing, doing my thing, and then I look out the window and it's dark outside. I mean, nighttime. And I'm thinking, holy smokes, where did the time go? It kind of reminded me of like when I was a kid, you know, I'd go over to my cousin's house and we'd play Super Nintendo. We'd play Mario Brothers, you know, Super Mario Brothers and stuff on Saturday, you know, and then we'd be doing that and would lose track of time. Before we know it, it was Sunday and we had to go to bed for school on Monday. Just crazy. And these are small videos. I'm not done yet. I still have a lot of work to do. I'm not done yet. And these are just small flashlight videos, 15, 20-minute videos. And there's a lot of editing involved, a lot of stuff going on. You should see what kind of editing it takes to do something like this 10-day video. That's why you're not seeing a lot of time lapses and stuff like that. You're seeing more of a vlog style 10 days survival kind of video. If we look here at my power bank, I've got 2 bars left. Got 40% of the battery left, so they're 20% per bar. When I started all this, I had 4 bars, so I had 80% of this thing full. So I've dropped it by half. That's how much video editing and work and stuff I've been doing. And not just the video editing part of things, but the running around and, you know, I don't know what I'm gonna do tomorrow. It might be kind of an R&R day. My energy levels feel like they've dropped, even though I'm eating a lot of food out here. I'm eating to the point where I'm full, but I just don't feel the energy like I normally do when I'm at home. I feel fine other than that, just low energy, like a low battery. You know, walking around, getting the camera, oh shoot, I forgot, this SD card's full, let me go back and get a different one. Walk back to the car, walk all the way back, put the SD card, oh, battery's dead. It's just a lot of in and out and running back and forth just to get some videos done. I'm trying to charge batteries, and I'm not complaining by any means. I'm just saying these are the things that go on behind the scenes of being a YouTuber. This is what I love doing, though. I love sharing information with people like yourselves. You guys are watching my videos. The only reason I guess I'm probably talking about all this is because I hope that you guys appreciate the hard work that I put in to these videos for you guys to enjoy for free. You know, all I ask is that you watch, share them, you know, run a playlist, you know, during the night or something like that. Help give me some traction and some views. That's what helps keep me going. If I don't have that coming from you guys, you know, more views and stuff coming in, I don't know if I'll be doing this for much longer. I really want to keep doing this, so I need you guys' help so I can continue to do it. But that's about all I have for today, day 7. I feel great. Just like I said, my energy's a little bit low. I'm not hungry. I've ate a lot of food. Had a couple corn muffins too. Cornbread muffins. Dog's been sleeping. They don't even eat that much. Ranger does, but Blondie don't. I have not seen her touch the food bowl today at all. Or the water. Ranger has. He's ate food. He's drank water, but I haven't watched Blondie. I've even took her over there a couple times, showed her, this is where the food is, this is where the water is. I think she's holding out, thinking that I'm going to feed her table food or whatever I'm eating. And that might have been something that backfired from my own doing. You know, you spoil your dogs because you love them, but it gets to the point where they feel entitled. And then you got to start taking it back and be like, no, that's dog food. You're a dog. Go eat your food. But that's about all I have for today, folks. I appreciate you staying with me. I'll see you guys tomorrow. It'll be day 8. I have no idea what's in store for tomorrow. This video could go any direction. You should know that by now by watching my channel. But with all that being said, folks, again, I really appreciate you watching. We'll see you tomorrow. Bye for now. I'm going to get back to work. So there's a couple more things that I was just thinking about. The types of foods that I'm eating out here. This morning I had, 3 bags of oatmeal. I had 2 things of ramen, had some nuts, had a couple cornbread muffins. And that's really about all I had today in its entirety. I drank a lot of water though. I've been staying super hydrated, peeing like a racehorse. Every time I pee, it's crystal clear. So I know my hydration is good. I don't want anybody to be alarmed about this low battery thing that I'm feeling. This is something that I've experienced before in situations just like this. It's also, you know, if you think about the calorie intake versus calorie expenditure, they don't add up. I'm putting out way more calories than I'm taking in, so my body's at a deficit of calories. This could be the result of why I have a low battery. When I'm at home, I eat much more calories. I have fats and stuff in my food, which out here, I'm not really bringing in any fats and stuff like that, which give you energy. So I got to thinking about that, and I just thought that I'd run this clip and let you know. Another thing that it could be is nothing at all. You know, it could be this guy's just working his tail off and he's just flat tired. Because there's times when I'm at home under a good diet that I'm just tired and feel like a low battery at home too. I'm just trying to keep it real with you, everything that I'm experiencing in this journey, this 10-day survival challenge video. I'm just keeping it real. Another thing that it could be is lack of good meat type protein, not beans, but meat. So at home on a daily basis, I'm a carnivore, man. I eat a lot of meat. And out here it's day 7 right now. And for 7 days, I have not had, other than that Cornish game hen on day 3, I haven't had any real meat. And I'm saying animal type meat. You know, I've had protein, but not meat. So I have a can of Spam. I'm going to give that a shot tomorrow and see how I feel. Who knows? That could be part of it. No idea. We'll find out tomorrow. Just wanted to give you guys that update and let you know I'm fine. Don't worry. Don't want anybody to be alarmed out there. It's nothing to be scared of or nervous about. I'm fine. My body's fine. I'm just, you know, the situation that I'm putting myself in to do these videos, to share this adventure with you, this is one of the results that I go through. Hydration, though, has been good. I can tell you very honestly that the drinking water does not taste near as good as the spring water. So keep that in mind. If you ever go out, I'd recommend the spring water. But I'm going to call it a wrap for this video for day 7. We'll see you tomorrow. It'll be day 8. I'm going to get back to work here and see if I can get some of this stuff done, get some good rest tonight. And that's another thing too. Last night I didn't sleep very good. That could be part of this whole situation. Low calories, low protein, no fats, working his tail off, lack of sleep. I mean, look at that. 5 things right there that could all be indicators that you're seeing the result in me right now, telling you that I got kind of a low battery right now. We'll see how tomorrow goes. It might be a relaxed kind of day. I might eat some of that Spam and I might feel better. It might pop me back up. Who knows? I do have a lot of other stuff in the vehicle. So if I feel that the Spam is boosting me up, you bet your bottom dollar I'll go grab another can for the next day, because we're almost done with this challenge. I could only imagine what the people on Alone are going through when they're on like day 55 and stuff like that. This just goes to show you, you know, when they start making choices and decisions that aren't very logical to all of us that are sitting at home eating, you know, sitting on the couch eating all these calories, and we're talking about, well, that guy could have done this and he could have done that. Low calorie, all those 5 things that I mentioned just a second ago, they affect your performance. And here we are. We'll see you tomorrow. I love you all. Day 7, it's a wrap, baby. See you later. Well, good morning, everybody. It's day 8. We have a light drizzle We've had a light drizzle all night long. I've been really enjoying it. Today is such a wonderful day. I feel good. I got up this morning, fed the dogs, watered the dogs, and I'm happy because Blondie like pigged out this morning and drank a bunch of water. I was starting to get concerned because she was not, in my opinion, taking care of herself. She wasn't eating, so I feel a lot better about her today, you know, knowing that she ate and stuff like that. Yeah, but I'm just enjoying the sound of this light drizzle. Very, very, very subtle. You see around here, we're just getting a very light sprinkle. It's so cool. I love being out here. Everything's so pretty. So I'm gonna make about half of this. So I'm gonna boil up some of these noodles. It says that you need butter and milk and everything else, but 4 tablespoons of margarine or butter and half a cup, or quarter of a cup, excuse me, of 2% milk. I'm going to use water, as you know. So let's take out that cheese packet, and we're going to basically find the middle of that bad boy and dump about half of these noodles in. So I'm going to do that, but let's see, how do I measure half of that, half of them noodles? Guess I'll just make a little bit, yeah, a little more. Macaroni and cheese. Let's see how that's gonna go. Boil those bad boys. Let's try one and see if they're done. I think they're done. Oh yeah. Those bad boys are soft. I want to save all the water I can. I'm just gonna put a little bit of cheese in there and mix it in and see. A little bit more. That ought to be about half. Ooh yeah. Not very cheesy, is it? Looks like I diluted it quite a bit. Not very cheesy. But good. It does have good flavor. Just not a lot of it. Not too bad. I'm gonna have some more apple juice today too, because I still have quite a bit. I only had 16 ounces. And it is day 8 after all. That apple juice is good. After drinking just water, apple juice is fantastic. Look at that. Nice hot food in the stomach on a cold day with a very mild drizzle. Day 8 is going well. Food is always good. Well, lunch was fantastic. Now I'm gonna clean this rag. This thing is dirty. Look at how dirty that is. I'm gonna boil up some water and use my spoon and just kind of clean up my rag so I can be dealing with a clean rag instead of a dirty one. I'm gonna pour a little bit more water in there. Laundry time for this rag. So I brought it up to a boil and the water turned like almost black. So I dumped that water out and I put the rag back in, some new fresh water, and hopefully I'll have a nice clean rag after this second rinse here. Gonna bring it up to a boil, let it boil for a little bit, and then it'll be done. Well, I feel much better today. So I have a project in mind, something small, nothing crazy, but I gotta find some material. So I'm looking around. I found this down tree here. I want to use all dead stuff, so I found this tree here. This might this actually might be perfect for what I'm working on. Be good. And while I'm cutting this, I'll give you an update on my energy level. I have not ate the meat yet, but I'm already feeling better. I've been hydrating, had some mac and cheese, even though it was kind of dry, not dry, but kind of not very cheesy. But I do feel much better. Coming back to the energy level thing again, I think yesterday I just was overworked. I was tired. I think that's all it was. Now that I think about it and the way that I feel today, you know, I got a good night's rest last night and I just feel so much better. Sorry if I alarmed anybody yesterday by saying that I was tired and all that. Did not mean to. That was not my intention. So let's measure this bad boy out. So somewhere around right there where my fingers are. There. It's about right in the middle though. It's hard to balance. Okay, I got my two main pieces. Now, let's take this knife here and see if I can trim these bad boys off. All these spots that are no good, that are not needed. There, that did quick work of that. How about that one right there? Come on, almost there. Ooh, that one's tough. Okay. There we go. Nice. This knife is nice. SCHF 43 by Charade. That's what I'm using here. Good knife. Okay, so let me flatten this edge here. Probably would have been better off doing this as a time warp. Yeah, this is good looking wood here. I didn't want to cut anything down. I always try to use dead wood. Boy, these are nice. There's one right here. It's not that big of a deal, but there. So those two. Now I need two more that are a little bit shorter. So there's my materials. I need now a bunch of small pieces. I'll go find those off camera and then we'll be back with you at camp and I'll show you what I'm making. that out. Blondie, come here, baby. Come here. Come here. Look at your bed. Come here. Come on. Right here. Right here. There she is, up here. Try your bed. Where's your doggy bed? Huh? Where's your dog bed? Huh? You like it? Where's your bed at? Dog bed. Where's your bed? Is that your bed? Yeah? Is that your bed? Huh? Lay down. Oh my goodness. Look at the doggy bed. Yes, look at the doggy bed. Ain't that comfortable? Huh? Is it comfortable? Are you spoiled? Huh? Are you spoiled? This poor old dog. She's got a dog bed now. Comfortable. Some of you might be wondering why I do this. Why do you waste your time? She could lay anywhere out here on these ferns where it's comfortable. It's simple. These are my dogs. I love them. She's an old girl. She's not going to be around here forever. You know, one of these days she's not going to be here. And when that day comes, I want to know without a doubt that I did everything I could to give her a good life, to make her happy and to show her that she was loved. That's why I do this. Yes, you are, baby girl. You're spoiled, huh? You like your dog bed? Do you like it? Yes. Are you loving me back? Is that your way of saying thank you? Huh? Ranger, where's your dog bed, bro? Ranger, come try the doggy bed, bud. Huh? These dogs, they're everything to me. They're family to me. They're not just animals. They're like my family. And I want her to know that I love her. She already knows, but she's a good girl. She's spoiled, got a doggy bed now. Still not getting no table food though. She's still in trouble there. She got a little entitled. Thought that she didn't need to eat dog food no more. She's still a dog even though she has a doggy bed, right? She's already gotten 2, and I haven't even had 1. And she's eyeballing this one. There you go. I know what you're thinking, because I'm probably thinking the same thing. You said you were going to make them eat dog food and all this. You're right. I was a pushover. 100% right. Come here, Ranger. Good boy. Bondi. There you go. Yes, I am a pushover. Only because she ate some dog food. Yes, I'm a pushover. This apple juice tastes delicious. Dang, look at how clean Blondie got that. I'm gonna let her clean them all. Hell. Finish that one. Finish that red one. Ranger didn't get it all. She licks that thing with a purpose. That's funny. These dogs are something else. My dogs and I are out exploring, and I found a cool fallen tree. Look at this root system, and look at this tree. That's pretty cool. You can see these yellow tints right here. There's tons of fatwood in here. That is solid. That's crazy. Very cool. This one's kind of interesting too. Look at that. It's
just being held up by those branches. That would be a pretty cool shelter build location if you wanted to make primitive shelter, as long as these branches are strong enough to hold this structure up. Pretty crazy. Kind of curious how strong. Oh yeah, this thing ain't going nowhere. It's strong. Wouldn't even budge. That's pretty cool. That's like your ridgepole right there. Find a section kind of by where Ranger is down there. So there's this log right here that's down. I'm going to step over it, but I want to see how the dogs are going to get around it. Just out of curiosity. Are they going to find a spot to go under? Or look at Ranger. They went all the way around. At least he is. What's Blondie going to do? Just curious how they would get around that. Yeah, look at him hop over it. They went around. Kind of a funny little test, right? To see how they think. There's a lot of elk droppings up here. It's pretty cool. You know, I heard them bugling all night, every night since I've been out here. It's kind of neat hearing them make that sound, and they're not far from where I'm camping. These droppings are, looks like a few days old, but it's pretty neat to be deep in elk country. Pretty cool. I mean, I'm just seeing droppings everywhere. Deer and elk. It wouldn't surprise me if I saw a bear in this area too. Coming up to some rocks. I just love exploring, looking around, and just seeing. Look, like right now I'm looking at a beautiful purple flower. It's just so cool getting out. I mean, elk droppings everywhere. Pretty neat area. Very, very pretty. When you see an old tree like this, or at least when I do, if it looks old, I always wonder, was it a chainsaw? Was it that era? Or was it the era of men that had those long saws where they would go back and forth, and those hard working men? I'm guessing that this was probably a chainsaw, because there's a cut here and then there's another higher cut here. So the tree might have fell over this direction. No telling. There's no sign of the tree anymore. You know, I'm circling around. No sign of it. But it always makes me wonder. And then I'm looking here at the side. There's like little baby chagas growing. It's just crazy. I'm like so amused by things that I see. There's a game trail right in front of me. You can kind of see where they come up and down right here. It's not traveled real well, but it's, at one point in time, it appears to have been a game trail. What I'm looking for is sheds, elk sheds, maybe deer sheds when they drop their antlers. And I'm also looking for raspberries, strawberries, more grapes, anything like that. I'm kind of striking out on that though. More beautiful purple flowers though. Look at that guy. He's just hanging out on that flower. Took off. So neat. Just getting out and exploring and just looking at the environment around you. I've been camping out here. I'm on a game trail now. You can see it off in the distance. You can kind of see that the path goes up this way. Look at how this rock is being held by the roots of this old dead down tree. That's nuts. And again, that yellow color, that's fat wood under there. I could have brought my saw and got a nice little fat wood collection. That's pretty neat. Very, very cool. And then it also makes you wonder, what was it that made those trees fall? Was it just natural? Was it bad weather? Man-made? Who knows? And then right here, coyote droppings. What were they eating? Berries? I'm not seeing any bones, so they're eating, looks like a lot of berries and stuff. No bones or hair or feathers or fur. More elk droppings. Just crazy. This one here has an interesting shape to it. Look at this. This could be like a pretty cool backdrop of a chair or something. And again, we're seeing the rocks lodged into the roots. And then look right here. Were those rocks placed there by humans? I think so. Pretty cool. There's rocks sitting up top there too. Pretty neat. This is all fat wood right here, and somebody's been harvesting it. Look at that. Oh, that is beautiful. That's good stuff there. This whole log right down here is all fat wood. That stuff is good fire starter. Smells amazing. You can see right here where they've been breaking those pieces off. That's just good fat wood there. Crazy good fire starting material. And then I see like a little den. Something lives under this log right there. Hasn't been in and out in a while though. Maybe they abandoned it. Spider webs give it away. He hasn't been there in a while. Looks like that could be bear scat. We're definitely in the area for it. Such a pretty area. So looking at this cut, you can see that this was a chainsaw because the bar, you can see the round section right here. It looks like the bar. And then they made the, I forget what they call that, the relief cut, so the tree would fall back this way, and then they cut here. That's what it looks like anyway. So the tree would have fell in this direction. That's pretty crazy. I always wonder about that, and that's what it looks like to me. I could be wrong, but you never know. You see all that resin coming up. This is all fat wood right here. I've got to admit, Ranger has came a long way. I don't call him no more. I'll just get up and I'll start walking, and that kind of triggers his response to follow. And I don't call him. He doesn't run off no more either. He's right back there, just following away. I don't go too far or too fast for him to keep up, but I'm really proud of that dog. He's doing a good job. Blondie has always been good like that since I got her. I'm on another game trail. Right here you can see it's kind of cut through. But these dogs, I'm proud of them. See, there's another tree. You can see like a relief cut and then the main cut. And then look at these heart-shaped leaves. I saw those the other day when I first got here, and I think that's called wood sorrel. I can't remember, but look at these guys too. These are cool. I definitely need to study up more on my wild edible and medicinal plants in my area. Look at these elk droppings. Probably a big bull. Pretty crazy. Ranger's off following the game trail right there. He just loves exploring. Both these dogs. With Blondie being older, I have to take it at a pace where she can keep up. I don't go too fast for her or anything like that. I see a dandelion flower and some mullein. Look at that dandelion flower. It sticks out like a sore thumb. That little yellow flower there. So all these dandelion leaves are edible. Clover. Mullein here. There's another mullein there. And those leaves, the petals of the flowers, these guys, these yellow guys, they're edible. There's a lot of mullein in this area right here. Pretty cool. When I was a kid, I used to think these were weeds before I knew what it was. Now I look at it as nature's mucinex. I look at it completely different. Look at this patch of clover. I mean, a bunch of it mixed in with the dandelions. That is a lot of clover right there. Very crazy. Pretty cool. And this guy, not a very good looking specimen here, but this is thistle. It's got the spiny little leaves. This plant is edible. The leaves and stuff. I wouldn't want to eat it, but if it came down to it, that's an edible plant. I would go for the dandelions and the clover first myself. If it was me, and I'd be drinking mullein tea. With mullein tea, you gotta run it through a strainer though, like a cheesecloth, or actually a bandana would be a good option, because it's got those little hairs and they get stuck in your throat. They're like little tiny little, very very tiny weak little needles is what they're like, and they get stuck. So that's why I pour that tea through a bandana, so I avoid that. There's a lot of yarrow up here. One thing I'm noticing about the yarrow is I'm not seeing the yarrow that has the center stalk with the little flower bundle. Yellow flowers, and sometimes white flowers. They're in a little bundle on a single stem. I'm not seeing that, but I'm seeing a lot of this kind of leaves. And I'm also looking at this piece right here. I think I'm going to take this piece back to camp. That's some really good fatwood, I think. We're going to go check that out, because camp's just right there, just right down the hill. This tree right here, there's a bunch more nuts. You can see the camp off there, right there where Ranger is. There's a bunch of nuts right here. Right there. Look at those guys everywhere. So they're abundant. Isn't it amazing how God provides everything? It's just so amazing. Now this piece of fatwood here, it's not as heavy as I thought it would be, so it's probably not like beautiful fatwood, but I'm gonna take a look anyway. I think there's some fatwood in this log. But usually when you got a good piece of fatwood, that thing is heavy. Now I'm noticing something. These elk droppings right here, those bad boys are still moist. That's fresh, and that's my camp. Look, I can actually get it all in the same frame almost. That guy was close, and he's been here since we've been here. That's crazy. Pretty cool. Take a stick here, one of these little fern sticks. Yeah, that's
I would say maybe a day old. That's cool. He was right here, probably watching us, and we probably never even knew it. It was probably in the middle of the night when we were asleep or something, and we probably never even knew he was here. Look at that mushroom. Those are pretty. I just don't know what kind of mushrooms it is. That could be food. It could be poison. Who knows? I've seen probably 3 different species of mushrooms since I've been here. I don't touch mushrooms that I don't even know what they are. I'll use a stick or something. But that's pretty neat. Look at that guy. Look at the underside of it. Pretty crazy. And it makes you wonder, whoever was the first people to investigate mushrooms, like, oh, don't eat that one, you know, so and so died. Or don't eat that one, I had the runs for a week. You know, who knows? There's a pretty little flower over here. Ain't that pretty? That's beautiful. It's not as heavy as I thought it would be. You can smell it as I cut it, that it's full of fat wood, but it's not like completely fat wood. It's got some. Oh, I wish you guys could smell that. This isn't really as good a fat wood as I thought it was going to be. It smells good. The heart right in the center, that little vein right there is full of fat wood, but the rest, I thought there was going to be a little more in this piece. It smells good. It would still go up in flames though, I guarantee that. If you had a fire and you put this little stuff on there, it would definitely be accelerating. Let's try this piece here. Oh, I love that smell. I wish I could have like that smell in my whole house. Stuff smells good. Blondie, come here. Ranger, come here. Ranger, come over here. Smell this, buddy. What is that? Smell it? You smell it? Is that fat wood? Blondie. Where'd Blondie go? She's probably in her bed. Simple things for simple people, folks. Simple things for simple people. And then there's some punky wood here too. This is good for a coal extender. That stuff that easily breaks. Make that into a dust. It's kind of a powder. Put that into your tinder pile, and then when you put your coal in there, it'll help your coal stay alive longer. Yep. She was laying in her bed. That makes me feel good. Just makes me feel good that she's using her bed. I did make a mistake though. That tarp, if we were to get rain, it's gonna drop rain right in the middle of her bed. Great value. Knockoff spam, not even the real stuff, the knockoff stuff. I got some tuna too. I have a can of tuna that I thought about eating. Still have blueberry muffin mix and more cornbread, but I just haven't felt like making them. Today's really been a good day. A lot different than yesterday. Yesterday my energy was just on tilt. Today it's a different story. Look at that stuff right there. Good old-fashioned spam. And it comes with a free knife too. Look at that. Bam, chicka, bow, bow. Right? We're gonna cut those babies up.
dogs are over there looking at me like, uh-oh, we know what that is. But they're still grounded. They need to find out what dog food is. They act like they're entitled, but that's my fault. It really is. And I take full credit for it. Oh, that sizzle. Oh, this is gonna be, I can tell already that that's what it's about. I'm gonna save this piece here, maybe for tomorrow. And you're probably wondering, well, how are you gonna save it? I'll put it in the car and it will be fine. It'll be just fine. We'll fire that bad boy up tomorrow. It's too bad that these guys aren't gonna be able to have none. They've been kind of ornery with the food. So good about other things, but ornery with the food. They need to eat. They got dog food right here. They're not even touching it. They act like it's the plague or something. Like we're beyond dog food. We deserve like people food. That's what they think. They think they deserve people food all the time. That's my fault. I take ownership of it. Let's take a look at these guys and see how they're doing. Oh yeah, get a little steam in there. There you go, buddy. He must have been thirsty. Good boy. Why don't you eat some food too, dude? While you're at it. Eat that dog food. And you too, Blondie. All you want to do is be lazy. I get it though. You're an old grandma dog, I know. Alright. Got one of them turned over. Kind of sticking a little bit, but that's to be expected. And I'm not worried about that too much actually, because I'm going to put the beans in here with water. And that Spam will just be part of the beans with the water. This piece here, I'm going to let it cool and give it a taste test. I did it a minute ago and it was hot with another piece and I burnt my tongue. Now I'm sure there's somebody out there that's bougie and probably thinking, how can this guy eat Spam? That's gross. That's made out of pork butts. Well, you know what? Come out with me on a 10-day and let's go on this diet that I've been on. And you'll think this is steak. I promise you. When you're out of calories, and especially if we're hiking and doing all the activity physically, you'll think this is steak out here. Trust me. You'll be like, damn, you got any more Spam? It's funny. Spam and potatoes, and then you can make burritos with that. That is delicious. In fact, anybody out there that's bougie, I challenge you. Take $10 to the supermarket and come up with a better list of food. And let me know in the comments what that is. Lay it out, itemize it. $10, item number 1, you know, whatever. Item number 2, whatever. And let me know. Let me know what you're eating, what you think would be good, and let's count the calories and let's see. Because I'm not saying that what I'm doing is the right way or the wrong way. I'm just saying this is what I do and I'm sharing it with you. It works for me. Beans and rice and ramen, that's the cheapest stuff that I can find that sustains you and makes you feel normal. Yesterday was a low battery day, but yesterday I also worked my tail off and I didn't have much sleep. I slept great last night and today was a whole new feeling. I felt like my batteries were recharged today. Like I said before, The spring water to me tastes much better than the drinking water. And that, I got to thinking about that, and that could have been part of my factor too, because the drinking water is probably so filterized and stuff that it doesn't have probably the vitamins and minerals and things that spring water has. So I've been switching my water over to drinking more of the spring water, giving that to the dogs too, so they can get those nutrients out of that water. I don't know, that's another factor to consider. Oh man, I can honestly tell you without a doubt that this is one of the things I've been missing the whole time I've been out here. And like I said, you guys are probably laughing at home thinking this guy's going crazy over a can of Spam. This is just, it tastes fabulous. I can't even put it into words. It tastes like steak or something to me. Absolutely fabulous. Still sizzling. Apple juice, Spam. That's what I said, you know, when I first got to this location. The amount of food that I have left, I'm going to eat good out here, and I have. You know, I'm eating this Spam. I didn't eat this on the first 5 days. Here we are, it's day 8, and I'm hammering down some Spam, and it's delicious. And then I'm going to follow it up with some beans, and I'm going to mix in that whatever Spam meat got stuck in the pot with the beans, and it's going to have that little bit of protein from the meat in with the beans. It's going to be amazing. I can tell you, after being out, this was a good choice, in my opinion, of an item to bring. Spam. For a food item. You know, realistically, a $10 budget gives you room for a lot of food. It really does. Oh, that spring water tastes so good. $10. A lot of people underestimate how powerful $10 is when it comes to buying some simple food. Rice, beans, ramen, Spam, stuff like that. Man. I got to get the next bite ready while I'm eating the current bite, so this one will cool. I feel guilty not sharing with the dogs. Is that right or wrong? In your guys' opinion, leave a comment down below. Should I be sharing with them? Or are they spoiled? I'd like to hear your guys' opinions on that. Should I make them stick to the dog food? I feel guilty for not sharing. I've always felt like it's important to take care of your animal, your dog. It's your family. It's your you know. I grew up on a farm, and I had to feed, water, you know, fresh food, fresh water for all the animals before I ate. And it taught me a valuable lesson about life and how to not be selfish. Okay, let's go ahead and pour these beans in there. It's probably gonna sizzle. These are the beans that have been soaking since day 5. And you could see that I had that Spam there with it. And I'm just gonna let those guys simmer. So here's what's going on with the dogs. I have Blondies here and I have Rangers here. Blondie has a slightly larger piece of meat. She's a slightly larger dog. They're over there just waiting because they are impatient they're probably going to make a mess. At least Blondie does. She's a very messy eater. Look at those bees. They eat meat. That's crazy. He's just tearing that stuff up. Okay, come here, Ranger. Ranger. Ranger, come on. Ranger. No. Ranger, here. Come on. There you go, buddy. Blondie, come on. There you go. Come on. Come get your food. There you go. Oh, look at that. We're going to eat the Spam first. See what happens. Blondie has a deep dish at home. So she's used to... Oh, look. Ranger ate the Spam and nothing more. Blondie's actually eating some dog food. Ain't that funny? Kind of went almost the opposite of what I thought it would. It motivated her to eat. Look at that. And Ranger ate the Spam. And that's it. So Blondie ate all her food, drank half the water, and Ranger ate about half of his food. He's full. He just wanted to be served, I guess. He probably felt like he was taking it from me or something. Ranger, you want some water? Here, buddy. There you go, buddy. You don't want no water or no food? What do you want? Huh? He wants more Spam. Okay, so let me ask you guys, is that what you would have done? Would you have split that piece for them? Or would you have made them eat the dog food? I'd like to know down below. The weather lifted. I got some rain. I'm still hoping for more rain. I really enjoyed that. And I like being out in it. A completely different, at least I think it's a different species. Look at the top here. It's got all these little bumps and stuff. That's what it looks like underneath. That's pretty crazy. There's a lot of neat stuff out here. I just love exploring this area. The dogs are really enjoying it too. Probably have about an hour and a half of daylight left. Wow. Found a little piece of paracord. You know, 50-pound tensile strength. That's pretty cool. Nice find there. I know you guys are probably thinking, you know, you're crazy. I'm just saying, I know everybody can buy paracord all over the place. I'm saying if you were out here and you had none and you found this, that would be a big score. That's all I'm saying. If I was truly in a survival situation, the places that I would pay most attention to are places where people have been. I know it's not much, but if you're surviving, you might find a water bottle. You might find some cordage up in a tree that somebody forgot. You know, it might be 5 feet, but that could be a bow drill string. You might find a ferro rod. You know, you never know what you're going to find. You might find a cast iron pan or something. It's crazy. A cushion, a blanket. Who knows? It's kind of interesting though. So here's even more yarrow, elk droppings, and more mushrooms. I have no idea what those are. It's kind of crazy. If I only knew, I could be looking at food. Who knows? But I don't know mushrooms.
Now that is a pretty good size mullein rosette. Does anybody need any toilet paper? Because that's what I use that for. It's soft. Look at that. Soft to the touch. It's like quilted. So do you remember earlier when I was talking about yarrow and that I didn't find any with the little white or the yellow flowers at the top? I just found one. It's small, but I found one. This guy. That's yarrow. It has those little flowers at the top. Those ones are white, obviously. You can find yellow ones too. Right next to it, look at those little purple flowers. Those are cute. I don't know what species of plant that is, but they're kind of cool looking. So you remember earlier when I found that big patch of clover? I had no idea I was in Clover Canyon. I guess this place is aptly named. That's kind of funny. Kind of comical. I think I see more thistle. Pretty cool. I love doing these wild edible and medicinal plant walks. Yarrow and dandelions. I wonder where Yarrow and Dandelion Canyon is. Look at those. That is a good yarrow specimen right there. Yarrow is a very good medicinal. If you get bit by a bee and you want to extract that stuff out of your body, or a snake, chew those leaves up with saliva and make that spit pulpus and put that on the area, and it'll help bring out that stuff that's in your body. It's beautiful. I notice it by these leaves. The leaf pattern is very intricate. And that's what I always look for. But yellow or white flowers like that. And then I'm seeing all these yellow dandelion flowers. So I'm going to check out this kind of camping area and see if I can find anything here. Just out of curiosity, I'm out exploring and I want to see if there's anything that anybody might have left behind out here. Just to show an example of one person's trash could be gold in a survival situation. But I gotta stop real quick because I found a really pretty blue jay feather. That's cool. So in a survival situation, this little bag could be filled with nuts. Could be used as a container to carry nuts. You could carry water in it. You could put water in there and drop a hot stone from the fire in there and stone boil the water in this container. Another thing I'm noticing right there, I mentioned it earlier, a water bottle. Water bottles, in my opinion, are very valuable. You know, you purify your water and you have a place to store it and you can walk around, drink on the go. And this is just stepping into this campsite. I haven't even really looked yet, but I've already found these two items right here. So people leave trash. That could be a good thing if you're hurting. You could use this to blow on your fire from a distance without having to get too close. Crazy. It's just funny. I always look up in the trees too a little bit. About as high as a person could reach. Maybe looking for paracord where they forgot to bring down a ridge line, or maybe they were hanging out close to dry or something. They forgot that line. So I'm always looking for that. You know, wouldn't it be neat to find a pocket knife or something? So that bottle from earlier didn't have a lid, but there's 1, 2 lids right here, and I'm sure one of them will fit that bottle. Here's some potential cordage. This is like a strap or something from a, I don't know, a bag or something. Care instructions. Go sports. Cornhole game rules. Wow. That's cool. Cornhole game rules.
Now this next item is something that I did not expect to find out here. It's very interesting. This is an electrical insulator. That's nuts. I would have never expected to find one of these insulators out here. But that could be used. I mean, you throw that at something, that's a weapon. Take your cordage that you found here, put that insulator on one end and swing that bad boy around and hope you don't knock yourself out. A griddle. You could put your fire in there and cook right on top of this. That would be a huge score. Look at this. This could be portable. This is a good find right here. That's crazy. That would be cool. Somebody drove a tent stake and a nail into this tree. Right here is 2 chairs. And these guys are the perfect height just to get you off your feet so you can kind of relax a little bit. This is cool. A chair. Now, I'm not sure the correct name of this. I think this is an edible called skunk cabbage. Not sure about that though. More yarrow and another mushroom. I don't know what that one is. Look at that widowmaker. I really want to say thank you guys for joining us on this solo survival experience with these dogs. I hope you enjoy this series of videos as much as we're enjoying being out here. It takes a lot of work to do what I'm doing on these videos. A lot of walking, and you know, you just saw 2 SD cards that are 128 gigs each full. Could you imagine the editing that I'm gonna have to do? That's why I'm not doing all these time lapses and stuff. You've heard me talk about that before. But the whole time we were gone, it just raised my awareness to a lot of things as far as survival and as far as recommendations that I would make for people that are campers, whether you're trailer camping or whether you're tent camping. Here's one thing: please pick up your trash, and 2, leave at least 1 water bottle and about 10 feet of paracord about head high. Let's start that movement, right? Everybody leaves 10 feet of paracord. That way, if somebody ever gets in a survival situation, they can go to a campsite and find some paracord hanging. That would be cool. But really, today was fun. The beans were cooking the whole time we were gone. So we're going to sit back and eat some beans. I'm not going to drag you guys through that and make you watch me eat beans and tell you how delicious they are. I'm going to eat beans, I'm going to drink water and apple juice. But with that being said, I feel good. I feel like today was a definite rejuvenation of my energy level was good. Dogs are happy. I'm happy. Day 8 is officially in the books. And I'm coming to that realization where I'm looking at tomorrow being day 9. And it's kind of hitting me in the head like, wow, I'm almost done with this challenge. I feel just as good right now as I did on day 1, the day that I started this challenge. So that's crazy. I'm so excited. I've been eating a lot of food, and I'm really curious at what my weight is going to be on day 10. I think I'm doing pretty good. I'm so excited. But with that being said, folks, again, thank you for watching this series. I love you all. We'll see you guys tomorrow. It will be day 9. We're going to wrap this thing up. It's going to be fun. Bye for now. We'll see you tomorrow. Love you all. Good morning. It's day 9. Oh, it's hot in here. Let's get this party started. Slept good, had a lot of dreams last night. Let some of that cool air in.
What a beautiful day it is. There's some food. Go for it. Drink, baby. Yeah, what a good day. I'm hungry. I'm ready for some oatmeal. I slept really good last night. Had a lot of very vivid dreams. And in between that good sleep, during the night, I could hear a lot of bull elk bugling. That is such a beautiful sound to hear. It's amazing. But I'm starting to believe that it's opening day for archery bull. The reason I say that is because mixed in with the bugle calls, I can hear artificial bugle calls. And I think these hunters are overcalling these bulls, because it seems like every 30 seconds it's like, and then nothing, and then again, like the perfect bugle call, but it doesn't sound real. It sounds like it's coming out of a pipe. I could tell when it's a real elk calling and artificial. And it sounded like maybe I got this image in my head of archery bull hunters sitting up in their tree stand. One guy's over here calling and the other guy's over there answering. That's what it sounded like. They're calling back to each other. And I'm thinking, man, if I was a bull elk, I'd be like, I'm gonna stay away from that section where all them crazy bugle calls are, because it's funny. It's like they're trying to imitate the bull in his prime massive bugle call every single time they call. The bulls make different sounds. They don't make the same exact sound every single time. It's just funny. And I just think that they're overcalling these bulls. Get this bad boy heated up. But yeah, it feels good. It was hot in that tent, but it feels good out here right where I'm at now. Temperatures feel good here. I'm going to heat up plenty of water today. You know, on this challenge, you know, it's day 9 and I've only taken one bath. So I'm going to heat up a little extra water, and after I eat my oatmeal, I think I'm going to sponge bathe a little bit and clean up, so that when I go home tomorrow, I'm not stinking too bad. I mean, obviously I'm going to have to do laundry and stuff like that, but that's why I'm cleaning up this bowl. So I can put my oatmeal in here, pour my water in, and then whatever water's left, I'll use to clean up with. But man, it's so amazing to be out here right now. I just saw a couple people hiking just on this road right here by where I'm at. An older man and woman. So I had to reshoot this video right now, because they walked by and they were in the frame. Kind of throws me off a little bit. I don't think they're hunters. I think they're just camping, and they're probably out just enjoying the morning. Went and also picked up the spam, the leftover spam, out of the car, so I'll probably fire that up. In fact, I'm gonna set that in the tent so the flies and bugs and stuff don't get it. That way when I'm ready for it, it's good to go, ready to go. This is one of my favorites out here. I'm probably gonna drink a lot of apple juice today. Even though this is concentrate, man, it tastes good. It tastes really good. I don't think it's gonna take it all. Nope. Looks like I'll have a shot for the morning. Feels so good to be out here though. Man, I'm so happy. Day 9. It's hard to believe that it's day 9. It's like, where did the time go? It seems like I just got here.
you know, it's already day 9. It's probably one of my favorite things. Even at home, I like oatmeal. I have 2 packs of oatmeal here right now, and there's 2 left for tomorrow. So I'll have breakfast today, breakfast tomorrow, and I still have quite a bit of food left. Even though this journey is kind of coming to an end, there's still quite a bit of food. And I'll talk about all that tomorrow, what's left and how much fuel I used, and just in case you guys might be curious about that, what I learned, what was good, what was bad, things like that. The water, spring water. Don't get the drinking water, get the spring water. I'll tell you that one right now. It's so nice to be able to come out to an area like this and just live in the area, you know, for a little bit of time. So cool. But I got a kick out of those archery bull calls this morning. It was funny. They need to relax just a little bit. And you might be thinking, well, how can you share an opinion? You don't hunt. I have hunted. It's been a long time. But I come from a family of hunters. My grandpa, my uncles, everybody in my family hunts. So we have plenty of conversations about hunting. And I've been on plenty of hunts in my life. I just think that they're overcalling, and the elk ain't probably coming in. Because for one, it sounds artificial as all get out. And 2, it's too perfect every time. And it sounds like a pipe, like the sound's coming out of a pipe, because it is. You can hear that. I think when you're up in the tree stand, you put the sound out and it sounds good to you there, but the person, you know, half a mile away hears it, can hear the artificial in the sound. So I don't know if those bugle call manufacturers are considering that, you know. They're probably doing it in a building and they sound perfect in the building, but are they getting out and testing it out in over some hills and through trees and everything else? Because it does. It sounds like the sound's coming out of a pipe. And it's too frequent. It's like every 30 seconds. It's pretty crazy. Yeah, buddy. Here's your water. Come on. Good boy. There you go. You should eat your dog food too. Because I don't think you're getting spammed today, bro. I'll do that job. Good boy. Gonna eat your food? No? You're waiting on the spam? You're not gonna get it today, I promise. So you get done, and your bowl looks like this. I just take a little bit of water, and then I rub it with my finger to try to get a lot of the stuff cleaned up. And then I drink it like a paste or something. And that's the quick way that I clean my dishes to be ready to use it again. You know, if I have spam here in a little bit after I wash up, I want to be able to put it in something. So I don't want spam sitting on top of oatmeal. So this is just a quick way that I use to kind of clean up my bowl, if you will. I mean, it's not perfect, but it makes it better than it was. So you're just kind of getting all that stuff moving around and just kind of pouring it down into your mouth. Not perfect, but it's better than it was. So glad that Wendy's gives us these little containers. It's been really handy on this series. It's been pretty cool. Now there's kind of a sequence that I use when I do my sponge bath. I always start with my mouth first, inside, like my teeth, get inside of my mouth, and then I come out to my face area,
and then maybe I'll rinse. And then I start up into my head, behind my ears, the back of my neck, up onto my shoulders, kind of down my arms, down my shoulder, down my other arm, start into the chest, into the belly, reach around to my back, whatever areas I can get to my back, and then hit my pits, because those are generally dirtier areas. And then after that, I usually rinse again, and then I'll hit my privates, and then I'll go down my legs, and then the very last thing that I usually wash is my feet. And you're probably wondering, what about the hands? Well, the hands are doing all the washing, so the hands are constantly on the rag. So during this process, your hands are getting cleaned. But yeah, always the feet the last. And then that's basically it. It's pretty simple. It's a technique that I use quite often, and I think it's pretty effective. Now I feel so much better. Obviously, that sponge bath never replaces a real shower or a real bath, but I use this technique a lot when I come out to the woods. Very effective. And this water, I'll show you here in a second, this water is dirty. I feel so much better. Look at the color of that water. Watch when I pour, look at that. That's how dirty I was. Look at all that. So sponge bath is better than no bath. You can see the difference in the water. It's crazy, isn't it? The next part of the cleaning process that I like to do is what I call simple laundry. It's the small pieces of laundry. Things like socks, things like underwear. So I've got my underwear, I just took them off. I'm just wearing my shorts. So I'm gonna clean these. So I'm gonna make another pot of water, get it nice and hot, and I'm gonna clean my socks and my underwear. The parts of clothing that are closest to my body, I'm gonna clean them. When you do these techniques, you'd be amazed at how clean it'll make you feel. You know, when you got clean underwear against your body, you got clean socks on your feet. These dirty clothes, like these shorts, you can put them in there too, but they're gonna soak up all the water and they're gonna take up all the space. So I'm gonna try to make sure my socks don't have any dog hair or anything on them. Just kind of clean them a little bit, just this way, the dry clean. And then I'll put them in that hot water with my underwear, and I'll kind of swish it all around. I'll take it out, hang dry it, and if you're in a humid environment, of course, you might not be able to use this technique because you'll never get them dry. But here in Arizona, I'm able to get away with it. Another thing to keep in mind is, now that you're on your second batch of water, if there's any areas on your body that you want to hit again, maybe you want to do your ears again, or your hair, or your face, any of those areas, you can do that first and then do your laundry next. Yeah, that water feels good right there. So I'm going to take this rag and I'm going to hit my head and face again before this water gets dirty. Another thing is, after this face and body stuff, when it comes to your socks or your underwear, I'd recommend the underwear first and then the socks last. Because the underwear, I personally want those cleaner than my socks. So I'm not gonna wash my socks, get the water all dirty, and then put my underwear in some dirty water.
So let's take a look at this water. Look at that. Can you see that? That's crazy, isn't it? Just from my clothes. That's nuts. Cleaning yourself up. This is part of self-care, you know. Take care of yourself. Feel good about yourself. Honor your body. So now I want to cook in my pot. So I'll use my rag that I just cleaned to kind of clean out my pot. And then I'll put the pot on the burner on a low heat, and I'll let the flames kind of dry the pot. And then from there, it's back in action for cooking. But isn't that cool? There's my Spam. I'm gonna do just a couple pieces. Careful pushing with your thumb, not too hard. There. Yeah, I'll just do those 2 pieces right there. Set those bad boys in. Get the Spam cooking. Life is good, folks. Even my fingernails and things are clean. They had dirt and stuff underneath my nails. I don't know if you look back at, you know, before I took my bath, my fingernails were dirty. My toenails are still kind of dirty, but that's pretty much to be expected. I mean, of course I can spend more time working on my toes and stuff if I want to, clean underneath. And that just comes down to, you know, how much hygiene are you into? Look at, I bring out the Spam and there's 3 bees that show up. Pretty crazy. So let me hang up these shorts and socks and towel and let this Spam cook, and we'll get on with our day. Day 9, I can't believe it. Day 9, wow. Oh, it's Spam time. Look at that. All these little bits and pieces that are still left in there, I'm not worried about it, because right after the Spam, I'm gonna cook ramen. And all those little pieces, all this little stuff here, it's gonna be in my ramen. So I'm just eating big chunks right now. There's my Spam ramen. It's gonna be good. Everybody's chilling. Everybody's kicking back. Ranger's scratching. I'm enjoying this day. Day 9. Can't believe that it's already here. It's crazy. So what is a camping trip without a hammock? Really enjoying this. So comfortable. Except for the part
where you got to get up and come over and turn the camera off. That's the part that's not very fun. Now I'm ready to read some material. American Survival Guide, Prepper, Emergency Survival Manual. All you need to know to prepare for and live through any survival challenge. So I'm on day 9 of my 10-day solo survival challenge. This looks like an interesting read here. So you got the ultimate survival technologies, firelight thing, I forget what they call it. Looks like a ham radio maybe. Nice little axe or hatchet. And a Phoenix light, compass, and some topo maps. Looks like a good read. Phoenix PD36R rechargeable flashlight. Now, I've never reviewed any Phoenix lights. Nobody's reached out to me to send me one. I'd like to check them out. They look pretty solid. This one here, light shown, actual size. That's not a bad size. 1600 lumens output from a 21700 battery. 283 meters of throw. 6 modes. So you got 5 brightness levels and a strobe. Tactical tail switch and a mode selecting side switch. Okay. 5,000 milliamp hour, 21700. Battery level indicator. That's cool. And 2-position pocket clip. Sounds very much like the M2R Pro Warrior from Olight. Look at this guy. So actual size, huh? Looks pretty similar. Except the Olight, let's see, it's 1800 lumens. I think it has 300 meters of throw. Uses the same battery, a 21700, 5,000 milliamp hour, so they're the same there. 6 brightness levels and a strobe. That's what the M2R Pro Warrior has, because it has a moonlight mode. It's got low, medium, high, turbo 1, turbo 2, and a strobe. So 7 lighting modes in all. Tactical tail switch, absolutely, right there. Basically a half press goes to low and a deep press goes to turbo. And you can do momentary or constant on with it. It's very cool. And it does have a mode selection switch, battery level indicator, and the 2-position pocket clip. But look at this. The pocket clip on the M2R Pro Warrior goes all the way to the base of the flashlight, which I like because it gives you a really good deep carry, this thing. But look at what the Phoenix is doing. So you're going to have this portion of the light hanging out of your pocket. Some people like that, but I don't. I like a nice deep carry, so this thing's like way down in my pocket. This still looks like a solid light. I'm not knocking it, so don't take me wrong there. I just think the Olight is a better light. Look at that aggressive strike bezel. This doesn't have that. Phoenix looks like a good light though. So if there's anybody from Phoenix out there watching, reach out to me and I'll review one of your lights. Got to stay hydrated today. I noticed my pee was starting to get a tiny bit yellow. Got to drink more water. Don't wait till you're dehydrated, dark yellow, stinky urine before you start drinking. Pay attention to your urination. And then you can be ahead of the game on your hydration. The first article in here about water, this is an excellent article. Talks about how much water is enough. They say 1 gallon per person per day for drinking and sanitation. But then I always say whatever your body weight is, drink half of that per day in ounces. So a 200-pound guy drinks 100 ounces. What does it say here? It says, a rule of thumb published by the University of Missouri is to divide your weight in half to determine how many ounces of water you need to drink per day. For instance, a person weighing 120 pounds should drink 60 ounces per day. So Missouri, they got it going on. Because I'm on par with them. There are special considerations such as add 12 ounces for every 30 minutes of high level activity and 24 ounces if you're pregnant or nursing. That's cool. I didn't know about that. Talks about cleanliness, talks about whales, how to store water. Very cool. Dehydration. By the time you feel thirsty, dehydration has already started. Dehydration level of only 1% can negatively affect your attention, motor skills, and memory. Severe dehydration can result in organ failure and death. That's crazy. Talks about electrolytes. That's a very good article right here. I'm gonna soak this information in here. I know most of what they're talking about. There might be something that I catch that I'm new to, so I'm gonna check this out. It feels so good to relax. After reading this magazine, there's some really good stuff in here. One of the coolest things is the subscription. So if you purchase this magazine at the bookshelf, you know, like I got this one at Walmart, I think I paid $10 for one issue, but if you get a 1-year subscription for 12 issues, it's only $32. So it's like buying 3 of them and then you get 9 for free or something. But there's a lot of good stuff in here. They talk about self-defense, communications, there's solar panels, solar information, energy, security, fire starting, water purification, navigation, all kinds of good stuff, prepping kind of stuff. Really good issue. And it feels so good to be kicking back in my hammock. Oh man, life is good. Today, day 9, it's all about self-care. It's all about R&R. It's all about wrapping this thing up on a positive note, feeling good. My energy levels are excellent today. I feel good. Oh, it's just so nice getting out. I'm looking off in the distance and I see a really cool tree. It's like 5 trees, but then they share a common trunk. It's crazy. I'll show you in a minute. I don't know how a tree does that. So looking up this tree right here, you see how it goes into 2. It's actually 2 trees in one here. And then this one right here, that's also one tree that breaks into 2 up there. And then looking at this one, look at that. It's 2 trees that shares a common trunk. And then again, over there, that one there, 2 trees sharing a common trunk. Now look at this one off in the distance right here. This one. So you have one trunk, and then look at it branches off into about 5 trees. That's just crazy. Not like these guys here that I'm looking at here that are just twins. So now you can see that I have some water filtration going on, and it's not because I need water. I have plenty of water, but what this is this is kind of a step that I do every time I get done with a trip and I'm wrapping up the trip. I like to go through this process, and this process is gonna be eventually cleaning my filter. I'm gonna show you the back flush, and then I'm also gonna talk about how I disinfect my filter so that when it sits on the shelf at home until the next trip, it doesn't get microorganisms growing inside of the filter. So I'm gonna filter about whatever this is, 3 liters of water here. I'll just pour it into my gallon jug or whatever water containers that I have, and then we'll get on to the next step. Getting ready to swap out these bottles here, just like that. Hopefully that one will stay. I like the Nalgene's because they're wide mouth and it's easy to get them to sit where you want them to sit. This one seems to be being a little bit difficult, so I'm going to pour the good filtered water into my drinking water. So now at this point, I'm going to take my Sawyer filter off and get rid of the water here, get it out of the way. And now's the point where I clean my Sawyer. So this bottle is just a bottle that represents what the bad stuff was that went through my filter. This is going to take all the nasty stuff out of my filter. You're going to see everything that filter held back. This other bottle, this is the water that's obviously been filtered that we're going to use to back flush our filter. So to back flush, we need a plunger, okay? Something like this. Now, what I like to do is I'll take some standard household bleach, not the fragrance kind, just the basic bleach, not the drip-free stuff. And for 1 liter of water, if you're going to drink the water and it's clear like this, I would put 2 drops, 1, 2, per quart or US liter. Then you wait 30 minutes and then you could drink the water. But in our case, since we're going to be back flushing and we want to get rid of any bad stuff that might have been in the filter, I'm going to add 2 more. 1, 2. Now at this point, the water will still be safe to drink. It'll just have a little bit of a bleachy flavor to it. So I'm going to put the lid on, mix in that bleach, put the bleach away, and now you see your filter has an arrow which tells you the direction of the water. We're going to actually put this thing on here backwards, and we're going to run water backwards through this filter, and it's going to back flush. Okay, I'm trying to get everything to sit real nice. Okay, so we got our bleach mixed in real well. We'll take our plunger, we'll come into the filtered water, get our plunger nice and full, close this again because we don't want to cross-contaminate, and then we're going to go against the flow, and this is going to do 2 things. It's going to back flush the filter, and it's also going to make it clean. Okay, so there's 1. Let's do it again. I usually do enough of these until the water comes out clear. If the water is super dirty that you were filtering, this stuff is going to be nasty looking. It doesn't look too bad actually right here in our case. So here's 2. So we're back flushing and purifying our filter at the same time. 3. If you want to set up a gravity system and filter the water using gravity with bleach, that also helps as far as disinfecting your filter, but it's not gonna back flush it obviously unless you put it in backwards. You have to have a coupler to do that. Let's see if I have one here. So this is the coupler. It would basically thread I don't know if you can see this water bladder here. It would thread onto the water bladder here, and then it would thread onto the filter here. And then you would basically let gravity back flush for you. But I'm choosing to do it the conventional way. So let's do one more, and then I think we're good to go. One more. We're gonna go against the flow, and you want to put a pretty good amount of pressure and really get it back flushed well. So this is all the nasties that our water filter collected for us. Not really too bad. It did pretty good. At this point, this filter is done. It's ready to store. What you want to do here with the filter is you want to leave it out to air dry. And I generally put them up like this so that they can let the water and stuff come out of the filter. But let it air dry and then put it on the shelf. And then next time you go on a trip, you want to put at least 1 liter through the filter to get kind of rid of that residual bleach taste. It's not going to hurt you if you skip that step. You can go straight to filtering if you want. Not going to hurt you a bit. But if you want it to taste as good as it's going to taste, just run at least 1 liter through it and you're good to go. This is a technique that I use all the time, because if you don't do this, and I found this out the hard way. I went on a trip one time and I had a bunch of nasty stuff in my water, and I didn't do this. And then I got home from the trip and I put the filter on the table, you know, or my shelf or whatever until the next trip. Then the next trip came and I took the filter, and all the water that I filtered tasted terrible because I didn't use the bleach for my cleansing of my filter. So all those bacterias and microorganisms and all that stuff, they were just going crazy. They were just going nuts. So what I'm doing now is, you saw I put a little bit of bleach water, or you saw that I put a little bit of bleach water in this container. Now I'm going to just loosen the cap a little bit and kind of let the water kind of come out. Now this bottle is purified. This bottle is clean. You can smell the bleach, very mild. So that bottle's good to go. And I can do the same thing with this bottle. Since I have about a half a liter left and I have 4 drops of bleach in there, if I wanted to, I could put the rest of this in here, but there's really no need to. So I'm just going to pour this out. That's a little bit strong for what I would want to personally drink. If your water is like really dirty, you can put like 4 drops, meaning dirty as in you can't see through the water. It's dirty in that aspect, visually dirty. But if it's clear or clearish, 2 to 4 at the max. I usually do 2, 3. But because I was purifying my filter, that's the only reason I used 4 drops. Now I know that what I just said might have been a little confusing. Let me clarify a little bit more. If you're doing the water to drink and the water's clear, you only need about 2 drops per quart or liter. If the water is not clear in color, and you can't, I mean, it's got a lot of junk and stuff, say it's muddy looking water, then go with 4 drops. Wait 30 minutes and you can safely drink that. Of course, run it through a bandana and all that other stuff. But that's how I handle my system. My filter is good to go. I'm going to take it off the shelf next time I have a trip, and it's going to be ready to rock and roll with no bacteria or anything growing inside. That one trip that that trip is the trip that I learned this trick from. I failed my way to success, so to speak. I made a mistake, and I paid for it on that next trip because my water tasted terrible because it was being filtered through bacteria that was growing. The water was still safe to drink. It just tasted terrible. Today was a lot of self-care. Today was a lot of R&R. I'm going to get to see Miss Bella tomorrow. I'm really excited. I missed her and the girls. They got a new puppy today, I think. And I'm going to meet the new puppy. And I'm excited about that. I'm just so happy about this challenge and the way it went and the way I feel. The way I feel right now. It's been fun. It's been hard at times, but fun the whole time. Challenging would be an understatement. But I look forward to seeing you guys tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the final day. Day 10 of this challenge. And then I get to go home. Any of you guys out there watching that, you know, you consider yourself on a $10 budget and you have to survive for 10 days. And if you can think of any items that I haven't thought of, leave it in the comments section, because I'd really like to learn. You know, if you guys got some good input, I'd like to know about it. So you see that little bee just stung me right here on the hill. I didn't even know. I don't see a stinger or a wound or anything like that. So I don't know if he bit me or stung me. But I know that after bees sting, they like die. So I'm not sure what happened. They were over here on the water bottle, and Ranger was down in that little ditch over there. And I went to go check on Ranger, and I guess when I walked by the water bottle, by the dog's water, maybe he got up under my pants or something. And I didn't swat him or nothing. I was just walking back, and I felt this sharp pain in my foot down here on my heel. And I guess I'd been stung. Good thing there's a lot of yarrow out here, because yarrow helps pull out anything that's underneath your skin. So it's too bad that the poor guy had to die. So I'm looking at my heel, and I don't see a stinger, a wound. I don't see anything. But it sure stung when he got my attention real quick. Like, ouch. So we'll see what happens. Check back in the morning, but I don't see nothing. Normally you'll see like a little stinger, I think. Because I think when a bee stings you, his stinger stays inside of your skin, and when he takes off, it rips his guts out, basically, and that's why they die. But I don't think that's the case here, because I don't see a stinger. I've been bit by bees before, and they usually leave like their little stinger in. I'm allergic to bee stings, to be honest with you. It doesn't, like, it's not gonna kill me or nothing. It'll just swell up and stuff like that. It doesn't hurt any more or any less or anything. It's just, it'll swell up, and that's about it. But it's crazy. Just got stung by a bee. Okay, I got bonus. I have a bonus here. When I was in Payson on day 5, I picked this up and I put this in the car. And I thought, why the hell not? It's day 9. I'm going home tomorrow. I'm curious how these taste. We're going to give them a shot. Day 9 is not over yet.
Okay, check this out. I'm talking about the Jiffy cake mix still, golden yellow cake mix. And this is the part that I wanted to tell you about. It says you need an egg and water, right? And then it says beat 3 to 4 minutes on medium speed. And if you're doing it by hand, 5 to 6 minutes. So I totally skipped the beating by hand, and I don't have an egg. I just added water, mix it together, and put them in there. So I have no idea how they're going to turn out. It says fill them half full, cook them, bake them 15 to 20 minutes. Cake's done when a toothpick is inserted into the center and comes out clean. This 220 calories out of this box, I believe, per 1/5 baked cake. Or maybe that's, yeah, maybe that's per cake. And then the cool thing about this is it's a 9-ounce box. The cornbread, I think, was 8 ounces, and the blueberry muffins was 7.5 ounces. And these things are cheap. They're like 50 cents over in the baking section. So we'll see how they turn out. Look at these campers over here. Blondie just loves her bed. Okay, let's take a look at these bad boys. That one's done. I think they're all done. Got a little bit of stickiness there, but I think it's probably okay. Yeah, I think we're good. So I'm gonna get these guys out. Turn my stove off. We'll start with the one in the middle here. It's the one that was done. I'll leave the rest in there to finish up a little bit while I try this one out. So this is golden cake. I've never had this before, so we'll see how this is. Right now it's really hot. Find some good stable footing for that camera. So this is a cake, I guess. Really soft and light. Good flavor. Not too bad. So all that beat for 5 or 6 minutes, that must be just a bunch of nonsense. This isn't bad at all. I think I like the blueberry muffins better, but this is good. If you want to change, you know. If you got all three, cornbread, blueberry muffins, and then this, at least you could have a couple different tastes. I still can't believe that I'm here on day 9. And it's funny, you know, this whole journey, this whole challenge, and I get bee stung on the last day. It's funny. My hill right there, it's like warm. It feels like, I think I definitely got stung. And we'll see how it feels in the morning, if it's swollen. I'm going to put a little yarrow on it. I don't know where to put the yarrow, though, because I can't see where the stinger site is. So it's kind of like, well, where do you put it? Don't really know. But this journey has been fun. This has been amazing coming out. Miss Bella has a new puppy. So when I get home tomorrow, I'll get to meet the new puppy. I'm pretty excited about that. He's a little Chihuahua, I think. So that's going to be cool. But this journey was fantastic. I really hope that you guys are enjoying this series and enjoying the work that I'm doing. And if you guys have any input on what types of foods that are inexpensive that you could get for a 5-day or even a 10-day
please leave those suggestions in the comments down below. I mean, I'm open to anything. I'm always willing to learn something. If somebody's got an idea of something out there that's pretty good on calories and cheap, let me know. I'd really be open to trying something new, possibly. I know that rice and beans have been a staple for many cultures for years. In the Navy, we eat a lot of rice and beans on the ship. So that's kind of what I know, rice and beans. But I just can't say it enough how fun this journey was, and yet how much work it was, and how I felt good the majority of the time, with the exception of that one day I had a low battery. What was that, day 7 or 8, whatever it was? I felt like I was running on a low battery. But yeah, day 8 and today, day 9, I feel normal. I feel fine. I'm really curious what my way out weight is gonna be, because I've been pounding the food down. I still have a lot left though. When I did the 5-day, I didn't eat that much. I wasn't that hungry, so I wasn't eating. I was more focused on trying to hydrate. And I'm going to talk about that a little bit more tomorrow in my closing of this series. So don't miss that episode. It's going to be full of a lot of good information. So with all that being said, folks, I love y'all. And day number 9 is officially in the books. You don't be surprised if we get up in the morning and my heel is swollen. It is what it is. I got stung by a bee on day 9. That's a memory that I'll never forget. You know, like, did this whole survival thing, and then day 9 gets bit. That's kind of like the Achilles heel, you know. And Miss Bella and I have a movie that we need to watch together. It's our movie. I know couples have songs and couples have whatever, but we have a movie that's our movie, and I want to watch that with her when I get home. It's Avatar. Avatar. That's a good movie. So that's our movie. So with all that being said, folks, I'm not going to sit here and bore you any longer. I'll see you tomorrow. It'll be day 10, and I'll be packing up and getting out of here and doing some final thoughts before I leave. So stay tuned for that. I really appreciate you guys hanging with me on this journey.
Come on, let's get him. Blondie right here. Ranger, Cookie, come on. Come on, Ranger. Come on, Ranger. Here. Blondie, here. Come on, get your cookie. Here, buddy. Yummy. There you go. Blondie's gonna steal the rest of his. You better come back and get it. Good girl. Did you get your cookie? Yeah? Did you get your cookie? You know that that's his, huh? Ranger, get it. Ranger. That's yours, dude. Did you get a cookie? You didn't even eat it all, babies. Silly. Did you get a cookie? Yeah? Did you get a cookie? You guys are silly. No, we're not going yet. Blondie wants to go to BED. And if I say that word, she's going to think that she's going to be allowed to go in the tent. If I say the word BED, and I'm not ready yet. Go get it right there. Right there. Oh my goodness. Get it. Right there, look. Right there, all these little crumbs that you're missing. Here.
These dogs are something else. So right there, you can see where he bit me. That's where I got stung. We'll see how it looks in the morning. Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back. It's day 10. How did I sleep last night? Not very good. These dogs farted all night long, and that's what I had to contend with. It was ridiculous. No scratching. Quit scratching. It was ridiculous. I had to open the tin up and everything else. I was like frustrated. And then finally they stopped and I was able to get some sleep. Now, Ranger lost a tooth last night. I found this in the floor of the tent. Roots and all. It's crazy. I don't know how that happened with him, but he lost a tooth. You guys might be wondering about my bee sting. How's that? What bee sting? I put a little bit of little yarrow on it, and it's just a little bit of redness. It didn't swell up or anything like that. I got to it as soon as I found out where the location was. I put some yarrow on it, and no problem. It itches more than anything right now. It doesn't hurt, so no problems there. The bee sting's good. I have plenty of food left. I'll go through this with you. I've got 2 things of oatmeal that I'm going to eat here in a minute. Now, talking about my 1 pound of rice, my brown rice, look at that. I would say more than half of that left. So I have plenty of brown rice left. If you look at my beans, 2 pounds of beans, I've got about almost half of that left. That was crazy. Blueberry muffin mix. I still have enough in here. I don't know. It's kind of heavy. I could probably make maybe 4 to 6 more blueberry muffins, good sized ones. So that's cool. Cornbread's gone. Cornbread mix is gone. I still have a can of tuna that I never even touched. 1 whole container of mac and cheese, complete. Haven't even opened that yet. And 2 things of ramen left. That's the food that I have left. Apple juice, I drank that little bit that was left, and I still have, this is a 16-ounce bottle, so probably 14 ounces left. So that's kind of cool. You know, I still have some food. This challenge has been a lot of fun. I'm really curious what my weight is gonna be. So I'm going on with my normal procedure. I'm gonna eat my oatmeal, I'm gonna drink some water, get hydrated, and then I'll weigh out. And then after I weigh out, I got a lot of things that I want to talk about. I wrote down some notes. During this whole 10-day journey, I was thinking the whole time about things that you guys might want to hear, you know, questions that you might have. And so I wrote some notes down that I'll be looking at after I do my weigh out. And then at the very end, I'll tell you what my weigh out weight is, and then I'll give you some final thoughts on that. But for now, I'm heating up water as usual, and it's going to be oatmeal time soon. I'm excited to go home, but yet on the same part, I wish I could stay another 10, 20 days. You know, I'm loving it. Just loving it. Except for these guys farting all night long. That was ridiculous. Another thing, this is kind of funny. This is kind of weird actually. So I got my apple juice container, got my Gatorade bottle, and I have my Powerade bottle, and I was messing around with these this morning, and I learned something interesting. All of these lids fit the other bottle. So like my Gatorade lid fits on the apple juice bottle. The apple juice lid fits on the Gatorade bottle. Look, no leaks. And the Powerade lid does the same. All three of these lids are interchangeable. Blows me away. There's the apple juice on the Powerade bottle. No leaks. I thought that was nuts. Why I tried that, who knows? It was something I tried. This is Powerade lid on a Gatorade bottle. Crazy. No leaks. That just blows me away. So it's kind of cool to know that your bottles are interchangeable as far as lids are concerned. Here's the apple juice on the Powerade again. I don't know if I showed that yet. I might have already showed that, but anywho, I thought that was kind of an interesting little thing. Just something cool. Thought I'd run that by you. But yes, oatmeal is going to be next on the agenda. That water is at a rolling boil. I know you've seen me do this plenty of times, but this is the last time you're going to see me make oatmeal, so maybe you'll enjoy it. So I got my pillow here kind of as a heat absorber thing. This works pretty good, especially when I have hot food or hot liquid. So I'm going to make that oatmeal for the last time out here. It's crazy that this journey is coming to an end. So crazy. I got some hot water that I'm going to leave in the pot, and I'm going to put my rag in there, turn that off, and just have some water to wash up with. Crazy. This journey is over. I'll be going home today. I'm happy about that. I miss everybody, but at the same time, I'm really going to miss being out here. So nice. It's so quiet. You're not getting oatmeal, if that's what you're thinking. So quiet out here. Such a cool experience this thing has been. So right now, it's all about eating that final meal. Oatmeal out here. Getting nice and hydrated. Got that apple juice. I'm going to enjoy that. Not trying to bore you guys through, me eating oatmeal once again, but this is the last time that you're going to probably have to watch me do it on this video series. Did I tell you how delicious this is? Or my apple juice, how good that tastes? The apple juice doesn't taste as fantastic because I've been drinking it the last couple days, but when I went without and then I have it, it's like a spike of flavor and everything else. Right now, it just tastes like apple juice. I feel like I'm being sloppy. Now let's get on to some hydration with water. You guys might be thinking that I'm trying to put weight on for the way out. No, this is my normal morning routine. To be honest, I'll probably drink about half of this, and then I'll make my weight. Okay, just so you guys know, this last fuel canister, I would say, is about half full, just by the weight of it and the amount of sloshing around that I can hear. It's about half full. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's start notch number 10. I want to make sure it's clean. Yeah, there we go. "10 days. How's that look?
I chose this as a walking stick because it has kind of a bend right here on the end. And my hand fits right there on that bend. I thought that was pretty cool. Okay, it's the moment of truth. Let's find out. Make your predictions now. Wow. Wow. Let's try it again. Wow. Is it good? Is it bad? What do you think? Dang. That's crazy. Crazy, crazy, crazy. Ooh, if I could stay balanced. Ah, that is crazy. Well, we're here. We're at the end. This is the point where I'm going to take my notes and I'm going to reflect on everything that's happened in this last 10 days. This is the section of the video where it's my objective to answer any questions that you guys might have. So I thought real hard and wrote down a lot of stuff to talk about. And it's not in any specific order or anything like that. Now, as you guys know, there's been 2 locations, the one on the Verde River and the one here that you see right now. And a question might be, what of the 2 locations was your favorite? The first location was really cool because I had an abundant amount of water. I mean, endless supply of water. So for that, I loved it. But I really prefer this location better. It's a lot cooler here. I just love hearing the elk bugling at night. So definitely I like this second location better. And when it comes to location, I didn't plan to have this 10-day challenge split up on 2 different locations. I actually planned for it to be in one spot the whole time. It just kind of got mixed up there on day 5 and I had to adapt. So this is why we have 2 locations for this video series. The next one is sponge bath, sponge bathing. I showed that and I think it's effective. It works good. I use that technique all the time. It's awesome. I got it written down here: dogs and neighbors at the first location, and cars and people and stuff like that. So yes, the first location, about, I would say, less than 100 yards from where I was camped, there was 2 men. They had a car and like a Volkswagen bus, like a van, and then 2 dogs. Not a lot of cars that went through there. I mean, there was trucks and stuff, but I saw a lot of Razors and Rangers and stuff like that going by the road that went next to my camp. So there was a lot of activity. Not so much as people walking and stuff, but cars. Not so much cars, but like I said, SUVs, trucks, Rangers, Razors, stuff like that. The next one is my way out. Was I happy with the result, and was it what I expected? The way out kind of shocked me. Yes, I was happy with the result. No, it's not what I expected, and I'll get to the results of that at the end of this video. Now, the water at the first location versus the bottled water, the drinking water and spring water. Honestly, which one was better? They're both a wash as far as I'm concerned. The water that I had at the first location, I was running through a filter Sawyer system, and the Sawyer squeeze to be exact, and it was fine. I didn't have no issues with the water at all there, and the water here was fine too. So the water, I would say it's a wash. The dogs. What was the good, the bad about taking the dogs? The dogs wasn't something that I planned originally on bringing on this journey. The dogs was something that I kind of brought as a last minute decision to include them in this series. And it was a good thing overall, but there were times where it was a lot more work and a lot more attention had to go to the dogs instead of the video, like feeding them, watering them, making sure they're entertained. So it was definitely a lot of work bringing the dogs versus had I been alone. But yet there was a good trade-off there, because having the dogs meant I had some companionship. I had something to focus on, and they were funny at times, and they were fun, you know, they got to play, and seeing them happy ultimately made me real happy. The next one is sleeping on the ground on days 1 through 5. Well, I had 4 nights on the ground there, because I slept night 1, night 2, night 3, and night 4, and then night 5 I came here. There was no problems. The first night there I slept on the rocks, and I think the second night too, and then third and fourth I slept in that area where those trees and all that I shared, and I would have my head to the creek behind me, and I was laying under the trees, and it was a perfect area because I could look out here to my left and I could see the road going by, and I could see my camp, and I could see everything in that area at any given time. So sleeping on the ground was no problem. Now the next one is the stove and the fuel, and using that piece of plywood for the table for the stove here. Yes, the stove was a huge benefit. It really spoils you, and it makes the cooking so much better. It really does. You can fine-tune that flame. It's much different than cooking over a fire, because getting cooking over a fire, it takes a little more work to get, you know, low temperature and high temperature on a fire. You know, it's a lot more effort, a lot more time. You got to be a lot more patient, and you got to pay attention a lot closer to the food that you're cooking when you're over a fire. So having a stove with an endless supply of fuel was amazing. And I refer back to my 5-day challenge, where I had that little 1.1 liter Zebra pot. That was a challenge doing that over a fire, because not only was it a small pot, but trying to regulate temperature and stuff of the fire to cook my foods, it made that very difficult. Had I had a stove on that journey, it probably would have been a lot better, and the outcome in my weight loss might have been less. Who knows? Using the little piece of plywood for the table, that was absolutely fantastic. And the big question that you guys probably have is, how much fuel did you go through? So I burned 6 8-ounce MSR isopro fuel canisters over a 10-day period. Now you got to remember that on day 5 I didn't do hardly any cooking, so it was very light usage on day 5. My first fuel canister lasted until noon of day 2. My second fuel canister, I changed it out 3 p.m. on day 3. My third fuel canister was the morning of day 4. Fourth fuel canister was 5 p.m. on day 4. That was that day where I burned through 2 fuel canisters. But that stove was running all day long. Day 5 at noon, fuel canister number 5, noon on day 8. And the last fuel canister, number 6, was the morning of yesterday, day 9. And like I said this morning, it's still half full. Now, the pot, the 2-quart Cuisinart pot was fantastic. Perfect size, perfect for everything cooking. I just think that it was awesome. The trivet was using those stones so that I could cook the Cornish game hen on day 3, that Cornish hen, and then the muffins and all that. So having those rocks to lift the food up off of the bottom of the pot really helped tremendously. And then the big question was, is that 2-quart pot big enough? And my answer to that would be absolutely. But the base camp cook set, the 3-quart and the 4.5-quart or liter, those ones would be nice, but they're starting to get too heavy for the stove. So you'd have had to have stones or something to set those on to hold the weight and then have the stove. But those bigger ones would have been nice because I could have done my laundry a little more and stuff like that. So a bigger pot would have been nice, but the 2-quart pot is what I'm gonna go with. I really like the way that worked out. Now the plastic / tent / hammock. So the plastic, I never even touched it, didn't even use it. I used this tarp. I just as easily could have used the plastic, but I didn't think of it. The rain was coming, I wanted to get a tarp up, so I threw a tarp up. But the plastic, I didn't even use it. The tent was fantastic, absolutely fantastic. The hammock was amazing. You know, it was such a good R&R day yesterday. The bedroll, bedding, sleeping pad, drop cloth, chamois, all that stuff. So the bedroll, I used the Everest Elite. It was absolutely, I never got cold or anything in the bedroll, felt great. At the first location, all I was laying on was a chamois, and then I had that camouflage blanket over me. And then on one of the days, it was just the opposite. So as far as bedding here, the bedding here was perfect. Having those drop cloths down in the foot of the tent on the inside made for a very nice footing. It also stopped cold air from coming up into the tent from the bottom, from the ground. So it was a conduction barrier. My sleeping pad that I used, I could have went with something a little thicker. I used that little accordion style Thermarest. I forget what they call it. Easy Light or whatever they call it. It worked good, but I would have liked to have something a little thicker. It was very light. My chamois, yeah, I used that a lot. The GoPro, now the next category, we're talking about flashlights, headlamps, camera gear, solar panel, the Bluetti charging station, my laptop, and the GoPro. So all that technology, flashlights, I had the S2R Baton 2, worked fabulous. It was basically a nightlight. This brand new Warrior Mini from Olight was absolutely fabulous. I had the M2R Pro Warrior, I had the Seeker 2. I switched between headlamps. I had 2 of them. I had the Wowtac H01. That one worked great. And then I had the Olight Perrin Mini. It also worked great. Perrin Mini's definitely brighter. The GoPro that I'm filming with right now is a Hero 7 Black Edition. And when it's cold, it has like a delay. Like I'll push the power button and it'll still show the screen for a few seconds before it actually powers down. I don't know why it does that. My camera gear, as far as tripods and everything, they worked fine. The Bluetti power station for powering my laptop and charging batteries, that thing was a lifesaver. That thing is why I was able to stay charged this whole time. Not by itself, but that was a big part of it. But it worked really, really good. I got down to 1 bar and then it actually dropped to 0 bars and it was still working. I put it in there in the car on a power inverter and started charging it up. Got it back to 2 bars after about 3 hours of charging. My laptop out here worked good, but not excellent like it does at home. I don't know what the difference was there. Maybe it's not getting enough juice or something with that Blue Eddy. It did work. I was able to edit all of my flashlight videos that I shot, which was a total of 6 videos out here. That's what happened on day 7. 6 videos got shot, and then they got edited and rendered. And I was on the laptop literally all day on day 7 doing video editing. The solar panel that I brought, I didn't show it. I meant to, but it was the PWPAM solar panel. Worked fabulous. I used it a lot. A lot of my GoPro shots, I have a long USB 2.0 cable. It's like 10 feet long or 15 feet. And I'll set the solar panel in the sun, and I'll run that cable up to my GoPro and power the GoPro. Like right now, I'm sitting in the shade and the solar panel's right back there. So I don't have to worry about the battery dying. Now the next one is the cheapest paracord you could buy versus primitive cordage. I learned a big lesson on this one. On day 1 was a complete fail because I could not get my primitive fire to go. I wanted to start this, kick this thing off kind of primitively, and I failed. The cordage just kept breaking. It just kept breaking. My choice of materials that I was using for a set weren't optimal. There wasn't just, in that location, there just wasn't good wood to use for friction fire. So it just kept breaking my cordage. So I guess if you want to compare primitive cordage versus cheap paracord any given day of the week is going to be better than primitive cordage, in my opinion. Just like the cheap paracord behind me that's holding these tarps up. I would have rather used that over making cordage. So definitely. And it takes so much time to make primitive cordage. It's a lot of work. Now the knives, didn't use them until I got to this location. I used all stone tools on the first location. Rocks. In fact, I still have the first flake that I made, which is now a trivet, but this was the flake. It's dull now. It has no edge on it anymore. I've used every edge that it had, and it's still here though. But the knives here, I use the SCHF 43 by Charade, and I used the Mora Companion with a carbon steel blade. The saws was a Baco Laplander and a Silky Big Boy 2000. I didn't have an axe on this trip, but I did use a cheap old Walmart hatchet. And the knife, a small knife, even like the Mora Kanzball or the Mora, whatever they call it, that little knife, any small knife, in my opinion, is going to be better than a stone tool. So you've got a steel blade, even if it's a short little 1.5 inch blade or something, that's still going to be better for cutting because it's steel versus stone. So definitely that's going to work out pretty good. Now the next one is water filter. I use the Sawyer Squeeze and the Ceanoc 3-liter bag. They both worked fabulous. Sawyer Squeeze worked good. The Ceanoc was a good bag, gravity fed, and I put a lot of water through it at that first location and a little bit through it here. The water bottles, I used just an old Nalgene bottle. It worked great. And then the Powerade bottle that I had from purchasing on as one of my food items, I used that all 10 days and it worked fine. Now the next question's a good one. Was there enough food? Absolutely. You saw that I had half of my beans and half of my rice left, and a can of tuna and 2 packs of ramen and some blueberry mix. So yeah, I had plenty of food. I could have stretched it out even further than 10 days. Fudge, blueberry, cornbread, or the cake? Which one was my favorite? I would say it's a toss-up between the cornbread and the blueberry muffins. The fudge was kind of a flop. Didn't really work out too well. The rice, the oatmeal, the mac and cheese, the beans, ramen, tuna, spam, and the Cornish hens. Which one was the easiest to prepare? Well, obviously the ramen and the rice are easiest to prepare. The tuna, you don't have to do nothing. You just eat the tuna. The mac and cheese was easy. The spam was easy. Which was my most favorite of all those foods? Obviously the Cornish hen. That was epic. Turned out perfect. The only icing that I could have put on that cake was maybe rubbed it down and put some rub on it. That would have been cherry on top of the cake there. My least favorite food, probably the rice, honestly. Now, this next one says the power of the sun. I've realized some things about the sun. You know, obviously that sun is why I got fire on day 2. The sun is what's powering this GoPro right now. The power of the sun. It charges my batteries. It keeps me warm. It dries my clothes when I hang them out. So the sun was a big deal. Now the next one's kind of funny. Bathroom. How do you go to the bathroom? A lot of people ask that. Well, I go out at least 100 feet or something. In my case, I go across the street over here, this little road, and I make sure that I'm quite a ways away from camp. I dig a small hole with a stick, or I'll lift a stone out of the way. And that's what I did in the first location, is I lifted stone out of the way. You got to be careful doing that, because centipedes, scorpions, snakes, things like that, spiders, they hide under stones. So when you're going to uproot a stone to go to the bathroom in a hole and then put the stone back on it, be careful that you're paying attention when you move that stone. Things run out, you know, scorpions and stuff like that. So, but over here, that's what I did over there. Over here, I just dug a hole, went to the bathroom. What did I use for toilet paper? These fern leaves actually work pretty good. Mullein leaves work pretty good. But honestly, what I've been using out here is just napkins that you get from a fast food joint. So whatever fast food that you're going to, put those napkins in the console of your vehicle, and then when you go somewhere, you feel the urge to go to the bathroom, you put those in your pocket, and you go do your business, and you're good to go. Now, the next question was, how many times did you go to the bathroom on this 10-day journey? I went 3 times, and I feel a 4th one coming right now. So on day 4 was the first time, on day 6 was the second time, and then on day 7 was the 3rd time, and I'll go to the bathroom once again before I go. So it'll be a total of 4 bathroom breaks on this 10-day challenge. So this next one might get a little bit long-winded. I'm not sure. So it was, and I have a lot of things written down. Any weird experiences on this 10-day journey? Anything weird? Yes. Yes, yes. Everything about that first location was weird. The location was awesome during the day. The water was cool. Everything was cool. But over there, and I'm looking at my notes, I had like really weird dreams. It was a very eerie kind of atmosphere at night. I felt like, I can't even put it into words. I felt like there was a presence there or something. Maybe like some entities or spirits or something. It was just not normal. It seemed like that area had some energy. I don't know how to explain it. I'm not a medium, or I don't reach out to people that have been deceased or nothing like that. I don't have any crazy beliefs or anything, but I can tell you that the hair stood up on the back of my neck many times over there. I spent 4 nights on the ground over there and a total of 5 days. And all this stuff, I didn't start reflecting until I got here. I continued to think about there, and all this stuff kind of came to light. On one of the nights, it was really weird because I was sleeping under that tree canopy thing, and the dogs were both asleep. And I remember, you know, I tell you that I could see like my camp and then the road that went up the hill. I could see everything at my camp anytime during the night. And at one point, a skunk, it was the day that I cooked that Cornish game hen, day 3, I think that was. I wanted to save the carcass because I planned on being out there all 10 days. And at some point I was planning to make a fish trap and try to catch some crawdads, and I wanted something to bait that trap with. So after I boiled up all the broth and stuff off of that carcass, I kept the bones, I put them in a Walmart bag, and I hung them up high in the tree. Well, on that night, that was like a dinner bell for the skunk. He went like 5 to 10 feet from my feet, went right by me. He knew we were there. Dogs never even woke up. But that wasn't eerie. That wasn't crazy. But that spot has like an aura about it, or like spirits or something. It's just really weird. There was a man that came through on a razor, and he stopped by the camp. Him and his wife, they were really nice people, and they were talking to me, and I was talking, and they lived in that little area. There's like a housing area. I think it's called Verde Village. I might be wrong about that, but they lived there. And when I left, you drive right by it when you come in and when you leave, and there's a gate right there that village, they have quick access to the Verde River. If you don't live in that village, you don't have a key to that gate, so you have to drive the long way out through that dirt road, and it's about 2 to 3 miles. And there's a lot of rocks, and it's not, I wouldn't take a car out there is what I'm trying to say. So anyway, they came in from that Verde Village, for the lack of knowing what it's actually called. They came in and they were saying hi to me, and I asked them about the neighbors with the dog, because that guy was like yelling at his dog all the time. And they told me that there was 2 men, like I said, a car and then like a Volkswagen bus or some kind of van, and the 2 dogs, and they had their camp set up. But the people that were on the razor told me that those people were full-time, that they were homeless people, 2 men, and they were real nice people, but they skipped out every 14 days to another location so they could stay legal, but they were homeless and they were out there living. That was a little weird. That guy was always yelling at his dog, Drew, Drew. You know, I'll never forget that dog's name. But that was weird, but that wasn't the big icing on the cake at that location. This is where it gets really creepy, and I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about this. So, the scene where I did the bath, and I got in the water, and I washed my clothes, and I took a bath, and then when I got out and I laid down on that rock, and I was talking about the sun and how good it felt and all that, that location, that exact location, okay, so just keep that in the back of your mind for a minute. I got up, I think it was day 4, like 11 or 12 o'clock. I decided to go back and get some more grapes off that grape tree. It was after I had taken that shot of me washing. It was after I took my bath out there. So I went down to go get the grapes, and something caught my attention, and I looked, and there was a woman laying there. A white woman with long brunette hair, very attractive, probably late 30s, early 40s, laying in the exact spot that I was laying in after I took my bath. And that was weird. But it gets weirder. She saw me before I saw her. So she had seen me coming. And when I noticed her and I looked over, she was looking at me smiling. And I was like, this is weird, man. Very weird. So kind of like, and I had like this bad feeling like this is weird. She was almost flirtatious the way she was looking at me and smiling. anytime that I would walk upon somebody, I would expect that person, if I walked up on somebody naked or if somebody walked up on me naked, I think a normal person's response would be to cover themselves and or turn away or something like that, right? If somebody saw me naked, I'm going to try to turn away or something. She didn't do nothing like that. She just laid there. I saw everything, and it was just so weird. The next thing that I noticed that was extremely weird was there was nothing next to her. There was no phone, no towel, no purse or bag. There was no shorts or a two-piece or a one-piece, no socks, no clothes, no shoes, nothing. Just a woman laying on a rock, fully naked, looking at me, smiling. And that was like, ugh. So it's kind of like when you stumble upon a snake, you see danger and you pause for a second and then you slowly back away. That's exactly what I did, because it was very eerie, very weird situation. Probably one of the weirdest experiences I've ever had in my life. The other thing that makes it so weird is because I couldn't stop thinking about that. I couldn't stop thinking about everything that I had just witnessed. The fact that she was there, the fact that she was almost flirtatious, the fact that she didn't try to cover or hide, the fact that she had nothing with her. All these things through the process of the next few days of thinking about was like, it just didn't add up. It didn't make sense. If you go back to the video of day 5, when I was trying to come back to my location, and there's a shot of me looking out the window as I'm driving on the road, and I'm looking down at my campsite. So what I'm saying is that road goes up a hill. The river's like this, the road goes up a hill, and then it hangs a right, and it separates from the Verde, and then the Verde makes a turn and comes back and meets up to the road like another mile down the road. The point that I'm making is there's a steep embankment off the road that's full of rocks, and there's cactus and there's yucca plants and all kinds of pricklies and pokies and stuff like that that are hard to get through. The point I'm making is for a person to be laying on that rock the way she was at the time and location that she was, she would have had to have went through my camp. And I never saw her. If a person would have tried to walk down that embankment through all of that stuff, you would definitely get your feet cut up. Because just from me walking around camp, my feet got cut up. That's just, I can't stop thinking about it. I would like to do some research on the history in that area and see if there's anything going on, because there's definitely a negative energy there. I can't pinpoint it, but it's definitely a negative energy. And gosh, that's so crazy talking about that. Now, things that I miss my family, I miss the music, I miss God. I just miss good food, things I'm thankful for. I'm thankful for my family. I'm thankful for God. I'm thankful for the dogs coming with me, my YouTube channel. The sun was, something I'm very thankful for. And I was very thankful for seeing the leaves change color right in front of my eyes. That was amazing. That was so amazing. Now, I'm sure some of you are going to probably ask, if you had all those negative experiences and feelings and that aura and that evil presence or whatever, why didn't you just leave? Honestly, I didn't leave because it wasn't my plan to. My plan was to stay there. I wanted to stay there. I tried to go back. And at the time, I was just kind of brushing those things off. Didn't think too much of it. And it wasn't until I was not able to go back and I got here that I was able to reflect on those experiences and actually think of how things went down. And I honestly feel that God was working to get me out of there. My weigh-in weight was 198.8 pounds. You ready for my weigh-out weight? 185 on the dot. I lost a total of 13.8 pounds, and I'm getting ready to go to the restroom. 13.8 is what I lost over 10 days. Now, another thing to consider is I've got 3 SD cards. This one's going to be full soon. So I got 2 128 gigabyte cards, and this one's a 64 gigabyte. That's 320 gigabytes of 4K footage that I'm going to have to edit to get this video out to you guys. So I really thank you guys for coming with me on this journey. I hope you share this video, this whole series. It'll be on the playlist. So please take a look at that playlist and share it and watch it. And please give it traction, because I want to continue to do things like this, and I can't do it without you guys giving me that traction. So with all that being said, thanks again. I love you all. This 10-day solo survival experience has been epic. We'll see you next time. Bye for now. Love you all. Thank you. God bless.